Good morning, everyone. So welcome to Axelar Interop Summit. We invite you to go ahead and take your seats if you could. The program will begin shortly. This is the gateway stage that you're hearing me from. If you are intending to be in the hacker stage, it's behind us next door, and you will grab your silent disco headphones at the entrance. But again, you're in the gateway stage, and we will kick off at 10 a.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll begin in just a moment. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Galen Moore.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Interop Summit. How many people here were in the building yesterday? Raise your hand. All right. Nice. Welcome back. Welcome to those of you who are here for the first time. I'm going to give you a little bit of information about what to expect. Yesterday was great, right? We had speakers from Aave to Zcash on this stage, on the Gateway stage. In the other room over there in the Hacker stage, that's through the networking area and to the left. We had presentations from Compound Labs. We had Starkware. We had a packed room of developers over there. Headphones on, laptops open, coding and biddling. Anybody see the speed run here? The coding speed run? That was some coding. That was fun, right, at the end of the day yesterday? So we got a packed day for you today, and I want to let you know a few things before we all get started with our first panel here. So I'm going to take my little book out so I don't forget anything. First, I want to thank our sponsors: Anchor, Evmos, Kado, LBank Labs, Polygon, Rockaway Blockchain Fund, Secret, Shade, Squid, Tai Chi, and Moonbeam. Thank you so much. These are the sponsors that made this possible. They're all involved in this interoperability ecosystem with Axelar. If you see anybody from these teams, definitely say hi, talk to them. They're all working on really excellent and interesting projects. Second thing, the bathrooms. So there are 2 right there that you've probably seen on the way to the networking area, but there's also bathrooms in the trailers out here on 26th Street and our overflow space across the street, the Luster Pearl, which is a bar. We have some light refreshments over there. We have a live stream of the Gateway stage, and there's a press room for interviews at the upstairs. It's a cool place to just chill out if things get a little crowded over here. And they, of course, being a bar, have restrooms as well. Other things. I think that's actually it. Oh. Anybody catch Sergey's talk yesterday? Axelar Virtual Machine announcement? That was great. If you missed it, you can find it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/AxelarCore. All of the video here is being live streamed there from the Gateway stage, and you can go back and see any presentation, any panel that you missed. You just got to, scroll through and find the timestamp where it starts. So everybody have a great day. Enjoy the panels. I want to introduce the first one right now. It's my great pleasure to introduce a really excellent panel that we're kicking off the day with here today. The panel's title is How Anchor, ZK Sync, and Microsoft are collaborating to bring the next billion users, that's billion with a B, to Web3. Please welcome Alex Glukovsky from Matter Labs, Josh Neuroth from Anchor, and Vasilis Tiokas from Microsoft. Thanks very much.
Well, welcome everyone. My name is Josh Neuroth, and like Galen said, I work at Anchor. You guys introduce yourself?
I'm Alex Glukovsky. I'm CEO, co-founder of Matter Labs, the company behind ZK Sync.
Hello everyone. My name is Vasilis Tiokas. I am the Web3 strategy and business development lead for Microsoft.
Yeah, so we're excited to be here today. We're going to talk about some of the ways we're working together, how we think the market's going today. A little bit about Anchor. We're one of the largest RPC node infrastructure staking as a service providers out there. Any given month, we have 50 million unique IPs that use our RPC endpoints through our customer endpoints. So I think there's 400 million or so crypto users out there. So we have a good chunk of the market on that. And we've been growing like crazy. We support almost 30 different chains now on Anchor. And one of the interesting things that I think what's happening in the market is, there's a lot of different RPC providers, which is amazing for the community. we have definitely seen kind of like the RPC provider side, we've effectively become like a developer hub. And I think the RPC providers are now functioning almost as an onboarding experience for developers, because one of the first things a developer needs when they want to get into the ecosystem or when they're building an ecosystem is they need a high quality endpoint and connection to the blockchain. So we're excited to be working with Microsoft. We just had a big announcement where we're going to support node infrastructure on Azure. And we've noticed one of this really interesting thing, I think the last 18 months. I was here at ethdenver last year, and it was just, you started seeing like more and more traditional enterprises announce that they had Web3 strategies. But since then, we've seen this massive movement where really almost every company has a Web3 strategy or is looking at it, wondering how they can participate. And so we recognize that at Anchor, and we also recognize that these companies already have established infrastructure on Azure. They already have their teams on Azure and other clouds, right? So that's kind of where we see the partnership going. So maybe Vasilis, you could talk a little bit about, you guys have many resources at Microsoft. You could have built your own Web3 infrastructure, but why did you guys partner with a project like Anchor?
Yeah, Josh, it's a good question. And I would say there are multiple reasons. Some of them are that we are approaching and we are entering the Web3 space with a very humble and learning mindset, right? Yep. So we want to learn from leading Web3 native companies like Anchor, like ZK Sync. So we try to identify partnerships like the one we announced a few days ago as both as a learning opportunity for Microsoft, but also as a way to provide the tools and the infrastructure that our customers need. So just building on what you said, every day we receive signals from our existing enterprise Web 2 companies that they want to enter Web 3. Microsoft's mission is to empower every person and every company in the world to achieve more, and we can do that through node infra, and most of them want to enter Web 3. Mm-hmm. So that's pretty much a summary of the reasons. There are many other reasons, but I would say learning, humble mindset, and at the same time empowering our existing customers.
Yeah. So what are some of those signals that you see? Like, what are they looking at when you hear this? Like, you guys probably have one of the best perspectives on the enterprise adoption side.
Correct.
Right. So what are some things that you're hearing out there?
It's very interesting. I mean, there is a spectrum of maturity when it comes to Web3 and the Web2 organizations. So there are banks or financial organizations which are, I would say, pretty knowledgeable. So they come to us because we're already working with them one way or another, and we try to shape the Web3 strategy, whether that might be tokenization of an asset, DeFi, crypto, the financial aspect of Web3. But we start seeing more and more retailers, manufacturers, media and entertainment companies wanting to enter the space with NFTs, circular economy, supply chain, traceability. So I know that there is a public discussion on Twitter and everyone about the use case. What is the use case of Web3, right? Believe me, there are many. There's not one. So I believe that next year, hopefully we will all be here again. It will be much more mature and much more stable than it is right now.
Yeah, and the scalability is obviously a concern for a lot of these companies. And my personal thesis, I see the Web3 space, it seems like originally, a couple of years ago, we were looking at that maybe crypto, like we saw payments, and we're like, oh, this is going to be an everyday consumer life. But what's really happened recently is we see almost like this economy forming between applications and apps working with other apps. And, fiat is not always the best economic system to work from an application or a machine to another machine. So I think we're starting to see this like shift that maybe mass adoption of crypto, it might be like on a global scale, but we probably won't buy a pizza with crypto anytime soon, or maybe never. But what we are seeing is that applications are working with other applications, and there's economies forming between that. So, from the Matter Labs perspective, what do you guys see with that? You guys are working on scalability and, doing zero knowledge to do it.
So what we're doing, to give a quick intro, we're building the ZK Sync Era, which is the most mature ZK VM. It's a scaling solution that uses zero knowledge proofs for scalability. But we don't actually use the zero knowledge aspect that much. We're not focusing on privacy. we're using this succinct property of this new cryptographic protocols that allow you to prove unlimited amount of computations in a way that makes it very easily verifiable by anyone, by your mobile phone, by Ethereum nodes, etc. So scalability was a topic in Ethereum, in crypto space for a couple of years, but we were this idea of the blockchain trilemma, that you have to sacrifice some very, very important properties of blockchain systems in order to reach scale, such as security or decentralization. But if you do that, then you lose the main value proposition.
Right.
So the zero knowledge proofs is the only technology we have today that completely breaks out of the trilemma.
Yeah.
We can have any number of transactions running in parallel. We can have many chains seamlessly interconnected in one single system. Like I like to call it the Internet of Value, where anyone can talk to anyone else instantly, just like you are on the internet. You're making a call, and this call is guaranteed to cryptographically be valid, and that comes all with the security that is 100% inherited from the underlying chain.
Yeah, one of the things we've seen at Anchor is that developers are very interested in zero knowledge. I think it's going to be the hot topic this year. But one of the things that seems to be the case is that people are realizing that the ZK, the zero knowledge strategies, are a way to really improve the user experience of Web3, and I think that will tie into the partnership with Microsoft. Can you talk a little bit about some of the explain it like I'm 5? What does zero knowledge do, and how does it improve the user experience for Web3?
Sure. So we have to begin with the state of the user experience today, which is far from perfect, to put it mildly. So your first interaction with blockchains today starts with a lot of esoteric things that you have to learn about. Oh, this is a seed phrase. I have to put it in some secure node. How do I handle it? Then for my first transaction, I have to pay some gas in some token. I just got some USDC from a friend, but I cannot use it to pay the gas. All these things are compounding.
Yep.
Each of these friction points would be sufficient to kill significant percentage of conversions in the Web 2 world, but they're compounding. So you have to go break through these layers of complexities. So what we can do with this new generation of scaling protocols with L2s on Ethereum based on zkVM is you can experiment a little bit more, and you can leverage this very interesting property of zero knowledge proofs that the computation becomes abundant. Mm-hmm. You don't have unlike Ethereum, where you have a block with block limit, and then everyone competes for the space in the same block, which makes the supply fixed and demand rising exponentially, leading to prices also rising exponentially. In the case of zero knowledge proofs, you're only paying for actual computation. Yep. So what matters is that you have a lot of GPUs, a lot of computing power with clouds, or maybe decentralized in the hands of the users through using technologies. And then you're only paying for actual amount of computation you need. And that's going to be cheap and flat.
Yep.
And so you can build really interesting experience. You can build account abstraction that is very affordable, and you don't have to bother about secret phrases. You just log in with your email and password, but you still have full control over your account. Yep. Or you can delegate some of your friends to be your guardians to recover it. You can pay in any token. You can do a lot of complicated things under the hood, hiding this complexity from the user without incurring unsurmountable costs of these things. So this is the main value that you get from something like that.
Yeah, it's almost like hiding the technology behind the user experience. And I think that's what zero knowledge is finally starting to do, and looks promising to be able to solve, which is what large enterprises are really interested in. I wanted to call out something that Alex said there, and we've realized this. We have a whole support strategy for zero knowledge, and that's that GPUs are coming back, not really for mining, but for the computational abilities for zero knowledge proofs. And that's a resource that if you go out there today in the market and you need a lot of GPUs for computation, GPUs are somewhat hard to find, and they're not really the ones that that Bitcoin and Ethereum miners are using. And so one of the values we really see with the Microsoft partnership is Microsoft has a huge amount of GPUs. They have a whole AI strategy, and we see that as being a fundamental requirement to supporting the zero-knowledge space. So, Vasilis, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Actually, before we jump into the AI thing, just a comment on what Alex was saying. And everyone here in the room who has worked one way or another on enterprise or SaaS, they will understand what I'm going to say, which is that sometimes we need to double-click on some words. For example, the word user. In enterprise, there are three kinds of users, right? The developer, the end customer, or the consumer, but it's also the buyer. So it's what we call BDM, the business decision maker, right? 10 years ago, when you were trying to sell cloud, you were usually selling the cloud to the IT person of the company, right? Now you're selling to the CFO, to the CMO, right? When Web3 will become so mature, where you will have to sell to the CMO of Starbucks, it will be in a situation where I think we will all be happy. So I just want to make that comment. Now, about GPUs, I think you have all been following the space about AI, generative AI, ChatGPT. We're very proud about our collaboration and partnership with OpenAI. Look, it's a scarce resource, and this is where the cloud companies, and again, I have a huge respect for Google, for AWS. I think this is one of the main values that those companies can bring to Web3 when it comes to scalability. And if we want to discuss about AI and Web3, I do see those two forces creating something amazing, things that we cannot even think right now. But I have seen some early, I would say, use cases which are truly exciting.
Yeah, we did some tests with ChatGPT where we were wondering if ChatGPT could deploy a node for us. And there was some scripting that ChatGPT was able to produce that we were like, wow, this is actually a really, really interesting that an AI chatbot has the ability to start building scripts. And we started looking at that like, could this technology be used to automate smart contracts, to interface with the blockchain? I think what we're seeing here
for sure
is definitely a convergence of all these things. And I think that, from our perspective, like the tech scene has had like these like technologies that start working together, right? Like we had the internet and then the smartphone, and kind of the smartphone adoption really made the sharing economy work. And now we're seeing AI and Web3 start to we're in the very baby steps of them working together. But I think that's what we have a strategy around that. And we definitely think that with a combination of zero knowledge proofs, of supporting protocols like ZK Sync, and then working with Microsoft, that we could get there.
For sure, it's an exciting space. I think people who approach AI and Web3 in silos, they lose the big picture. When you combine technologies, this is where the magic happens. You mentioned things like smart contract development. It can be through a co-pilot, right? We have that in GitHub. Other companies are doing that with other LLMs, and of course, innovation is welcome. It could be developers building smart contracts 10 times faster, right? It could be an indexer on a blockchain having the ChatGPT, and you can ask all kinds of questions. Again, these are Horizon 1 use cases. Imagine the things we could do in the future, but hopefully we will build the future together, so that's the idea.
Yeah, I think you said something earlier there too that I think was really key, is that you guys at Azure have seen that often the persona you're selling to is a CFO. And that's like one reason at Anchor we recognize, I think it's kind of been this narrative like, will node providers be off the cloud? Will they be on the cloud? And I think that key there is really, really important, that oftentimes like by partnering with the clouds, we can help that adoption happen faster, because those customers can use their Azure computing credits for Web3 services through Anchor, and they can access ZK infrastructure, they can access ZK Sync. We can deploy that to Azure, leverage those customers there. Yeah,
for sure. There's another element in our partnership, which and the same applies again for AWS, for Google. I don't want to make it very centric to Microsoft, is the idea of a marketplace, right? Again, for those who are not very familiar with the enterprise space, enterprise marketplaces are currently the environments where most of the B2B transactions take place, right? Like we have seen more than 50% of the transactions happening on the marketplace. So a marketplace is like an app store for enterprise. So having node solutions, ZK solutions on the marketplace can make the adoption super fast, literally with one-click deployment.
Yep.
So this is where we want to go. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and I want to talk to Alex a little bit too and get into some of the narrative. So earlier we said that this year we've seen zero knowledge be very hyped. So, how do you see kind of like do you see like ZK EVM as a competitor? Like how do you see the rest of the space and how you guys differentiate in that space?
Sure. So the way we look at the space now is it's very small and in its very early stages. What we're doing right now is we're trying to replicate the experience people have on layer 1 to make the onboarding very easy. But that's not where we're going to stop, because you cannot really be, like the technology goes forward. You don't want to be binding yourself to some legacy baggage that you have to carry on forever. You want to experiment, so we're building things like LLVM compiler from Solidity, which taps into this massively mature LLVM ecosystem and will allow us to later add other languages such as Rust or Move or anything else more modern to write smart contracts in a more expressive way. So you can actually leverage this potential for much larger computation that is possible on ZK technologies. So we don't see, we see all the projects that are trying to build ZK solutions now as experiments, and we tend to think about it as a marathon, not a sprint.
Right.
It's not about like building something now, like whoever launches first is going to get the market share. Like it's about the right mature technology that is going to be there long term.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see like, there's a lot of talk in the early days of kind of the layer ones that there'll be only one layer one. And we've talked the last couple of days here at ethdenver and at this Interop Summit about how we are in this multi-chain, interchain future. Do you think it's like a winner take all with zero knowledge, or will everyone kind of have a zero knowledge strategy or chain? Like, how do you see that?
That's a really interesting topic. So I definitely agree that the future is multi-chain.
Yep.
It's physically not possible to process all of the world's value transactions on a single monolithic system, just like internet is not built on one server or even on one data cluster. Yep. So there will be many systems, and they have to be seamlessly interoperable. It's clear that this interoperability will be based on zero knowledge proofs. It's just the most mature, the most fitting technology for bridging these trustless systems without introducing intermediate assumptions. Now, how exactly this architecture is going to look like, whether there's going to be like one single settlement layer for all of those chains, or whether the chains are going to remain separate. We can argue, like there are different points of view on this. I personally tend to think that we will observe some form of consolidation of the chains on the most decentralized fundamental layer one base, like which I think is likely to be Ethereum.
Yep.
Simply because it makes bridging much more efficient. Like you don't have to rely, when you have two separate blockchain systems, completely separate, with separate set of validators, fully sovereign, you can't really bridge between them. What you can do is like not take assets from here and send them over here, and they disappear on the first system. That's not how it works. You take these assets, you freeze them on the first system, and you create a representation on the other one, and you can transact back, but it's always parked here. Like you park your car, you get another car, and you can walk over the bridge, you get another car on the different space, and you use it. And that is not really, like, this is hard to scale. This is hard to scale beyond multiple hubs. When you have one single system where everything is settling on, that's easy. You can actually have these bridges that move on between these chains. This is my view for now. We'll see how it actually evolves.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think that's going to be a key if with this multi-chain, you know, we've seen chains succeed in almost like programming languages where there's kind of pros and cons to different chains, and there's different users. We see, you know, Binance has done an amazing job onboarding literally hundreds of millions of users to BNB chain, right? We see US and Europe, there's this amazing decentralization that is taking for new devs in this space is like, well, what chain should we deploy on? And it's hard to answer because we're pretty neutral, and there's so many factors to consider, like, can your application handle Ethereum gas fees, right? Like, or, you know, where's your primary user base? Where are you getting traction at? And I think it seems like zero knowledge and how that's going to work is going to really eliminate that from the conversation and just make it so, you know, deploy where there's decentralization and you can go anywhere.
I agree, and the example you brought with Binance is really interesting because we see lately more big players realizing that bridging is really the core issue that we're dealing with.
Yeah.
It's not the scalability. We're going to solve scalability with zero knowledge proofs, with roll-ups, but bridging is something you can't really solve unless you do it right in the beginning. So we see Coinbase, for example, deploying on Ethereum, in like specifically quoting the concerns about bridging. So it doesn't matter if they are on one roll-up or the other, because they are going to be natively bridgeable between the users of Ethereum. But they chose not to create their own sovereign chain, but instead tap into this emerging ecosystem, which I think is a very interesting sign.
Yeah, that combo between the roll-up technology with the layer 2s and the zero knowledge, it seems really powerful. And it seems like 2023 is shaping up that this will be the year of layer 2s. What do you think about that?
I definitely agree. I couldn't agree more. Moreover, it's going to be the year of ZKVMs.
Yeah.
This is where, you know, like we had layer 2s for quite a while. We had technologies like optimistic rollups that today give a significant boost of scalability by a factor of 10x, 20x. With ZK EVMs that will be mature by the end of this year, will have a factor of, I don't know, much higher, because it's hard to say, because depending on the use case, you like some things will be 10x cheaper, some things will be 1,000x cheaper, like Oracle updates, for example.
Right. Yeah, I'm curious, Vasily, you know, we're just have a minute or so left here, but, you know, how does that kind of conversation play in with those enterprise users that you talk to literally every day? I know you're leaving here and going to customer meetings. You know, are they excited about zero knowledge? Is it not even on their radar yet? Like, where are we at with that?
First of all, we receive similar questions. The ones that Alex said, hey, Microsoft, in which chain we should be building? And of course, our position is neutral, right? But it's a very good signal on the lack of maturity and even the knowledge. They have heard about zero knowledge, so we have to educate them a little bit. But look, I think hopefully those things, the plumbing of Web3 will not be an issue in 2 years.
Yeah.
And you will have to discuss about use cases and how to bring business users to blockchain. But right now, they're all asking about scalability. They're all asking about security.
Yep.
And I know we have 30 seconds. One more thing that Alex said, which I think is very important. We all want to grow the space, the Web3 space, but it's better to do it slowly with the right initiatives and the right, I would say, mindset, rather than going fast and break the whole thing, right? So I'm also very bullish about the future of Web3 in 2023. And yeah, it's time to build. Like literally, it's time to build. Yeah.
Well, we're excited to work with both of you and support, you know, both Microsoft and ZK Sync and Manor Labs. So I think we're out of time here. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. And we're all three of us are on Twitter. If you have any questions, we can be reached on Twitter.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, GM! Thank you to the previous panel for telling us about settlement layers. Are you all feeling settled? What is this energy here? Can I get a little bit back? Hello, GM! Yeah! You didn't say GM, sir. I'm seeing here. Okay, well, you're not saying it. All right, my name is Gabriel Gayland. Your previous MC is incapacitated, so I have taken his spot. We have a wonderful panel up here. Unleash the stablecoins, making crypto payments universal, or as I would say, Making crypto great again. No Trump supporters in the house? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, we got Jess Hallgrave, who's coming from checkout.com. We got Sarah Coppett from The Block. And we got Zach. Oh, boy. This last name is very difficult for me to pronounce. I'm sorry. And it's not here, so you don't know my struggle. But right here, Quarter. I don't know. He's going to have to say it, but please enjoy. He's from Paxos. He said not to mention BUSD, which I did by accident. And let's go on with the show.
Well, I don't know how we're going to compete with that introduction, so we can try, though, right? All right, so thanks, everybody, for joining us today. We're going to talk about stablecoins. Very excited. So when I was prepping for this panel, I was talking to a colleague of mine named Nathan. So he works with me at The Block. He's crypto native. He used to live in Latin America, and he told me last week he used Zelle to try to send some money to Peru, where it was immediately frozen for 3 days. And so then he said he's thinking, why didn't I use a stablecoin for this, right? And so, like, if Nathan, who is, an editor at The Block and crypto native, isn't doing that, we got a ways to go, right? So where do you think the stopgap is? Like, how do we get the crypto natives of the world and then the rest of the world using stablecoins for payments?
It's a big question. So I think firstly, you have to break down different types of payments. The example that you brought up is a classic peer-to-peer money transfer movement. And that's something that for a very long time now, crypto has been sort of touted as an amazing solution for. And I think that is the case. It's one of the use cases that I'm most excited about. I know we'll also probably talk during this session about merchant payments, how people buy goods and services with crypto, and all of these things are very different. What I think remains very consistent in terms of barrier to adoption is, number one, the user experience, how difficult it is for people to acquire, to interact with, to use stablecoins. Number two, I think that there's an element of fear around regulation, which I know we'll also talk about. Yeah. How do I do this safely and securely? And then I think thirdly, it's when do we get to the stage where we're using this because it gives us amazing experiences without thinking about it as crypto? And I think that's the point at which crypto is mainstream. Yeah. Nobody knows how Swift works today. Very few people know how interbank transfers work. But we use them every day because that's the only experience that we have. And I think crypto can offer something better, but it's still quite a way away.
Yeah, I would echo that point. I think just the importance of this fading into the background, and just for consumers, you don't think about, am I going to use my credit card? Am I going to use ACH? Am I going to use a wire? You just take out your credit card and you tap it at Starbucks. And so I think stablecoins have a long way to go to get to that point. I think one of the biggest gaps right now just seems to be distribution. And a couple of my colleagues will always joke, they'll say, hey, can you name 5 publicly traded companies that have stablecoin enabled wallets? And it's give you one, Coinbase, and then try to name 4 others. It's really hard. And I just think it's the technology's there that these companies can start to adopt stablecoins, and some checkout.com already have. But enterprise software adoption takes time, and I think over the next 1 to 2 years, you're going to start to see a lot of that base infrastructure set up. You look at Shopify is building out all these great merchant tools already, and it's just I think when stablecoins do get mainstream adoption, it's not going to be this oh my god, I'm using stablecoin, but it's just going to start happening because the experience is so much better.
Yeah. So you mentioned retailers, so let's talk about them for a little bit because a peer-to-peer transaction, there's automatically trust between the two people who are exchanging money, usually, I guess. But with retailers, what do you see as the barrier there, especially given the regulatory concerns? Like, how do you get them to accept the money? Or this the money, I'll call it money. What do you see there?
Yeah, so my sense for retailers is that they should I accept crypto or not is not on their top 20 list of questions they're asking themselves on a daily basis. And I think two things that will lead to a change in retail behavior or retailer behavior. One is just that having crypto and stablecoin payments enabled in the existing software products that they use. So it's just instead of hey, do I install this new crypto payments application, it's just do I press a button in Stripe or in Shopify, and then I can have this new payment method. And I think that's a lot closer than maybe people think. And then the second is just consumers have to want to pay stablecoin. You look at the adoption of buy now, pay later. It was just there was so much demand for it, and then retailers ultimately you're not going to turn down payments. And so I think that and for consumer demand, I think it's just it either needs to be in the background or needs to be a 10x better experience that you can't not do it.
Well, yeah, I was going to say. So, what is that better experience? What do you think? What do you see stablecoins offering to me? If I want to use it to buy a pack of gum, why would I do that?
Oh man, well this is the question I've been getting since I started working at Paxos 3.5 years ago. But hey, when am I going to pay with stablecoins? When am I going to pay for coffee with stablecoins? Yeah. If you live in New Jersey or Brooklyn, probably not in the next 5 years. And so I think that actually one of the big challenges for the industry with stablecoins is there's so many potential use cases. And so people get really excited about use stablecoins for X, stablecoins for Y. And I think there are a lot of broken payments experiences in the world. The one you mentioned with cross-border transfers, you think about, hey, if you're trying to fund a venture investment and the company happens to not be based in the United States, or just different. If you've ever interacted with the FedWire or SWIFT systems, oh my God, it is not fun. And so there's clearly opportunities for improvement today. But I think sort of segments of the industry have to focus a bit more on hey, we're going to do this use case first, and just ignore these other ones where maybe the current payment system is good enough for the next couple of years.
Yeah,
I think on the acquiring side. When we did a huge survey last year of about 30,000 consumers and 3,000 merchants, and we looked across a really big spectrum of where you see demand and appetite for this stuff. On the demand side for retailers, everybody wants to be able to just offer as much choice as they can to consumers. It helps them onboard more consumers. And so Zach's totally right. When their primary acquiring partner just offers a flick of a button to accept crypto payments, I think we'll see pretty wide adoption of that. Part of that is also enabling the company itself not to have to interact with crypto, right? Yeah. So it's, hey, payment provider, in the same way that today you take care of my Visa, my MasterCard, and all the other alternative payment methods, and you settle me in a single transaction that's easy to reconcile, and I just have to deal with fiat. That's also when people will be more willing to offer stablecoins or crypto as a payment method, because you'll abstract all of that complexity, right? There's very, very few CFOs of big companies that I've spoken to who are yeah, actually, I really want to deal with holding this stuff on my balance sheet and dealing with the accounting and the tax and the refunds and everything that goes with it. So it is about abstracting that complexity. Where I actually get more excited in terms of the opportunity is less on the acceptance side and more on the payouts side. So, great examples there are creator platforms, gig economy platforms, where you're talking about low transaction values, where you're talking about moving money cross-border, which today, if you're a creator on a gig economy platform that's based in the US and you're based in Africa and you got to send that money via wire and it's $100, you're going to end up with $84 in your account at the end of the day, right? Yeah. So can we use stablecoins to make these sorts of money movement more efficient? Absolutely, and I think that's where we'll start to see more traction. Likewise, we know that there are parts of the world, we're sat here where it's very easy to tap your phone, or I don't even leave the house with my cards anymore. I get caught out here sometimes because I use my Apple Watch or my phone. and so it's very easy. But there are parts of the world where that isn't the case. And I actually think that those are the places where there's an opportunity to create something even better than the systems that we have, because they're starting from a kind of more of a blank slate.
So I want to change gears a little bit now and talk about regulation. I'm curious, from where you both are placed, what are the conversations that are going on right now? Like, what is the tenor? What is the tone? Like, give us a little bit of insight into, where lawmakers are, and, you guys are the big players in the industry, like where you are in reference to them.
Oh man, my favorite topic these days.
Yeah.
No, I mean, just in terms of, I was like, Paxos, there's been a lot of news lately. Don't have anything specific to say there. We don't, as a matter of company policy, don't comment on discussions with regulators and policymakers, though, find me later. And but I think just like in general, from maybe like two thoughts. One, just like looking at sort of like stablecoins and the role in society long term. It's such an important part of the economy if like this product and this technology achieves its potential that obviously regulators are going to care. And so I think it's, this was like the attention was inevitable. Obviously, it's like hard to predict like how it will come or what will happen next. But I think $150 billion of stablecoin market cap today, $20 trillion of like USD in the world. So it's not even like 1% market penetration. There was always going to be regulatory attention. And then I think from a Paxos point of view, we've always looked at it as we've built the company to be regulation first. We think that financial services have been around for millennia, and in order for crypto and blockchain and stablecoin technology to gain true mainstream adoption, it's going to have to be within existing regulatory frameworks. And so, we remain just like committed to that strategy. And yeah, it's just let's see where things go from here.
Yeah.
I actually think that there's like a very big spectrum of how regulators are approaching this around the world. At Checkout, we're regulated in a number of different markets, and I get to interact with them a lot. And I think that there is, on one hand, there are regulators who are approaching this, and this is not just a regulatory decision, right? This is a policy. This comes from the very top. But there's this sense of like, we have an opportunity to create competitive advantage here, to attract people who want to build, who want to use this, and we recognize that this brings benefits to our people, right? This is not just about regulating a technology or a use case. It's actually the observation that we can create something better. And so I think great examples are where you think about Japan and some of the regulation they've created around stablecoins. And so that there are these sort of pockets. And the UK indeed also has sort of come out and said we want to be a hub for crypto. We still work to get there. But I do think that there are regulators that are approaching this very, very sensibly. And the regulation that they create may not be perfect. We may not love it always, but the clarity helps us to move forward as an industry. And so I think like I'm very, very welcoming of this for the most part. Doesn't happen everywhere. But I think that the positive thing is when we start seeing some of this in action at large scale, MiCA in May next year will be in force in the EU. That will start a conversation around like what best practice looks like. We'll be able to learn from some of the challenges. And whilst I don't think we'll ever get to this like global consistency around this, I do think that regulators will start to be able to learn from each other when this stuff is really in the wild. Yeah. And hopefully develop a sort of like forward-thinking, innovative, but still maintaining the same protections that we need for consumers.
So talking about the United States specifically, I mean, I think I'm going to ask you to answer this first. Given the clampdown that we've seen, just very recently, do you think that stablecoin issuers are going to be able to continue to operate in the United States compliantly?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, I think that's like the Paxos that's making this also, I personally believe that. I think there's to the point Jess was making, there's a huge opportunity for the United States to just like be a leader on the global stage and bringing stablecoin technology to the masses. I often think it's like, arguably like the US dollar is like the best product in the history of the world, maybe like the only thing better than the iPhone. And so there's a lot to be gained here. And from the Paxos point of view, like we've always looked to like build our stable coins like within the regulatory frameworks and structures that exist. Again, I'll say this a lot, but it's very early. And so when we launched USDP, our first stable coin in 2018, the sort of NYDFS, the state financial regulator New York trust model, was like the logical move. And so that's what we focused on. And it's like it seems like plausible that like things will evolve over time, and we want to definitely continue to have a seat at that table and be a pioneer in terms of bringing regulated stablecoins to market in the U.S.
What do you think about the U.S. banks? You think they want in here now? You think this is a part of it?
Well, I would say just like with interest rates where they are right now, everybody wants into stablecoins. But I think with like the adoption cycle there is gonna take time. Certainly, like as like an infrastructure player, I think Paxos, like we've built our platform to enable mainstream financial institutions to really compress like the speed with which they can enter the market. And so, hard to say like who will do what when, but obviously if this is to the use case that you were mentioning earlier of like sending money cross border to Peru, I think the banks are going to need to be involved to really unlock that at scale. Yeah.
What do you think about the banks?
So I think that there's a very like different banking versus innovation dynamic that you see in the US versus elsewhere, right? There's a very long legacy of this incumbents lobbying to make sure that they have the seat at the table, and they'll slow things down until they can get to the table. And I think that's a little bit what we're seeing in the US. Elsewhere, actually, I think we're seeing a lot more collaboration between innovators and banks, where we've seen in the EU and in the UK in particular, banks making a lot of investments into startups who are engaging with this stuff, building a lot of like proof of concepts, really working to deliver this, both at the stablecoin level, but even further into crypto and things and CBDC too. And so I think that inevitably, as an incumbent in any ecosystem, you want to defend your position and you want to be able to participate in that. That's what you have a fiduciary duty to do as a shareholder. And I think you can look at different models of how to do that. And I think that the collaboration model probably gets us there, maybe a little faster.
From where you sit, what geographies are doing it the best?
Again, I think that there's like ups and downs of every single one, and none of them are perfect. I do think that the UK and the EU are moving at what feels to me like knowing how long regulation typically takes to make. I think that the progress that they've made there has been positive. Maybe a little overreaching in some parts, and I think that there's still some work to do. But I think some clarity and having something to work around as a framework is really welcome.
Yeah, and I think another country that comes to mind for me is Singapore. And I remember around like the Singapore FinTech Festival in November, there was this announcement, and I'll probably get the specifics not perfectly correct here, but it was like JP Morgan and MAS issue this like tokenized bond on like Polygon with a permission version of Aave, and it was just like all the Web3 building blocks coming together. And I remember like the product team at Paxos, like we like read the Twitter thread, we were just like, wow, like this is incredible, and it was just like a very so you see the the largest banks, like major regulators, really like engaging deeply and I think really like innovatively with this technology. And like to Jess's point, it's sort of not consistent maybe market to market, but that's life.
Yeah. So let's look kind of like a little bit into predicting the future. There's been a lot of things written in media about the end of crypto, and Augustine Carson just said the battle against crypto has been won. Is he right? Like, let's talk about like where we go from here.
My crystal ball.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think he's right. Firstly, I don't think that we would all like have the minds that are working on this technology and all the amazing places in this room, people thinking about this stuff, how we build great things. If we wouldn't be here if he was really right. So he's not right. I think the question is like, how and when do we get to this state that I mentioned earlier, which is where we're all benefiting from this technology without having to know about it, right? Like we all use Twitter every day. Like, how was Twitter built, what technology stack. Like, most people aren't going to be able to know that, and that's when crypto is going to be something that people can really take advantage of too. I think on the payments side, there's still a lot of questions out there, right? We don't yet have an efficient way to do things like on-chain refunds that can be automated in the right way. We don't have the way to do pull payments, recurring payments. We're getting there with things like account abstraction, the Visa proof of concept on Starknet. Great example of, really embedding what we really need at a detailed level in the payments ecosystem using crypto technology. So we're starting to be able to build these things, but consumers have very, very high expectations from their payments experiences in developed markets. As I was saying earlier, like, my ability to do everything with my phone is now something that I kind of take for granted with a single tap. And so, like, we've got a long way to get crypto payments to that. I think where we may start to see traction is crypto-backed cards, for people who want to be able to hold crypto but use it every day. We're already seeing, big numbers go through Visa and MasterCard in terms of these like crypto-backed issued cards. And then I think we'll start to see these things embedded into our Web3 experiences first, into wider like online experiences. And then eventually we'll probably get there for sort of proof of sale, point of sale, physical payment experiences. But, like, how long does it take until everything's running on crypto? I think it's probably a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what battle they were talking about, but I think just generally it's still so early that there's just so much potential, and I think just like throughout my time, just like at Paxos and working in the industry, I spent a lot of time just like working with people that were just like non-crypto fintech, and just like more and more you just see all these people that are just have been dealing with like the existing financial market infrastructure for decades, just saying like, oh wow, like there's so many things that can be better here. And 100% to Jess's point, there's like Starbucks or Apple does not want like every single payment that gets made to them broadcast publicly. Like that's okay, reasonable. People want refunds. You don't want to like make a mistake and never get your money back. So there's very clear, I think, business and consumer problems that need to be addressed. But I think there's also just like clear benefits that the technology can bring now. Two use cases that come to mind for me. One is just the idea that like anybody could have like a USD savings account in any country that's a stablecoin enabled on the back end. There's nothing stopping that use case other than like companies building the product today. And then I think we've mentioned payouts a lot, but I think there's going to start to be a lot of where just like, hey, do you want your money faster? Yes, and then it just so happens that is delivered with a stablecoin. And so I think there's very, very little from a technology standpoint standing in the way of those use cases. And I think if anything, it's just getting started in terms of actually seeing what the adoption of those use cases can look like.
Yeah, I was thinking about it on my way here. Like, how many years will it have to be until when I'm buying snacks to get on the plane, like I'm tapping, and using crypto.
The thing is, we may actually never know the answer to this, right? Like, you'll probably reach an inflection point where that is what's powering your payments, but you don't even know it. So,
or I don't care, because I'm like
exactly.
You that I just bring my phone now.
Right. Yeah.
And it's probably going to have to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, certainly like Apple Pay is one of the better payments products out there, and so I don't. I think it's hard to top that from a user experience point of view. Because I'm the one person on stage that still brings my cards places, but maybe I won't. But yeah, but like what's to stop Apple from paying out to United via stablecoin on the weekends? Because right now it's like the Federal Reserve closes like 6 p.m. on Friday, and then you're not getting paid till Monday, and there's like no reason for that other than it's just like the bank is closed, which all these blockchains are 24/7, and so that seems like a solvable problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that B2B use case is a great one. We launched our sort of stable from us as the acquirer to our merchants. We launched a stablecoin settlement solution for that last year, and again, just like the amount of efficiency that this stuff can bring is really remarkable. And so I think anybody who's really building this stuff can really has the opportunity now to reimagine better payments for everyone.
All right. I think that's it for today. Jess, Zach, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here.
Good job to our panel. I messed up their names, of course, but don't blame me. Their names were tough. All right, we got some spicy, spicy things coming up soon. But while I have your attention, follow me on Twitter, @GabrielHaynes. You won't regret it. I'm a funny man. And none of you seem to care, which is wonderful. Okay? And look, for doing this gig right here, a beautiful jacket. A beautiful jacket. Let's get started here with a lovely panel, Interchain Infrastructure, laying the foundation for a cross-chain world. We got Chris Sharp from Blockdaemon. We got Tom Warner from Coinbase. We got Xavier Megan from Chorus. And last but not least, Liam Wright from Crypto Slate. Please enjoy.
Hello. Well done. Hey, everybody. So thanks, Gabriel, for the introduction, so we can kind of skip that to a degree. What I did want to do, in keeping the intros short, is could you each just summarize in one sentence what you think your speciality is in the Web3 space? I'll start with Chris.
Building great products that have superior user experience.
Xavier?
I think we're probably one of the most crypto-native staking providers, I would say. So we have a big focus on governance and MEV and some cutting-edge topics. So yeah, big focus on staking infrastructure and then everything around that as well.
And Tom?
Nice. I would say externalizing what we've built at Coinbase to build Coinbase for other folks to go build what they're looking to do.
Cool, perfect. Okay, so we're all obviously here because we're passionate about Web3 infrastructure, especially inter-chain connectivity. Sergey yesterday brought up a really great point, that the speed of the space, how it's evolving, all the new projects, they all come with their own quirks, their own nuances that need to be adopted. And that's something that needs focus, and we need to figure that out. But what I wanted to ask you guys, and touch on that if you feel you need to, but what do you think is something that is not given as much attention in the space, that is a problem that we need to solve? I'll start with you, Tom.
Yeah, I think, particularly for staking, in my mind, governance comes to play. I think the way that I think about governance is almost like an election, right? Where you have folks that participate at the presidential level, where there's a major proposition up on a chain and you get a ton of folks in and they're voting on it. But then those token holders aren't participating in the local election. What I mean is more like lower scale but equally important governance proposals on chain, and we're not seeing super high engagement rates in governance. I think both Coinbase and on the staking side, as well as like custodians and whether they're hardware wallets, I think we all can do a better job of exposing governance to users and helping them make more insightful decisions about the chains.
And how do you think that relates directly to like the multi-chain world that we live in and the interconnectivity part of it?
Yeah, I think like each chain is responsible for its own sovereignty, right? So they need to decide kind of what the users want and how they establish the multi-chain sort of mesh that's there. And governance is a key way of deciding like how are you going to interact and how are these folks ultimately going to come to consensus.
So you kind of feel that it's on the chains themselves to sort of deal with that?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, like I think it's also to get buy-in from the token holders and the chains to really like follow the vision that was outlaid and use governance as a tool to really define that.
Brilliant. Xavier, what do you think?
Yeah, I think governance is a great point. I think maybe another topic that isn't discussed so much sometimes is the fungibility of all the bridged assets across chains. And now you have StableSwap, et cetera, that you can use on all these chains. But it's still something to bear in mind, I guess, that especially through IBC, not even just through Axelar, the different types of tokens coming through different channels and how they don't really necessarily interoperate with each other every single time. So I still think we could, come up with a better solution for this type of fungibility of cross-chain assets.
Fantastic. Chris?
Sure. In addition to those things, I would just add some of the things I've been thinking about are around making sure that once we have these bridging technologies in place, that they're as decentralized as possible, right? We want to make sure that they're sensor resistant, that they have as much resilience as possible, because ultimately when we start building, abstractions on top of these different chains, we want to make sure that they're 100% reliable and that they can't be taken down because assets get orphaned and all sorts of bad things happen.
You talk about decentralization. decentralization there. And it was something that Tom and I were talking about backstage. What do you think is the sort of the best route in an interchain world to get to that decentralization? Do you think you need to start with an element of centralization and grow from there, or do you think decentralization is just key?
I mean, it's going to be an evolution thing, right? At the end of the day, I think maybe light clients approaches where we can look at making sure that the Oracle infrastructure that runs some of these things is as resilient as possible and censorship resistant. I think it's going to be little steps along the road to get us there.
So I was having a beer with some of the guys at Denver last night, and we were talking about this panel. And one of the things that they're builders, and they had no real idea as to how staking works in like an interchain environment. So Tom, do you want to give us just a little overview of how that sort of process works and where you think the optimizations need to come in future to make it better as well?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, right, we have at Coinbase Cloud, we have a host of customers that are looking to integrate staking across multiple chains. They come to cloud because they want to save time or they don't have the expertise within each of the individual chains. The way that I think about it, right, is like each network that's out there is almost like a micro nation state, right? Each has their own economy and their own sort of rules. And our job as a staking provider in sort of a corny way is to be like a travel agent for them. In the same way, if you go to sub-Saharan Africa or Machu Picchu, like you want to know what to expect. So what we try to do with our customers is to say, hey, here are the staking mechanics, what the sort of total number of validators are, what's the minimum amount of stake that's there, what is your obligation in terms of governance, what does slashing look like, and help them make a decision. From that point, the integration is seamless. So whether you're integrating on one chain to stake or multiple, our dream vision for cloud really is this idea of you're an end user, or you're a product providing staking to your customers. How do you have a seamless experience, a staking experience, whether you're going to Cosmos or Axelar or any other chain that might be out there in a consistent way? That's the way that we think about it, handle with the customers.
Okay, so there may be some people in the audience that are thinking around, like, do you need staking as a service? And you talk about decentralization. I think that comes alongside kind of like non-custodial solutions as well. So, like, Chris, I'd love to sort of pass it on to you as to what would you say to people that think that sort of staking as a service isn't something that's required? And because, I mean, ultimately, there is a risk that success in that industry leads to more centralization, someone could argue.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and I think people who do staking as a service take it very seriously. Like running a staking validator is not like running a web server, right? It really requires 24/7. It requires patches. It requires keeping the thing up and running, having specialized hardware, and doing things that like in an ideal world, everyone would sort of self-stake. But I think our thesis is that the networks themselves may not be as resilient as they are if you don't have people that are sort of professionals at running those things. And so there's definitely a desire to have both. But our belief is that it's actually kind of a hard job to do, and that you have to have a lot of dedication. And sure, you could do it as a self-staker, but that staking as a service providers are going to, in some cases, have expert knowledge about the intricacies of individual protocols that are just hard to get overnight.
What are your thoughts, Xavier?
Yeah, I think I agree. Ideally, the whole world self-stakes, but I think realistically that's probably not going to happen. So I can give an example here where we have a public partnership with Zero Knowledge Validator, which is quite a big validator in the Cosmos ecosystem. And we run the infrastructure for them here, but they contribute to the ecosystem in many other ways, through governance. They're quite influential in the ecosystem itself. So I think there will always probably be a role where maybe someone doesn't have the skills to run the nodes themselves, but they have a lot of other skills, and maybe they have a brand. And this might make sense for them to earn delegations by partnering up with someone like Chorus One here, for example, to receive external delegations. I think I wouldn't recommend necessarily this type of option unless you had this type of brand or you were maybe a major institution with significant stake. And I would also sort of recommend being relatively transparent about it if you can. Because I think this whole industry can be slightly opaque at times, and there's definitely a long way to go in making it more transparent. But I think it's trying to find a good middle ground between these entities that don't have the knowledge to run the infrastructure but still want their brand on the network, and then contributing back to the network in different ways other than running the infrastructure.
You touched on transparency there. What do you reckon are some kind of methods that can be used by staking providers to improve that transparency?
I think a lot of it is communication. I think there's no standards right now for node operators to be doing this. It's very hard to know what nodes are being run by who. There's some tooling being created right now. I know Rockaway has some in the Cosmos. But it's very, like I mentioned, opaque, and I think this will just take time. Probably some of our entities, the bigger entities, coming together as well, trying to work through some sort of process for what this looks like as well, to make sure that these networks stay as decentralized as possible.
What about you, Tom?
Yeah, I think these other guys brought up a good point here, and one thing I want to call out is folks come to a staking provider not because they can't do it on their own, but their time is better spent doing something else. Mm-hmm. And I think overwhelmingly what we find is most of our clients or all of our clients can run validators, right? But what they're thinking is, hey, I'm better at building a wallet or a DEX or whatever it may be. So I think we hear a lot of centralized staking provider, single staking provider means centralization. What we've worked at Cloud to do is really offer different optionality for running the validator in the first place. So whether that's regional support, you want to run it at a different geo, cloud support, right? And we're working to expand that. So even if two folks are staking or offering staking through Coinbase Cloud, they can have completely different deployments in the same way that Course One and Blockdaemon do it. So I wouldn't necessarily think of staking providers as a centralization risk, but more really the onus is on us as staking providers to offer more optionality to create a further decentralized deployment in the hopes that, again, my thesis is if folks are not working on staking, they can work on more important things and build better products. So if we can hold up our end and keeping it a little bit more decentralized, I think we all benefit.
I mean, would you align it to kind of mining pools in Bitcoin, where people think that a mining pool means that there's centralization in Bitcoin, but people can move pools whenever they want?
I think in concept, yes. I think the major difference for us is we're non-custodial, right? And in theory, yeah, sort of the power of many outweighs the power of an individual. Mm-hmm. But that's the thought, right? We have folks that have super keen decentralization needs and they want their validators in specific areas. We have other folks that are looking more so for optimization and kind of geek out on that as much as we want.
So, Chris, one of the things I wanted to go into next was what future innovations do you think are needed and are you excited about in this space?
Yeah, future innovations. I think for sure, executing smart contracts cross-chain, in a very seamless way with, proven and frameworks that make it easy for just average people to do that. Obviously, the reliability side of things I alluded to earlier in terms of making sure that, once you're, sort of doing cross-chain, queries, that you can rely on those kinds of things. Mm-hmm. When you look maybe further down the road and you start to say, okay, we have these foundations that create reliable mechanisms for cross-chain communication that are unstoppable. What can we do as far as making sure that things that come from more of a transactional world, like optimistic locking and mm-hmm. these sorts of things, allow application developers to build higher and higher level applications on these foundations that are just more and more reliable over time.
Yeah, I think given that this whole industry really is still in beta, we're still testing things live. It's we're still early element. Do you think one of the areas standardization across chains, is that something that we can actually even get to? And if so, how would we get there? How do we bring chains together to make some of those decisions?
I think there's a Darwinistic answer to that, which is the best things are going to rise to the top, and mm-hmm. You see a lot of different ecosystems proliferating in many different places. The Cosmos SDK is pretty is being used a lot. Mm-hmm. And so do you need to enforce standardization at the chain level? Maybe not, because that's of course these app chains are going to have opportunities for doing things that are better than other places, and so it does come down in some cases to making sure that the bridging technologies are as reliable and unstoppable as possible. So just more so than getting into the lower level details of the chains, in my opinion.
So letting the space naturally evolve at its own pace, and
yeah.
Xavier?
Yeah, and just in terms of where it could be going in the mm-hmm. future, I think bridging is a really early technology, and I think we're seeing now a lot of zero-knowledge solutions coming out. Mm-hmm. So, Polymer presented sort of yesterday, I think, one application there. Catalyst, I believe. You've got Wormhole as well, working on their own zero-knowledge technology. I think this is probably the future. Succinct is another one, which is sort of zero-knowledge proofs of consensus of other chains. I think it's just much more scalable. I don't know if Axelar has future plans in their roadmap to introduce this, but I think many blockchains will have some sort of zero-knowledge strategy in the future. So, yeah, right now, super early. I think there's probably 2 or 3 major let's say, interoperability networks that fortunately we run infrastructure on all of them, so we have good eyes and vision into their strategy and what they're doing. So yeah, I would say that's probably the most exciting thing to come in the bridging space. So
I remember Sergey yesterday did talk about ZK proofs and AI in their new Kubernetes for Web3 product alongside the virtual machine. So it's definitely something to look into it and see. I mean, what are your thoughts, Tom, in terms of where do we need to see the innovations? I mean, I also agree, bridges. Like, for me, that's one of the big key areas.
Yeah, I think of innovation in kind of two ways, right? There's the tech stack around staking and all like the intricacies that go into staking. But I think everybody in this room can buy at a centralized exchange and get a self-custodial wallet and link to DeFi and stake. In my opinion, that market is drying up in terms of like what is the addressable market for net new stakers. So the innovation that I would look to see is really from how do we bring in more folks? Like how do we make the journey of staking a little bit easier? And what I find to be friction is still that seed phrase process, right? Spinning up a self-custodial wallet, managing that. Like, I tried to get my dad to stake. I don't know if anybody in here has ever tried to get their parents to do staking. It's like a 15 phone call sort of a situation. So, like, in my mind, MPC technology is going to be huge. Like, removing key seed phrases and helping folks create self-custodial wallets that are a little bit easier. And then from there, you mentioned like uniformity across chains. I think when we look at staking rewards across different protocols, some offer crazy rewards, some have really high slashing implications. I'd love to see that flatten out over time, where we have folks have at least like a baseline understanding of what their risks and what the reward looks like, where they don't have to be an expert in each chain. I think those innovations, granted somewhat longer term, will help bring in more folks to staking and to Interchain, obviously.
Last year, I was listening to a talk by Sunny on Cosmos talking about mesh networks in IBC and how you can financially incentivize chains to help the security of others. Is that something that you think is a good solution? And if so, is it something you'd like to see come to, say, like EVM chains and stuff? Over to Xavier on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. I think right now, mesh security could be probably the most promising sort of idea that the whole Cosmos ecosystem has. Ideally, as Cosmos grows stronger and individual chains, the whole ecosystem grows stronger together, which right now isn't the case, and each community and blockchain is quite siloed. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty exciting. They built a prototype, I believe, in Medellin last year, and I think they're getting closer. At some stage this year, this will go live. You could see like Osmosis, Axelar, chains that have a lot of volume and liquidity across each other, like sort of starting to secure each other. In fact, like I would argue that perhaps EigenLayer was somewhat inspired by some of this. I think in terms of EVM, will it come to EVM? I think it is coming to EVM with this. If you think about restaking, that's somewhat similar to mesh security because you're restaking a liquid staking token, and then as well as like these extra validator services, which I think is really cool as well, which EigenLayer is also offering, which I think is coming to Cosmos as well with ABCI++. So I think there are similar ideas in both Cosmos and Ethereum right now, which is like sort of intersecting. And as an outcome of that, I think validators will be able to specialize more, create higher rewards for their delegators. So yeah, I think there's a lot of cool ideas coming out that will be implemented in both ecosystems this year, which I'm pretty excited about.
Fantastic. Chris, I wanted to go over to you in terms of someone that's looking for an interchain, cross-chain infrastructure provider. What would you recommend as being some ways that they can figure out how to get the best value, how to know that they're going with the right person? I thought it would be a great sort of question to ask you guys is basically like, if I was looking to choose you, what would you kind of recommend that I ask? Or maybe also not really want me to ask.
Yeah. I mean, I'll answer sort of selfishly, right? But like, you want to make sure that, the partner that you choose is a company that's going to be around. That they've got good funding, that they are ISO certified, that they have financially audited accounts, that they have good governance, that they have a board of directors, so that shady things don't happen. And I think the other thing is that in some cases time in market is better than time to market, right? And a lot of these protocols require, in some cases, some specialized knowledge, right? They change quickly, and so when you pick a partner, you want to make sure that they have a large number of validators out there, that they're distributed, between cloud and metal, and that you're going to, basically have an SRE team that's, going to make sure that when things don't work, that that they're aware of it first, and that as a customer, you're not having to tell your provider that something isn't working.
Tom?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think a lot of it stems from like, what is it or why are you offering staking, right? Are you an individual with a substantial amount of tokens and you're looking to offload the purpose of running a validator? And that question set is slightly different than if you're a wallet and you're looking to provide a staking solution to everybody in your application. I think everything Chris said is spot on from a due diligence standpoint. The one thing I would add is, right, like what is the universe of overlap between what your current roadmap as a wallet looks like and support and what does your future look like? Having to use multiple staking providers to hodgepodge together like your matrix of supported chains, it's just like increasingly more difficult. The other thing I would add is like beyond just integrating a validator and kind of like having your user click and delegate their stake, like how do you make it easier for the folks that are going to be staking? Is there a staking API that you can integrate, right? Is there an opportunity for you to display rewards in a sort of clean way? Again, back to the joke about my dad, like he stakes, but he has no idea how many tokens he's earned, and I have trouble figuring that out for him. So like beyond just validators, when you're assessing providers, do they have value additive stuff like rewards and all that other stuff that I mentioned to make it easier for your end users?
Fantastic. Xavier?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Coinbase and Blockdaemon are both, world-class node operators. So apart from the standard reporting and, tracking the rewards and reliable infrastructure and redundancy, etc., I think a lot of our partners are very crypto native, like I mentioned at the start. So we do a lot of work with like VCs because they want to know where the space is going. So we sort of secure a lot of these new networks that, we have our own sort of thesis and vision, and we're quite big in the Cosmos specifically. We're a team of 50 compared to some of the bigger node operators, like completely employee owned and operated, which is also quite unique and also based in Switzerland. So we're quite a niche node operator in the space, just in terms of seeing where, I guess, the whole entire ecosystem is going. And so we tend to partner up with institutions that are also interested in trying new things. For example, there's a lot of institutions coming now into the Cosmos. So potentially they might tap our knowledge into the ecosystem, which will sort of consult them almost. So yeah, our infrastructure is definitely one thing. And now we've got like a dashboard where any one of our partners can sort of, the dream is sort of a one-click staking API, which I know Coinbase and Blockdaemon also have, probably already. So yeah, like I think we're a year or two behind some of these entities, but now we're getting there. 2023 is going to be a big year for us, and we like partnering with people that, like being at the cutting edge of the space.
So what sort of things are you trying to focus on in kind of the internal meetings in terms of how to differentiate yourself in the space?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. It's probably the classic age-old question in node operating is like, how do you differentiate? It's really hard. I don't necessarily have an answer for that, but I can give one area that Chorus One looks at to try and differentiate. So MEV has been like a really big topic for us in the last 12 months. We released a paper a week or two ago on MEV and Solana called Breaking Bots, if anyone wants to check it out. It's about understanding MEV in all ecosystems because it's different in Cosmos and Solana and Ethereum. And I mentioned EigenLayer before. There are additional services that validators might start offering, like maybe it's an Oracle in some Ethereum application or something like that. Or is there a way for a validator to really gain intelligence in MEV, of course, in a way that's still in the ethos of the ecosystem, but potentially then distribute that extra yield to delegators? And that's a way potentially, if you see Chorus One as earning delegators extra yield in a nice ethical way, then would you stake more with Chorus? Like maybe the argument there is yes, but this is very, very early. Yeah, we have an MEV team that's been working on this for a year now. There's 3 or 4 people there, now distributed across Cosmos, Ethereum, and Solana. So yeah, that's the way that we see a big differentiator in the future, for us at least.
And I think just optionality in general, and it's something that you said, Tom, and I think it's great to see you guys all agreeing on that concept that we need other options in the space. Otherwise, there's then the argument comes up around centralization, and there's the pros and cons, you debate it and such. Chris, I'd love to get your thoughts based on what Xavier was saying is, how do you feel about sort of newer players in the space? Do you see it as competition? Do you see people nipping at your heels? Are you excited for more people in the space?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've never shied away from competition. I think it's great. It causes us all to be better and to look at what we're doing and see how to improve and innovate. So, lack of competition would get kind of boring. And we look at our competitors, and we love it. Like I don't think that's a problem at all. I think overall for blockchain and for decentralization, it's a good thing. And I think where we think we add value is in places like a single staking intent API that cuts across different blockchains, and the multi-party computation side of things. We think that we're ultimately going to be 2 or 3 steps ahead of folks, and so we're not too worried about what our competitors are doing.
Nice. Tom?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the way that I think about it, right, is the worst case scenario for Coinbase Cloud is running too much of a network, right, where we have incredibly high network penetration and are sort of like an arbiter of the future of the network in the event that there's an outage, right?
That's a really strange position. There's not many industries where that's the case.
Yeah. It's an awkward situation in some cases, but because of that fact, it lends itself very well to healthy competition. And to your question earlier around use case, I think like when new staking providers pop up, I don't view it as like the addressable market for Coinbase Cloud shrinks, but rather like the use case specific form of staking has gotten a little bit smarter. And our sort of way of approaching competition is sure, like a nimble startup looking to add staking in a wallet might make sense for XYZ provider, and like there could be a graduation path that works. Also, like to Chris's point, people are making really cool stuff, and like we get inspiration from what our customers want, what our competitors are building, and that's we're all kind of at the front of what staking might be in the future. So any new entrant that comes in and makes something cool gets us excited.
So what about, and this is just an open question for anyone who wants to pick it up, Web 2 infrastructure companies moving into Web 3, the Googles, your Cloudflares and the such, we're at Interop, we're talking about Interchain. Do you think those companies have what it takes to deal with the interchain complexities of like staking infrastructure? Anyone? I mean, go for it.
I'll speak briefly. I think one of the advantages that cloud brings is the reputation and history. Right? We existed as Bison Trails before Coinbase Cloud, and now we're Coinbase Cloud. So we have a track record and really like the ability to run multiple blockchains. But it isn't just running the validators. We have a team of protocol ops teams that research and liaise with the protocols themselves. Short answer, yes, I do think they can do it. They're behemoths, like they absolutely can build it. The question is, are they going to invest not just in the machines to run the validators, but the surrounding support to run it in a healthy way? And I'm curious to see how that shakes out.
Chris?
I wouldn't add much there other than, you're right. I mean, there's a lot of resources that are involved there, and they set their minds to something, and, I don't have any doubt in the engineering prowess. I think that there's a difference in terms of the will, too, right? A lot of times folks are looking for people who already have expertise in this area.
But that's one of the things, like, do you think you can just hire in people, or is it an internal, like, culture within the business that you need to be an interchain Web3 native company to be able to offer this properly?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some like cultural biases as far as like folks wanting to increase financial inclusion and be part of a decentralized movement that would make it more difficult. But like money goes a long way, so I wouldn't preclude that from happening. But so far that hasn't been a challenge we've run into. We have got people that work for us that know the stuff inside and out, and we're happy to collaborate with the Web 2 companies and helping them bring them along on this journey too. Because I think collectively we feel like it's the direction that's good for us all to head.
Fantastic. So we've only got a couple of minutes left. So I want to direct this one to Xavier as well. What's personally your favorite experience in your kind of journey into a more interconnected Web3 sort of crypto space?
Does it have to be interoperability related or staking related, or?
I mean, if you've just got an anecdote that's Web3 related, that's fine. But I was thinking kind of the interchain part.
Okay. I mean, interchain right now, interoperability, I think it's really important for financial assets. I think where it's going to get interesting soon will be like interoperability across communication peer-to-peer networks, which is like a bit different. And how can these communication peer-to-peer networks then interoperate with the interoperability networks of like value transfer? So like how can you have data transfer, which Axelar and some of these networks are trying a bit to have just generalized cross-chain message passing. But I guess yeah, I think in the future, this type of experience, like right now, there are some out there, without naming names here, but I'm really optimistic on this. I have to admit right now, I don't use crypto as much as what I think I could because the applications aren't interesting enough for me to use. And this can change, and it should change, and I think it will change, but I think this next cycle will be the very start of what this looks like between the different layers.
But I think it's actually interesting you say that as well, because it's not on you to create those use cases. You're building the part that allows those use cases to happen. Like, and that's the thing that I'm actually. It's not as sexy as some of the things in Web3, but like Web3 infrastructure is the part that I want to see be done right, because we can figure out those other use cases and things. But I think the concept of blockchain and how it can work around the world is obvious. Tom, have you got any thoughts?
I mean, this is kind of cheesy, but like the way that I think about really well infrastructure is kind of like good police work in a sense. Like when it works well, you don't notice it's there, right? Like that's kind of the way that I want this to be. Is like, again, I don't necessarily work interchain in applications. I'm a nerd. I just study like crypto staking. But if we make staking really easy and make the ability to pass information across chain, that means that somebody can build a super cool game that I would play. Like, can they make Tetris decentralized across chain? Like, I'm there. That's my take. But like, I haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping we can give the tools to these folks to do that.
Fantastic. We only got a few seconds left. So, Chris, any thoughts for your favorite part of the interconnected world?
I think aggregated liquidity pools. I mean, that seems pretty exciting. I think liquidity in general is something that's just amazing, and it's something that when you have solid infrastructure, you can start to build cool things on top of.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, guys, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've been a keeper from CryptoSlate, and as I've heard several times here at Denver, have a good one.
Hello. Thank you to the panelists. I am also stoked for aggregated liquidity. Now, I want to tell you something. I am excited for the future of crypto. Do you think that aliens fly around in their spaceships with fiat? Hell no! They don't got little paperbacks in their pocket. They're using MetaMask. All right. I'm sorry. You got to be back here, 11:40 for the next guests, for the next host. You're going to love it. See you all then, GM.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Galen Moore.
Wow, that was pretty great. How many people really enjoyed Gabriel Haynes? Right? I mean, that guy is one of the greatest. If you don't know, now you know. Follow him on Twitter. He had me, unfortunately, incapacitated in the back for a little while, but I recovered, and I'm back, and I'm ready to introduce the next panel. Hope everyone's had a good break. It is crowded back there. Everybody come in here. We have a great speaker coming up next. David Maziers from Stellar is going to give us an outlook for 2023 on what's happening in the Stellar network. So please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about DeFi meets real-world assets, right, which is the Stellar outlook for 2023. So as everybody in this room knows, blockchains for robustness need to replicate the ledger on a bunch of machines all around the world. And generally, this means that you need a consensus protocol to make sure that all the copies agree on what the state of the ledger is. And the way most public blockchains do this is they use incentive-based consensus, right? So these are things like proof of work, proof of stake, where at a very high level, what we're doing is we're granting virtual currency, cryptocurrency, to people as a reward for them doing things that make the consensus more secure. And this has a lot of advantages, right? It lets anybody participate anonymously in administering the ledger. And the open membership is really good because it helps censorship resistance, right? If like some miner won't include your transaction, well, maybe some other miner will, and so eventually you'll be able to publish your transaction. And finally, incentives are an ideal mechanism for coin distribution. If you're creating a new cryptocurrency and you want to get the coins out there in a way that there's a limited supply, but people believe they have value, then mining is great. But what I'm going to argue in this talk is that many tokens are actually better served by something that we call proof of agreement than either proof of work or proof of stake. And specifically, these incentive-based consensus mechanisms are not ideal for issuer-backed tokens. So this is any token where the actual value of the token comes from some promise that someone has made off-chain rather than something intrinsic to the blockchain. For example, cash-backed stablecoins or tokenized securities, carbon credits, right? Loyalty points, right? Anything where the blockchain, it's not the blockchain itself, but the fact that someone has promised to do something in the real world in exchange for those tokens. And the problem is that if your token transactions are too valuable, then the incentives may be insufficient for security, right? Let's say that your miners are pulling in $20 million a day, and now you're thinking of issuing like $1 trillion CBDC or something on the blockchain, right? Those incentives aren't right. Like that's not good enough to, protect something of such high value. Whoops. Conversely, of course, if your fees are too high, the incentives are too high, then you'll end up paying too much for your transactions. Another problem is that really you are kind of gratuitously extending the attack surface in a lot of cases, right? Think about Circle has sold over $40 billion worth of USDC, right? And there's nothing in the blockchain that prevents them from just kind of walking away with that money and saying, thank you very much, because the blockchain can't force them to wire money in exchange for redeemed USDC. Instead, what we have is we have courts, right? If they tried to steal the money, you could sue them. They might go to jail, right? And in general, as a society, we've kind of invested a lot in protecting ownership rights and enforcing contracts and regulating our banks to keep them solvent. And so it's kind of, we're depending on that stuff anyway to keep these tokens valuable. So it's kind of unfortunate that we also need to depend on these incentives for the consensus mechanism. Conversely, from the issuer's point of view, they have to worry that if the people running the blockchain fork the blockchain, they might issue a bunch of, say, cash-backed stablecoins and now face twice as many redemptions as they've issued coins. So what this means is that all blockchains on some level, regardless of the consensus protocol in the blockchain, actually require human agreement, right? People need to agree what consensus protocol is in use, what the parameters are, what transactions are valid, right? What the semantics are of transactions. And you see some examples of this. For example, with Ethereum in 2016, they introduced a change to the semantics. They had a weird one-time state change in order to repair a theft from a bug in the DAO contract, right? And most people agree this is a good idea, not everyone. And so what we got is people who like the new rules continued to call the blockchain Ethereum, and then there was Ethereum Classic, which kind of played by the original rules. And what's good about this is that at least we called them by different names, so there was, nobody got too confused. Last year, Ethereum switched from proof of work to proof of stake. But actually, there's a small contingent that prefer the proof of work. So they're called Ethereum POW now, or ETHW. But what we mean by Ethereum is the new proof of stake protocol, right? So this is all well and good, but what it means is that the underlying consensus of a blockchain is useless unless we also, on some level, have human agreement, right? Imagine that Coinbase and Binance did not agree on whether Ethereum had switched from proof of work to proof of stake last year. This would have been catastrophic, right? Tokens sent from one exchange to the other exchange would have gotten lost and disappeared. Customers would have lost value. Everybody would have been angry. It would have cost the whole industry a huge amount of credibility and would have massively penalized both companies, right? So there's a huge amount of incentive for everybody to agree on what the rules are, right? But the thing is, usually this kind of human agreement is not actually formalized, right? To take another example, imagine you're forward-looking and you put your apartment lease on a blockchain, right? So you're renting an apartment, it's on the blockchain, you can show that on the blockchain you have a right to occupy this apartment. You come home and find a squatter, right? At some point, you're going to have to convince the police that, this is the particular blockchain you're using and this contract is the one that governs your apartment. And for that, you will have to possibly show like a paper contract that was like signed by your landlord. Okay, so what we do in Stellar is a little bit different. We do this thing called proof of agreement. And the basic idea here is to say, well, we kind of need human level agreement anyway so that any of these issuer-backed tokens have value. So why not leverage that human level agreement, formalize it, and then leverage that for the consensus? And the caveat here is that it doesn't work if you want to kind of distribute cryptocurrency the way you would mine Bitcoin. But otherwise, it works really well. And the way this works is that the validators are not anonymous machines out there. They are known entities with a reputation. And each validator picks one or more sets of other validators that we call quorum slices that are basically the people that they definitely want to agree with, right? You have to agree with at least, you're not going to accept anything unless at least one of your quorum slices unanimously also agrees to that same thing. And then basically you only reach consensus when you're part of a set where every validator in that set has actually been satisfied with a quorum slice. In the example that you have up here, we've got 4 nodes, nodes V2, V3, V4. Their quorum slice is also V2, V3, V4. So that's a quorum, right? Everybody's happy if everybody in that set agrees. On the other hand, if you look at node V1, its quorum slice is V1, V2, V3. So that is a quorum slice, but it is not a quorum because V1 is saying, I'm only going to agree to something if V2 and V3 do. V2 and V3 are saying, we're only going to agree to stuff if V4 does as well. So the smallest quorum here that contains V1 is actually the set of all nodes, V1, V2, V3, V4. Right? So what's great about this is there's no proof of work needed, there's no staking needed, so it means the validators don't have to do a lot of work, and the consensus can be very fast, low latency. And more importantly, token issuers can be protected, right? If you're issuing, say, a currency-backed stablecoin, and you tell people, hey, I'll redeem this stablecoin for $1, right? You can say, and by the way, this is the particular validator that I'm going to use to decide whether or not it's been redeemed. So if you care about my stablecoin, you might want to put that validator in your quorum slice. And this now protects everyone from kind of disagreeing with the token issuer over who owns which tokens. All right, here's a little bit more complex example of how quorum slices might work in practice, right? It could be that the world kind of organizes itself into a hierarchy of tiers, much the way the internet does, where you have tier 1 ISPs and then regional ISPs and so on, right? And there's a little problem here with the PDF, not sure why, but let's say for the sake of example that the top 4 retail banks in the US become the kind of market forces decide that this is going to be the top tier of validators. What's nice about this is just as nobody has to agree on what is and isn't a tier 1 ISP, it's just a thing that most people agree to, and sometimes ISPs play chicken. Here, we've got the same thing. right? So V7 and V8 might say like, well, okay, we understand that we don't want to like have a divergent worldview from these large banks, but we also don't trust them at all. We think they're going to rip us off the first chance they get. Well, that's okay. With this proof of agreement, you can protect yourself. And what V7 and V8 can do is they can say, okay, you know what? We're going to extend our quorum slices. So we're going to require that in order to believe that something happened, we're going to require that 2 out of the 4 big banks agree to it. We're also going to require that one of these 3 nonprofits agrees to it over on the right-hand side. We've got Stellar, EFF, and the ACLU. And maybe the nonprofits depend on 3 out of the 4 big banks, but also like 2/3 of themselves, right? So now, just for the sake of argument, let's see why this protects V7 and V8 by seeing what would happen if, in fact, these banks tried to misbehave. So suppose Citibank walks up to V7 and says, hey, V7, here's $1 billion that I'm going to send you on the blockchain, and I would now like to leave with $1 billion worth of goods from your store. I'd like to, fly away with this fleet of airplanes that I bought from you. And so V7 is going to say, I'm only going to believe that I received $1 billion if I'm part of a quorum that actually where everybody agrees that this transaction happened. V7 is going to say, I need 2 out of the 4 big banks. Okay, that checks out. I need 1 of the nonprofits. The nonprofit needs 2 out of the 3 nonprofits. This all checks out, right? If all the green check marks agree that this payment happened, V7 is happy and says, take your fleet of airplanes. Have a nice day. Thank you for the $1 billion. Now, Citibank colludes with a bunch of other big banks and tries to do a double spend attack. So they walk up to V8 and they say, hey, V8, here's $1 billion. Please give us your fleet of airplanes, right? And now V8's going to say, well, just a second. I want to make sure I'm part of a quorum that agrees I've really received the $1 billion. And I need one of these nonprofits. So Stellar and EFF are not going to agree to this. They know the $1 billion went to V7, but maybe the ACLU was straggling and like V8 got unlucky and talked to the ACLU. But the ACLU's quorum slice includes 2/3 of the nonprofits. So ACLU is saying, well, I'm not going to believe this unless Stellar or EFF does. They're not going to believe it, and therefore V8 is not going to fall victim to this double spend attack. Okay. So that's the idea of proof of agreement. And Stellar has been using proof of agreement with my SCP consensus protocol since 2015. And a lot's happened since then. We've got a lot of relevant assets on the network today, including obviously USDC, but also more interesting recent assets like Franklin Templeton has an on-blockchain government treasuries or bond mutual fund available. And what we have that's very gratifying is we've had now a bunch of real-world usage that's kind of beyond the blockchain community. So Vibrant, for example, is an app that lets people save money in US dollars. And this has been used by people in Argentina and other places with high inflation to be able to save money in a stable currency. MoneyGram is a very large money transfer operator that even like predates blockchain, and they're using Stellar such that basically if you have Stellar assets, you can cash out in over 190 countries at their over 300,000 retail locations, right? And I think you can cash in like a couple dozen countries now, and that number is expanding. We recently released Stellar Aid Assist, which has been used, among others, by the UN High Commissioner on Refugees to send aid to internally displaced people in Ukraine. So in general, Stellar has some of the least expensive and fastest transactions of any major blockchain, right? And the reason for that is that there's no need for mining. Running a Stellar validator is like running a full node in another blockchain, right? You don't need to be compensated to run a full node. You just do it because it's convenient to have a copy of the blockchain around. Almost all operations cost less than 1/100th of a penny to send. And so by configuration, the latency, like the ledger closes every 5 seconds, right? That's a configuration. We could reduce the number if need be, but we don't want the ledger growing too fast right now given the level of activity. Now, what's the bad news? The bad news is that today, Stellar lacks the extensibility of general purpose smart contracts. So if you want to issue assets or use our DEX or automated market making or hash time lock contracts or compliance features, we have all these features built into layer 1, and you can use those exact versions. But if you want to implement your own arbitrary DeFi logic, you can't do it. And that is what is going to change in 2023. So 2023 is going to bring smart contracts to the Stellar mainnet using our new smart contract platform called Sorbonne. And this means that you'll now be able to develop WebAssembly smart contracts with the same inexpensive, low latency, issuer protecting proof of agreement consensus that we've been using for Stellar transactions all along. Not only that, but these smart contracts will have full interoperability with Stellar's existing ecosystem, including all the existing assets, services, and on-off ramps that we have, like MoneyGram. So blocks basically now are going to contain two types of transactions. There will be classic transactions and smart transactions. And the classic transactions will have the same simplicity and low cost as today's network, that we're not changing that transaction format. The new smart transactions will invoke WebAssembly smart contracts. And what's cool is that these smart contracts will be able to access all the classic assets using the exact same interface as available for smart contract defined assets, right? So if you want to issue an asset and you want people to use that asset in smart contracts, you might decide to issue it as a classic asset anyway, because then when people are just moving it around, they can use the classic transactions. Okay, so I think any kind of smart contract added to Stellar would be exciting, but there are a couple of things that are specific about Sorbonne that we think are going to make it very good for the blockchain. One is that we've designed it for parallel execution from the ground up. So transactions declare, what state they touch. It's very easy in advance to see which transactions will conflict and which can be executed concurrently. Sorbonne eliminates the need for most serialization and deserialization, which is often kind of an expensive part of using smart contracts. Usually contracts can just manipulate handles for more expressive types that are kind of in the native runtime. There's a fine-grained calibrated gas model, so that if your transaction, if say computation is a bottleneck, you won't have to pay extra for storage. Would just, the rate will go up for computation. And finally, there'll be we're working on state archiving, so as to ensure the long-term sustainability of the blockchain. It won't, the ledger state won't grow without bounds. But also if there's a particular ledger entry that's your balance, like a high balance and some token someone's issued, and that accidentally gets archived because you forgot to pay your rent, you'll be able to recover that. It might be a little more than 5 seconds, but it will not be a catastrophe. So we also think Sorbonne is going to be good for developers, because we've designed it for general developers, whether or not they have Web3 experience. And in particular, we've used Rust, which is a general purpose, widely supported programming language with obviously a vibrant community and a lot of support. If you don't like Rust, of course, you could use anything that compiles to WebAssembly. So that's a lot of languages, but we're building an SDK for Rust. We've also pursued kind of a batteries included approach, where there's a lot of built-in contracts and host functions that make it simpler to build a smart contract, but also make the resulting code smaller because you're just calling into the native functions, and they also improves performance. And finally, and I think probably most interesting to people who don't have a lot of Web3 experience, is that we have a local sandbox that lets you compile all your smart contracts down to whatever you're running on your local machine, like x86 or ARM native code. And this means that you can develop and test your smart contracts just as you would any other code, right? You can have unit tests and whatever, and you can just run it all on the local machine. And you can even debug it using a normal debugger like GDB. So if you're wondering why your smart contract's doing something while you're developing, you can just step through it with the debugger and see everything that's happening. Of course, the real reason we're doing this is to improve financial access. So ultimately, we think Sorbonne is going to be really helpful for financial access. Already, Stellar reaches a lot of people who are underserved by existing financial products. But unfortunately, I think the large organizations that we've been partnering with, or who've been using it, things like the UN, they tend to be relatively slow and cautious, and I think rightfully so, right? They shouldn't necessarily embrace some new technology too quickly, but that does mean it kind of limits the pace at which we can get this rolled out. Once we have Sorbonne, it's going to connect these underserved communities with really fast-paced DeFi innovators, right, who just work at a much faster pace. And that's going to open up the possibility of all kinds of new mechanisms for things like liquidity, lending, borrowing, and so on. But of course, ultimately, the real value of smart contracts isn't the applications that you anticipate, it's the ones you don't anticipate, right? Because if you anticipate the application, you could always just kind of hard code it in the layer 1. So we're really most excited to see what it is that people are going to come up with and how that can help the communities who are already served by Stellar. So thank you. And if you want more information, you can go to Sorbonne.org. .stellar.org.
All right. Up next on the stage here, Ko Kim from Sui is coming up to give a presentation on what Sui is looking out to in 2023. And I know there's going to be some Q&A from the audience. So, put your thinking caps on, come up with some intelligent questions. And I can't reveal too much, but I understand that the talk is going to have something to do with game theory and the zombie apocalypse. So, please give a big round of applause for Ko Kim from Sui.
All right, the lunch crowd is always a hard one, right? So I'll try to keep this interesting for all of you. So hey everyone, welcome to Denver. My name is Ko. I head up growth at the Sui Foundation, formerly headed up ecosystem at Misson Labs, which is the parent company, and then been long time in kind of like the gaming industry, formerly a lead of Google Play's games business, and also like angel investor specifically focused on gaming and consumer goods. So for as long as I can remember, I've been playing video games almost all of my life. And one of my favorite games of all time is The Last of Us. How many of you out there are watching the live action version of Last of Us on HBO Max? Great. So how many of you actually play the game? Oh, it's about surprising. All right, cool. So of course, I was very excited to watch the live action version. It's been a really good kind of thing to follow along, especially after I played this game 10 years ago. But what does surviving in a chaotic world with a bunch of infected have anything to do with, being a startup founder in the Web3 space? But I'll get back to that in a minute. So first, let me introduce you to the core team behind Sui. First, we have Evan, who is our CEO, the big team leader that got the gang together. Second is Sam, who's our CTO. I also affectionately call him Father of Move, the Move Father, but so some people in the thing. But he's the one that's helping architect and designing a lot of the things that you're seeing with the Sui blockchain. Adony is our CPO. He leads our product team. Kostas is our chief cryptographer, really focused on the security side, and George is our chief scientist, and he's really focused on research. So here at Sui, our mission is to create the foundation for the decentralized web that makes safe, secure digital ownership accessible to everyone. But then how do we know we're doing this well, right? That's always the $1 or $1 billion question of how do you know that your ecosystem is doing well? So, and it really boils down to this one metric. For us, it's really about how many meaningful connections can we create for the Sui builder. And in order to thrive in a challenging climate, builders need to assemble their trusted team with individuals fulfilling specific roles. And these individuals may not have to be actually in the same team. They actually may be their collaborators. And on top of that, you have to develop a network of reliable allies. So, and as we all know, the odds are pretty stacked against startups. About 90% of all startups fail. About 10% of them fail, don't even make it past their first year. And as we all know, being a founder, especially in a competitive industry that we're in, is really demanding, and stressful. And probably for most people, probably the biggest roller coaster ride ever. And trust me, I've been in the rise of mobile gaming, free-to-play mobile gaming 10 years ago. And being here, I thought that was fast 10 years ago. This is a different level of fast. But having fun, none the same. But really, for a Web3 startup, it's not just about your product market fit, right? There's a lot of problems that could occur of why you're not going to make it. It could be your lack of financing, so not being able to raise funds. It could be you just haven't done really good job building your community, but not even your community of your users, but then also your community of collaborators or maybe the kind of different project teams that you want to integrate. So you may not have a strong enough business development strategy. It can also just be recruiting, right? You just can't find enough engineers, but you can't find community managers, developers, a lot of all sorts of things, right? And if you really think about it, a lot of these problems really arise because the founder just didn't have the right connection at the right time. And so for a Web3 entrepreneurs just can't just be great product builders. They really need to understand how to build and leverage social networks within not only their local ecosystem, but within the broader ecosystem as well. And so that's why it kind of sounds a lot like the zombie apocalypse. Because let's be real, like, like in a zombie apocalypse, you really can't survive on your own. Like everyone knows you're just not going to make it. You never want to be the person who is the bait, right? So you kind of have to assemble your trusted, capable team in order to survive and thrive. So who is on the zombie apocalypse team? And it's okay if you don't know any of these characters, it's fine. But if you do, come back to me and you get a special prize. So if you identify these 5 games correctly. So first, you need a visionary leader. And that's kind of sees the big picture, very decisive, and can garner popular support. This is kind of like also known as your CEO. The second person you need is your tech expert, the person who understands how to solve problems and know how to apply those tools to build or repair anything. Usually, this person acquired these skills before the opportunity comes along, and they're really interested in kind of solving really big problems. This is usually your CTO. Most startup teams, and up until this point, most startup teams and in Web3 usually have these 2 roles covered. But you have to kind of fill up additional roles beyond that. You got the speed fighter, or your recon person. The scout is also the thing. This is your Swiss Army knife with an uncanny ability to solve any problem that you throw their way, and they always have an interesting way to solve them. I don't really know why. But this is your product strategist. It could be your operations lead. Could be your growth hacker. It can also be all of the above. So the fourth person is your medic. The medic is the caretaker who manages the group health, right? So this person ensures that everyone is kind of like in the right state of mind, keeps the group in really good fighting form, because this is probably your community builder or your business developer. And then the last person, which can be many people. We call them the brawlers or the foot soldiers, but these are really your dependable groups on the ground. And these are just some of the early developers, maybe your core community contributors that are kind of helping build your product, right? And they're pushing releases and fixing bugs. So, and if you think about it, academic research also backs this too. So I'm a University of Chicago grad. I'm really hardcore, like game theory, organizational, like kind of theory. But so one professor I actually really admire, his name is Ron Burt. He's a professor of sociology and strategy at the Chicago Booth School of Business. And he's actually a leading researcher in social capital formation and social networks. So his research is focused on structural holes. A structural hole refers to an empty space between highly connected contacts or groups. These contacts don't interact that closely, and they may or may not be aware that they actually exist. So connecting these 2 contacts or these 2 groups is called brokerage. And this activity can be highly resource intensive and can be really risky, especially for an entrepreneur, right? Because if these 2 groups don't have anything to know at each other and they have access to a lot of information and a lot of value, but because they don't know each other exists, they don't want to take that risk in order to make that connection. And this is where we at the foundation see the biggest opportunity to provide value for our builders and our Sui ecosystem. And it also defines how we think about our ecosystem building strategy from day 0. So by helping our builders create more diverse connections, this introduces new information, which often results in additional insights that can produce those aha moments, or maybe those serendipitous connections that may make or break your startup. This could be your first investor. This can be your advisor. This can be your first platform integration or your bridge. So like if you think about it just in our world, right? Like think about Adapt, right? You're launching on layer 1. There's a lot of these layer 1s. So that's one structural hole you got to consider is, all right, which layer 1 do I even launch first? Or what layer 1s do I even support, right? So should you launch your token on a decentralized exchange or a centralized exchange? Or should I do both? Which market maker should I even work with? How should I consider my tokenomics design? What wallets should I even support? Like, if I'm going to incorporate NFTs at all as a collectible reward, which marketplaces should I actually have those NFTs be tradable to begin with, right? These are a lot of structural holes that any founder or any project team has to really consider. And these are like just a lot of examples that can occur with it. A Web3 startup, right? And this doesn't even happen at a mature product. This literally happens from like day 0 when they start building out their product. So, and it doesn't end there, right? It does not just about making the connection per se, right? Once your connection is established, you have to now matter. Like as someone who's made that connection, now that project team needs to matter and it needs to fit not only within the local ecosystem that they're trying to be a part of, but and also serve a broader role within the bigger ecosystem. And that's critical. And this kind of connection, this kind of activity is called closure. And it's a really critical for aligning and basically building trust between diverse groups. And so closure creates more channels of communication within an ecosystem and allowing for more rapid and accurate information sharing. And so it also helps manage poor behavior, right? So because the more projects that think you're important or think that you're kind of valuable or critical to their growth, the more that they're going to try to support and advocate for your growth as well. And so how does the foundation enable builders to form their zombie apocalypse, startup team? It's really about how we create these opportunities to help our builders broker and close online and in real life. So today we're actually kicking off our builder house here in Denver. We're going to have a series because we want to meet our builders in real, like where they're at. And this is also around the world. So we kick off in Denver. We have 12 different houses. We have a lot of different programs that we are launching probably in the next 3 months. And we're really excited to see all the projects that's been showcased today. If you've been kind of tracking our social media metrics, and I will have to say a year ago, I had more followers than our Sui Network account, which was really weird for a Twitter account. But now, obviously, it's surpassed that. We have more than 625,000 members in our Discord server, which actually puts us in the most popular one of layer ones, if I'm last checked. And also nearly 375,000 followers on Twitter, with actually a very healthy engagement rate, which is way above what the competitive market is. And then we also support and encourage many community projects localizing our documents and code samples all around the world. We have people localizing documents in Mandarin, Korean, Japanese, Thai, Vietnamese. But this is in hand with some of our most important community partners. So we're just getting started. And there's a lot of things that are really important. And I think what's really exciting about Sui per se is that we're building a chain that has been designed for relationship building. And it's designed to track all that. And that's why we're excited to get this out the door and ready. That's it. I have a very short talk because I want to answer questions, but I can't answer the one mainnet question. But I can answer any other question. That's it. Bye. All right, Mike Roddy, who's the brave soul? No one? Go for it. I think you got one. Okay, we have one here and we have one over there. So we'll go with the front row first. What do you got for me?
I am the head of growth at Bushi. We're a day one launch partner with you guys.
Nice.
So super excited. Definitely want to chat with you. But I'm curious, how can I join one of those houses, or what does it take to join one of those 12 houses that you're starting here?
Yeah, so a lot of our houses, I know, I think with our houses, it's always gone beyond. So we always try to keep it small. By small, I mean a couple hundred. And so right now we have we opened up registration. I think we closed our registrations because we were really oversubscribed. But I think we have a lot of future houses coming, and we have a lot of social events that are kind of associated with the Builder House, but not necessarily. But short answer is you can just come find me, and I'll see. I have a few extra passes, so it's just come find me and I'll figure it out. So that's probably my fastest growing answer. Oh, cool. All right. As I said, if you know all 5 games, if you recognize all 5 games, then I will give you a special prize. But you have to tell me afterwards. All right, next one.
Hello.
Hello.
Great talk. Thank you. I've been in the Web3 space for about 7 years. I've seen kind of hundreds of L1s launch. What's the unique value prop that Sui brings to market to kind of attract developers and build a sustainable ecosystem? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So when I think about any layer one launch, as you said, and I've launched a number of platforms before, but I think the biggest thing comes down to accessibility. And it's not just accessibility for the users per se, like the end users who actually use the blockchain prodding wallet. I actually think it is for developers too. Because if you compare your developer tooling stack or how you build an application within a Web 2 world versus Web 3, it's actually kind of astonishing how little there is in the kind of Web 3 world, right? And I think what a lot of layer ones have kind of taken is they've taken this more of a tech first approach of, if we build it, they will come. But that's not really the case, because as I know, if I talk to developers, I mean, a developer is only going to choose a layer 1 because they think they're going to achieve fame and fortune, fame being users, fortune being money. And I think a lot of layer 1s have already proved that they can build fortune, right? That's like a lot of the DeFi activity and all that. But they haven't necessarily proved that they can bring users. And then why is that, right? And I think one, it comes down to accessibility. And that's like, how easy is it for any developer to build on any layer 1, right? And it's pretty hard. It's actually it's almost like the amount of engineering or programming you have to do that is almost like a low-level engineer is pretty astonishing. That'd be kind of scary being a security engineer, right? And making sure that nothing gets hacked. And I think that's kind of where we're kind of positioning ourselves as Sui. And first is how do we make it easier for people to prototype and build in a Web3 world, right? And that started off with a programming language. And that was the reason why we've decided to go at Move versus kind of adopt one of the other programming languages, because not a lot of programming languages were really designed to make it easy for people to build smart contracts. So that's one area. I think another area also comes down to the data model. Now, I'm not technical, but I will try to break it down for people that are not technical like me, because it took a long time for me to understand this. But if you look at a lot of blockchains right now, right, they're actually more of everyone knows it's a verification of ownership, right? But that's just because the data itself of especially for an NFT, if an individual owns something, the individual doesn't own that object per se. That object is in the smart contract. So every time you're trying to make a transfer or do any activity, you need to always call the smart contract. So if you imagine the way that you're basically how you're going to code, right? If you have to, and especially at a game, there's a lot of instances that you're going to have to touch that object. But also there's a lot of instances when those different objects need to interact with other objects, right? And most blockchains to this date have not been designed for that, right? They have been designed for peer-to-peer payment systems between banks, right? So if I was going to send you $10 and to another individual, right, I better hope that $10 does not change at any particular point, right? But if you think about Sui, right, we understand assets are a little bit different, right? If you're an asset, like a house or maybe a collectible trading card or maybe that level 100, World of Warcraft account that you have building up forever, right? There is a value associated with that, but that value changes depending on a lot of different factors. And it could depend on the owner who has it. It depends on the history. It could be the win record. It could be what version of this particular trading card or edition that this come from, right? And all of those can contribute to the change in value. And no blockchain allows you to model that per se, right? Whereas in Sui, right, because we're modeling everything as an object, you can actually attach metadata to that particular object, right? You can put in color, you can put in time, you can put in all the updates and all that, right? You can't do that on any other blockchain right now. And on top of that, the way that we're reaching consensus is that our network is actually looking at and helping evaluate what is the relationship between objects, right? And this is also really important because most blockchains don't care what the connection is between each of these objects or whatever you're putting in, right? Everything goes into the same block. If you send money or if you mint a smart contract and all that, it's the same thing, right? They treat you the same. Whereas in our chain, it's actually different, right? We actually do pay attention to what the relationships between those blocks are, and then we actually run consensus accordingly. And that's really cool, right? Because that actually does contribute to the speed story. But I'm not here to sell you speed, right? I'm here to tell you what you can now build that hasn't been possible in blockchain before, right? So, yeah. Does that answer the question, right? All right. We got another one on the end. Go for it.
Hello.
Hello.
Quick question. Nicola from Lemons Cup. We have been investing in ecosystems and layer ones since 2017. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're ahead of growth, so I'm sure that coming into market in 2023, it's different from 2017, 18. So question is very, very straightforward. I'm sure you have done homework. Can you name the best ecosystem and the worst ecosystem? So make names, please. And what they've done and what good, the best, and what they've done bad, the worst.
Do I have to stick in Web3?
Yeah, of course. Well, layer one.
Because I actually would argue I don't think a lot of ecosystems are going to be sustainable in the Web3 world.
Sure. That's why.
Probably. So, I mean, maybe I would say Ethereum, but Ethereum only enjoyed first market and first mover advantage. So, to some extent. So, but I think my short answer is I think if I look at blockchain specifically, if for me, an ecosystem, the health of an ecosystem and like the sustainability is dependent on like the question that I would ask a developer on like what technology stack would you use, right? So like, and it should never be like comparing layer ones. I almost feel like I shouldn't have to go tell a developer why our layer one is important, right? If you ask them like, what is their backend or their infrastructure technology stack, they should automatically assume, yes, I want to use blockchain in some way, right? Like, there's no question. We're not there yet as an industry at all. So like, I mean, like, everyone's kind of thinking, I mean, like blockchain or crypto and stuff, and this is like kind of where the opportunity is to some extent, is because like we haven't hit mainstream yet. We haven't even had the scale, the hockey stick early part yet. Because to some extent, it's like, it's most ecosystems that I feel to this date had to use, like, I don't want to call them artificial incentives, but you have to use a lot of incentives to get a developer to adopt or even use a product. I mean, still to this day, like, if you think about a user that has to use any application, they have to connect their wallet, that's already like a game over for user acquisition. So as someone who's been in the free-to-play world, they have people who install games on their phones and they don't even open them. So, and that's kind of like what we're competing with in this kind of type of user. So I would say that like, if we made it, it's because there should be no question that blockchain should be part of the infrastructure technology stack for a developer. And because we're not there yet, there's like no ecosystem that's done a good job. I'm hoping we're going to figure it out. But, you know, in the end, we got to live and learn and we got to like experiment with a lot of things. So that's my honest answer. So yes, in the front. Well, I think it's like, I don't know what I'm doing on time. I think we're cut. Oh, I have think. Well, I guess I think I'm cut on time. So, but how do you find me? Good question. I actually answer all of my Twitter messages, so you can find me on Twitter. If you want to send me a note on Telegram, it's I am Ko Kim. So I am Ko Kim, which is my full name, and so definitely love to get to know you. Send me more information about your project and everything. I'll hang out in the backstage area if you want to like ask me more questions, and yeah, call it there. But thank you. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
From Sui. That was a great talk, and I don't know, the T-shirt is lit. I understand they might be giving out some of that swag that Ko was wearing at the Biddle House later, so keep an eye out for that. The next talk, I think we actually have a pretty good segue here. I know there was a lot of talk about gaming and some questions and Q&A there. Really appreciate the kind of thing that projects like Sui and the Move programming language are doing, because I think a lot of times people think about, well, user experience, but they don't necessarily think about developer experience. And with, you know, tens of thousands of developers in Web3, obviously we need to get to a point where that number is more like hundreds of thousands, right? I mean, anyway. So look, our next panel is going to be really great. GameFi 2.0, interchain, sustainable, and maybe even fun. Abraham Choi from GameSwift, Magnus Ironroot from DeFi Kingdoms, Rebecca Lau from Saga, and David Waxman as a moderator. They're going to be talking about what the world of interchain gaming looks like in Web3. So please stick around and give a warm welcome for the panelists as they come to the stage.
Thanks,
everybody. Okay. So first, I'm a little bit insulted it's GameFi 2.0. I thought we were on 3.0 at least. And Square's been talking about Web 5, so I don't know. But I think the real purpose here is to talk more about the game than the fi. That's going to be the theme of this conversation. It's interesting that the entire crypto industry, or at least most of the biggest players, kind of started in gaming before they started in crypto, or even finance for that matter. For example, Jesse Powell of Kraken, I don't know if you guys know this, but kind of made his first money by creating a World of Warcraft kind of item swapping exchange. And there he saw that there was some sort of real value in virtual currencies and, even more importantly, virtual items. We've seen the same exact mechanic other places. Brock Pierce, infamous character himself, made a lot of money by doing the same thing, selling digital gold mined in an industrialized fashion in World of Warcraft online, and it turned out there was real money there too, real value, I should say. But we've seen over the last couple of years that there are umpteen ways that people are trying to shoehorn crypto into gaming. And some of them have worked really, really well. Some haven't. So here today are three of the world experts who are trying to solve these actual problems. How do we make gaming actually fun? How do we truly incorporate Web3 to make it a value add as opposed to something that's being just shoehorned in just because? And how can we actually go and make this a much more expansive and valuable ecosystem overall? Because gaming undoubtedly is the pathway to mainstream for this industry. So I'm going to let every panelist introduce themselves. Abraham, let's start with you.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Abraham Choi. I am the Director of Business Development and Investments over at GameSwift. GameSwift is a gaming publisher, gaming chain, game developer, and game launcher. Think about Steam for Web3. And by the way, we launched today, by the way. We launched 6 hours ago.
Congratulations. Woo! Good timing.
Yep.
Magnus.
Hey everybody, I'm Magnus Ironroot. I'm the Solidity Director at DeFi Kingdoms. If you're not familiar with DeFi Kingdoms, it's a tokenized fantasy RPG game. We currently have our own subnet called DFK Chain as part of the Avalanche ecosystem, and we're also recently relaunched our Serendel realm on Clayton.
So 2 different networks. We're going to get into that. Rebecca.
Amazing. Hi, guys. I'm Rebecca Liao. I'm co-founder and CEO at Saga. We are a protocol for the automated deployment of dedicated chains, and we are focused on gaming and entertainment.
And I think you guys all failed to mention, you're all gamers.
We are.
Absolutely.
And I think that's really important. Because we've certainly seen that some of the early Web3 games made some money, made a lot of noise. We've seen a lot of promises, but they weren't always necessarily fun. So Abraham, let's start with you. You are, at this point, you mentioned yourself as a game developer, a game launcher first, before even saying that you're in crypto, which you've been for 10 plus years. Tell us why you think that the focus needs to be more on making the gaming experience better than simply retrofitting tokenomics into something.
I mean, having a paywall, right? Like, I don't want to mention Axie Infinity, but I have to mention them. Like, when I first started playing Axie Infinity, my friends were like, come join. But when I first joined, they were like, you have to buy NFT, right? But what about the people in countries that they cannot afford it, like lower monetary income or monetary power? Like, how are they going to play that game? I believe that true gaming experiences, true game companies should be making games that's available for all. Even I don't agree with even the console wars, right? Sony versus Microsoft. I don't think that should be happening. I think everything should be, interconnected.
Okay, because you think it makes things more fun. I mean, the story of DeFi Kingdoms actually is quite interesting. Can you give us the very short synopsis version of it? Because you actually started as a DEX, not a game.
Yeah, sure. So we launched as a DEX on Harmony initially with the goal of kind of making DeFi more accessible. And so we put nice music, nice pixel art, kind of map you can navigate around on, and then renamed a few things like LP. We named it as Seeds, and then staking, we named it as Gardens. So it makes it very easy for new users to kind of get in and understand those lower-level DeFi concepts. And then we started layering on kind of gaming infrastructure with our hero NFTs and layer pet NFTs.
So you kind of pivoted into a game. You went from being a DEX with some terminology that made it a little bit more easy to understand what staking is, for example. And suddenly you sell some NFTs, and now people look at you as a game. Has this turned into a game already? What type of audience do you have today?
Yeah, that's a great segue. So we've got a very good core of dedicated users who are just doing tons of volume on our Avalanche subnet right now, as well as on Clayton. We're definitely looking to turn this from more of like a gamified DEX into a game that's actually fun. At some point this year, we're going to launch PvP, which it's going to be more like a 3v3 battle arena kind of concept, and then that will also go into PvE and the traditional things like that. We'd also like to integrate esports as well to really capture the average gamer as well as the crypto native.
Well, so you mentioned that you're on these 2 networks today, and you started actually on a different one. You also said there's a bunch of volume on these chains. Why? What is being posted, so to speak, on these blockchains? What type of transactions are better on-chain than off-chain? Because, of course, traditional games, we call them Web 2 games, call them console games, everything happens very much off-chain.
Yeah, sure. One of the big drivers is of course, our Uniswap V2-based decentralized exchange, just typical AMM. And then layered on top of that, people are questing their hero NFTs. And so basically they can start those quests and then wait a period of time and then complete those and earn rewards for that. The heroes get XP. That they can level up certain skills.
Is that XP then posted on chain? Like, for example, is there some sort of record of this that could be seen through a block explorer?
Yeah, absolutely. The hero can level up through what we call the meditation process. Once they get to, they kind of fill up that XP bar for that level. It's all posted on chain, and then we've had some really cool community developers come in and build either like mini games or different tooling around that. So it's been a big boon to us to have the metadata kind of change and be updated live on chain, and people can look at the history and also kind of like get some reward back for that time they spend in game in terms of like leveling up the NFT and making it more valuable over time to another player potentially.
Do you expect that there's going to be developers building on top of your kind of open source gaming structure? Like, do you think that there's going to be developers in this room conceivably who are going to actually build on top of DeFi Kingdoms in some way?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are countless community tools out there right now that are either doing analytics or building mini games. We actually have a Kingdom Builders program where you can come in and we'll give you support, whether that's through like our token programs or even just some technical knowledge as well. So yeah, we love to see people build on our chain and using our NFTs, and we would also love to see like some metaverse or like Ready Player One type atmospheres in the future.
Well, that sounds a heck of a lot more fun than playing FIFA, for example, or Madden 23. Saga has about 300 or 400 different potential programs or applications, I should say, making use of your platform that are set to be launched by Q4 of this year. Is that correct?
Yes. So we currently have around 130. We project about 300 by the end of this year.
Now, here's the question. How many of those are games?
80% of those are games.
What?
Yeah.
Why so many?
Well, so what is Saga? I described it earlier as a protocol for the automated deployment of dedicated chains. We think of the dedicated chain as a combination of AWS and NVIDIA in Web3. So not only is it your own space in which to build in that you can control as a game developer, but it is also the highest performance environment possible for your particular application. Now, which kinds of applications badly need this kind of infrastructure? It is gaming and entertainment, because it is all about the user experience. You're not looking for that financial return. You're looking to have a fun time. You're looking to connect with a community. I mean, why is it that somebody like Jesse or somebody like Vitalik, for instance, or Brock, these are all brilliant men, and they could do anything with their time, and they decide to devote it to solving problems in World of Warcraft? It's not just because it's a great game to play with really great game design. It's because there is a community around it. They feel connections to the gamers around them, whether they know them in real life or not. These are your friends. And so we have found the same dynamics in the wonderful Saga ecosystem, which GameSwift is very, very much a part of. And we hope to grow that feeling, that community, and eventually bring it to the rest of Web3 gaming, not just within Saga.
So one of the problems we were talking about backstage is that there does seem to be still a religious war between games that are deployed on Polygon, for example, and games on Solana. Does that make sense? Because I'll tell you what, it's not very fun if I can't play with my friend because he's got an Xbox and I've got a PlayStation.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's what GameSwift is trying to solve, right? Using Axelar to bridge into every single chain out there. We want to bridge into every single one, large or small. We want to talk with Sui, Cosmos, Near. We want to be everywhere, right? We're talking to BNB. We want to be everywhere on every chain. We want to offer gamers the ability to play on anywhere. That's what a true game launcher, game publisher should be.
And you guys are game developers. I mean, can you talk a little bit about the background
we're also
of your devs?
We are also a game developer. We just acquired a company called Star Heroes recently last year. They're ex-CD Projekt Red, ex-11-bit studio, so they made The Witcher 3, Cyberpunk 2077, This War of Mine, Frostpunk. They're based in Poland. Very strong dev team.
I mean, if I'm developers who have built Witcher, I probably know how to build a good game.
Of course, yeah.
How are they using their backgrounds to influence making great Web3 games?
So what we saw is the current state of Web3 is just tokenomics first, engagement, and good games second. We think it's wrong. We think good games first, tokenomics, NFTs, should be secondary. And we shouldn't be even calling them NFTs. We should be calling them game skins. Why change the game, right? We just don't see why we're changing the game.
Well, it does depend, I'd argue, on terms of what to call things. There's different audiences for different types of things. But I mean, like DeFi Kingdom, of course, started as a DEX. I'd imagine many of you have about 6,000 really rabid fans for now, and that's growing. But I presume most of those are pretty sophisticated consumers. However, at the same time, you mentioned that more and more people just want to play the game that know nothing about crypto. How are you solving that problem today?
Yeah, so our kind of next steps are to start onboarding the traditional gamer rather than just the crypto native. We do love our crypto natives, but in order to really expand in the space like we want to, we need to make that easy to onboard new users, and we're looking at a bunch of different solutions for that. Account abstraction is huge, and like leveraging social logins, so you could use kind of your traditional Web 2 logins and be able to create a wallet. You don't even know it's a wallet. You just know it's holding maybe your hero NFTs or your in-game tokens you earn, and then be able to play the game without even really caring about the underlying architecture.
But there is underlying architecture, and there is Web 3 components to it, and there are financial components too. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
And so, I mean, you mentioned that you believe you have a certain philosophy when it comes to why there should be this financial piping within games. Can you kind of explain that to the audience a little bit?
Yeah, so at the core of DeFi Kingdoms, it is the tokenization. And for example, owning your hero NFT, owning your pets, makes it very easy to kind of have that history over time, and it becomes like almost like a physical item that you grow attached to and can kind of care about that history with, and also I guess establishing the economy really protects the user if they basically can, using the decentralized nature of the blockchain, be able to trade and have an escrow service without really needing to trust a third party and potentially get scammed. So we're big on using blockchain technology to make the game more fun and really protect the player and unlock new experiences with.
To protect the players. I think that is a very compelling argument that even the SEC hopefully doesn't have a problem with. So I want to ask, what do you see, Rebecca, as some of the flaws in the initial, let's call it the 1.0 Web3 games? What have you seen as issues? Do you think tokenomics are a problem? What are the reasons why not all of them have taken off just yet?
Well, I would say that, so first and foremost, the reason why a lot of gamers saw an opportunity in Web3 is the mutual emphasis on community and, you know, the slight hint of rebellion as well. And finding your own ecosystem in which to flourish. And so that's why gaming first came into this space. I think the profit opportunity at the time, this is just the timing in the market, was just too good to pass up. And so while it is a bull market, why not introduce a token, have that be a reward in your game? And that's essentially your game design, is that you play the game and then you get rewarded with a token. That, I think, is going to see new iterations, given that we're in a bear market right now. But that general sort of basic game design has not survived the bear market. And I think that's been for the better. So now you hear any sort of GameFi panel that you attend, you hear a lot of emphasis on making the game fun. And I do think that is the next iteration. You know, the first iteration, we had games that really, really emphasized that token. And honestly, the in-game assets as well. NFTs would count as a part of this. I think traditional gamers hate NFTs as much as they hate tokens. But this time around, we're looking at games that have true entertaining game design. And honestly, game designs that take advantage of the decentralized nature of Web3. I mean, why is it that, again, going back to your original premise for this panel, why would it be the case that somebody like Jesse or Vitalik, why would they contribute time to this game? Because they feel passionate about it. And the premise at Saga is ultimately, yes, there will be multitude of game models, but why Web3 for gaming? It really is about that decentralized generation of content. Once you put the game out there, if you do have a fandom like DeFi Kingdoms, then creators will feel more passionate about your game than the original creators. They will want to contribute.
And this is a different type of creator. Let's be honest here. We're not talking about just YouTubers who are going online talking about a game. We're talking about people actually building things that might be deployable in the game, for example.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. And honestly, I mean, one of the reasons why this space has really taken up generative AI so quickly is, okay, say, you know, you love a particular character in a game. Now you're starting to fantasize about a certain storyline for that character. That's just your creation. Maybe you're not a professional artist, but you can go to generative AI and start to form that storyline. It becomes part of that multiverse. And honestly, in Web3, you have the freedom to do that. You're not going to be screaming at the door of Microsoft or Riot or Epic and begging them to allow your storyline into this game universe. You can just do it yourself as a good contributing member of this community.
I mean, that changes everything, right? We've
Yes.
seen that Red Hat, for example, and the open source Linux community has made a much better, more bulletproof operating system, for example. I'm not saying it's flawless, but certainly it's improving because of crowdsourcing. Perhaps the same could be true of gaming.
Yeah. No, that's absolutely right. I think the game experiences will become much richer. I think it'll change the ways in which ultimately people interact digitally. Remember that there are a lot of Web 2 technologies that we all know and love and use every day now that started off as gaming technologies. Gaming is one of the most demanding tech stacks out there. You make it work for gaming, you make it work for every other tech industry.
Well, Magnus, I want to change topics a little bit and kind of put you on the spot. I've heard that you have had a few scaling issues because you see your game's getting a little bit too popular.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us about some of the problems, I'm serious, some of the problems that actually exist with having a game on Web3, at least today? Because it turns out you might actually have some solution providers in this very room.
Yeah. But basically, we started out putting our entire questing system on chain. That's kind of like our highest volume transactions, I would say, but also all the level ups and things like that. And anytime you mutate the hero, it's going to be on chain.
Slow down just a bit, but yep, keep going.
Yeah. And essentially, we're limited by the EVM and what solutions are out there. And we have an Avalanche subnet, which we're able to basically just like do crazy volume for very cheap, and our users love that. But one of the problems is data storage, and as we kind of look to that next level, we may be looking at different VMs. Maybe we write a custom VM to support the scalability we need. I'm also a big fan of ZK technology. I think that's really the future. We're currently in Solidity, the EVM space, but there's potential to maybe do something a little more custom while kind of carrying over that history of the hero NFTs and pet NFTs and things like that in game. But yeah, basically, I think there are a lot of great, very bright minds working on scaling solutions right now. I'm just excited for the future, and we may have a part in building some of that as well.
Yeah, well, it does sound like it's a sincere problem. I mean, if it actually impacts the way your game performs, if it impacts the actual fun that your users are going to have, I mean, they can go elsewhere with their time, right? Abraham, you're also an investor, so I want to kind of change topics once again. With GameFi 2.0 or 3.0, where is value going to accrue? That is to say, is it going to be with NFTs that are the gatekeeping NFTs? Is it going to be in the underlying protocols that I guess transactions are going to be on top of? How do you see this?
I think it's going to be like L2, L3s. They're going to win. Also, like now everyone's doing game identity, right? GameSwift also has its own identity, like GameSwift ID.
This is kind of like a
like Steam ID. Like I think everyone's making that now. Like it's the popular thing that's happening in the gaming space, right? Making a wallet, making them an ID. We have that as well, obviously. But the thing is, we're going to approach Web 2 and Web 3. So you can log in with Google, Gmail, similar to DeFi Kingdoms. You will be offering them Web 2 and Web 3 solutions to help adoption really take place.
Okay. Well, I'm very excited to see what happens in 2023. And if 80% of things building on your platform are games, it sounds to me like we're actually going to see more transactions from gaming than from any other category in the industry, including DeFi.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, so it was because of happy circumstance that we chose gaming and entertainment as our go-to-market. But the reason why gaming is so well suited for this next generation of blockchain technology is it is a very high volume of transactions, but the transactions are meant to be lower in value. Whereas DeFi is the opposite. DeFi is a relatively low volume of transactions, but the transactions themselves are going to be relatively high in value. And so when you have the DeFi use case, you don't mind congestion as much. Yes, you want fast finality, but you don't mind the slowness of the system as much. And you also don't mind the gas fees as much because, again, your transaction value is relatively high. When it comes to gaming, it's speed of transaction is everything. And most gamers, honestly, are used to not paying for anything anymore. And so the gas fees, at the very least, have to be predictable and flexible. So our system is really well suited for that. Scaling is something that we're attacking very earnestly. So one of the ways that SOG is expanding the idea of the app chain is, I think most people think of app chain, sidechain, rollup, et cetera, as one application, one rollup, one application, one app chain. How it works on Saga is one application will have multiple app chains. And so you start to think of the app chain not so much as a chain that has the potential to be Ethereum someday, but you think of the chain as an instance on AWS. It is meant to be elastically scaled to the needs of the application.
And in this case, I'm hoping it simply makes games more fun to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, good. Well, thanks, panelists. It's been fantastic talking with all of you. Where can you all be reached? Where are you going to be available for questions later on? Back there?
I'll be here.
Just sitting on the stage? Sounds good.
And also, we're throwing like a GameFi event, Super Gamers, working with Super Oracles. We're sponsoring that event as well. So anyone who's a game developer, game publisher, NFT marketplace, love to meet you guys.
Excellent. Well, thanks, everybody. That's us.
Thanks so much, guys.
All right. So that was the fun and creative things that happen on the front end. And for the next panel, I think we're going to get into the mind-blowing and galaxy brain things that happen on the back end to make all that fun and creative stuff possible. Web3 and the future of data is the topic of the next panel. Please welcome Molly McKinley from Protocol Labs, Vasilis Tsiokas from Microsoft, Maggie Love as a moderator from Web Cloud, and Rich Widman from Google Cloud, and Mark Rekmilovich from Oracle. Please put your hands together, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hello. How's everybody doing? Woo! Excited about the Interchain future? Amazing. It sounds like it. So we're going to talk about Web3 and the future of data storage. We have a lot of big names on this panel: Google, Microsoft, Oracle, and Protocol Labs. So we're really seeing the integration of Web 2 and Web 3 right here. My name is Maggie Love. I'm co-founder of Web3 Cloud, and I'm director of ecosystem and partnerships. We build custom compute and storage infrastructure for Web3 protocols. And now I'm going to hand it over to my panel to introduce themselves.
I'll go first. Hi, everyone. My name is Rich Widman. I run Google Cloud's Web3 strategy. I've been in the crypto space now for about 6 years. I got my sort of crypto stripes as a securities lawyer representing a lot of projects during the ICO boom in 2017. I sit on the board of a number of companies, and I'm also an adjunct professor of law on business and cryptocurrency regulation.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Rekmilovich. I'm at Oracle Senior Director of Product Management for our blockchain solutions and technology. We've been in the blockchain space since about 2017-18, about 5 years, with a blockchain platform offering in the cloud, also on premises for enterprise customers. It's a permission blockchain predominantly focused on Hyperledger Fabric as a foundation with a lot of low-code development tooling, management tooling, orchestration, integration capabilities, analytics, etc. And it's an enterprise-grade platform with a couple hundred business customers running it, as well as a number of ISV solutions.
Awesome. My name is Molly McKinley. I lead the engineering and research team at Protocol Labs, working across IPFS, Filecoin, libB2P, your kind of core Web3 protocols that help power decentralized verifiable storage.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, everyone. My name is Vasilis. I am the Web3 lead for strategy and business development at Microsoft. Microsoft has been pretty active in the space for the last years, but I would say the last 12 months specifically, we have been much more intentional on a partner-led strategy. I had the opportunity to be earlier on the stage with Anchor, and looking forward to the discussion.
Great. Thank you so much. So a few of you touched on this in your intros, but where is your organization playing in the decentralized storage space, if at all? And if not, where more broadly in the Web3 space?
You want me to go first? I'll take the lead. So really, our goal at Google Cloud is to be the default space for developers to build in Web3, right? I think a lot of the pain points that we've observed over the last 3 to 4 years really happen at that developer level, right? It's starting companies, it's getting familiar with on-chain data, it's standing up the infrastructure, right? RPC nodes, validators, et cetera. And then there's a whole host of other issues that actually relate to storage. If you think about sort of how to get and scale horizontally your node infrastructure, oftentimes, we actually just saw this weekend with one of the outages. One of the difficulties was actually pulling snapshots of the full ledger in order to update validators to get them sort of back up and running and in consensus. And so our team's focus is really about solving all of those problems, both big and small. Part of the way that we're going to do that is offer a managed offering, which we call the blockchain node engine. It's essentially going to abstract away the infrastructure layer, allow people to deploy an RPC node on our infrastructure, and it's self-healing. So essentially, a DevOps team wouldn't need to manage it. We take care of it. And the other side of that is really sort of maybe the benefit of storage, which is we don't just keep these things in perpetuity for no reason. We keep them so that we can review them, analyze them, draw analytics, apply AI and ML learnings to them. And so our team's also working on a data storage platform that will sort of pipe in on-chain data from multiple protocols and make that available to developers sort of with the click of a button. So that's what we've been working on. Some of this we're building first party. A lot of it, as Vasily said, it involves partnership, right? And so that's what we've been spending a lot of time is finding those right partners in those spaces that augment our offerings so that we can go to market jointly.
Very cool. Really awesome to see Google getting so involved in the space.
All right, so just a brief introduction. I said Oracle started in this space about 6 years ago. In 2018, we've introduced our first cloud platform. And really our goal has been to make adoption of blockchain technology, broadly speaking, easy and quicker for enterprise customers, right? For businesses that need to run the applications together with other members of the ecosystem, whether it's supply chain, financial services, healthcare, public sector, government, education, retail, a lot of different industries where they have, if you will, permissioned consortiums. And the goal was to try to make it easier to integrate with identity management, provide solutions that would withstand the rigors of business-critical applications, 99.95% SLAs that are financially backed, high availability, decentralization across multiple cloud regions around the world, easy development tools to create applications for customers themselves who build custom applications, as well as ISVs that are creating vertical applications on top of the platform itself. But over the last couple of years, we started seeing a shift into more of a Web3 direction, where customers started being interested in leveraging tokenization, whether it's fiat fungible tokens or NFTs, and they kind of fall in two areas. We see, customers in media, entertainment, retail, telcos, sports leagues, etc., doing basically what, they want to make fan engagement or consumer engagement models, rewards programs, right, more engaging using NFTs. And that's not very different from traditional kind of NFT environment that you have in public chains. There is another set of customers that are actually using NFTs in business applications. So, for example, representing electronic bill of lading in supply chain, or parts traceability, or luxury goods that need to be tracked from manufacturing through retail and maybe even aftermarket resale. Electric vehicle batteries, there is this now movement around creating passports to track the batteries in your car throughout your car's useful life, but even after that, when they get repurposed and recycled and so on. So we're seeing kind of business applications and we're seeing consumer applications. And for consumer applications, they want to go beyond the permission blockchains and create hybrid environments where public chains offer liquidity on secondary markets. So we've been doing a lot of work in the integration space, actually creating capabilities to run atomic transactions across EVM-based chains, Ethereum, Polygon, etc., and now Hyperledger Fabric-based chain, but also broadening that as members of Hyperledger Foundation, we're looking first at the technologies like Hyperledger Firefly, Hyperledger Cactus, etc., as interoperability gateways between different chains. And we're beginning to see customers adopting that. This morning, in fact, I had an interesting conversation where somebody wanted to bring decentralized identity in a multi-chain environment, combining permission chains and public chains, but with a decentralized identity wallet actually backing up the user identity, and then Web3 authentication wallets included in that for different chains. So we're seeing that hybrid environment evolving, and that's very exciting.
Very exciting. And I think we need to remember, if you're more crypto or blockchain native, that the ecosystem does include a lot of these large players, and they are participants in the coordination game. Molly?
I imagine a lot of people in this room are probably actually pretty familiar with Protocol Labs. We started out in 2014 creating IPFS, which was kind of the first content addressing protocol that now underpins, I think, most NFTs at this point, along with all sorts of decentralized applications, decentralized websites, etc. Also built libp2p, which underpins Filecoin, Ethereum 2, Polkadot, and a ton of other blockchains, and decentralized applications as well. And then, culminating with Filecoin, which is a decentralized, verifiable storage platform. And that brings decentralized storage to all sorts of applications, all users of IPFS who want to have verifiable, incentivized long-term storage. And then the most exciting thing, which is actually coming in 2 weeks, on Pi Day, we are releasing the Filecoin Virtual Machine, which is an Ethereum EVM-compatible smart contract programming environment for everyone to launch applications and smart contracts that interface with decentralized storage and make it programmable. And we're super excited about this because it unlocks all of the builders in this room to start programming with verifiable storage, having things like self-repairing data storage contracts, starting to have staking protocols that can meet the storage provider demand for collateral to secure the storage that they're putting into the Filecoin ecosystem, and can ease bridging and collaboration between all of the other amazing Web3 ecosystems that we collaborate with heavily. And so I think Rich was talking about all of the importance of actually storing Filecoin and other blockchain state in it's verifiable and provable means of long-term storage, and making that really accessible so that groups like Solana, which is already starting to store their data on Filecoin, can do that using smart contracts as well.
Great. That's super exciting, by the way. So Maggie, I think I want to go back to your actual question. So you said, what is a spectrum, right?
Yes.
So at least at Microsoft, we don't see it as a spectrum.
Ooh.
We see it as every innovation is welcome, right? The industry is evolving. Decentralization is here to stay. That's definitely true. That's our thesis. So the way we see it is we want to be where our customers find value. If our customers find value in the decentralized storage, which many of them do, our job is to provide that value either through partnerships or through first-party products, as Reid said. So I don't see it as a spectrum, and I think that also builds on your other comment, Maggie, which you said, Web2 companies are in the Web3 space, and we are here because the value is here, the business is here, so we don't see it as a switch, Web2 versus Web3. We see it as I would say, a coexistence and a hybrid model where we learn from the Web3 natives, and Web3 natives can scale with the capabilities that most of the Web2 companies have. That's, I would say, our thesis.
Yeah, I really like that framing. And so a question I have is, Rich, you touched on this, but data is clearly incredibly important so we can build all these other use cases on top of it. And so what does Web3 or decentralized storage potentially unlock for use cases that potentially traditional storage models do not? Molly, do you want to start with that?
Yeah, I'd love to speak to that. One of the things I'm most excited about is this idea of data DAOs, of actually taking communities that care about a data set or want to kind of like band together to collectively govern the data that they're storing or refining and growing a collection of data, and can recur value from that over time, can unlock access to it to specific other parties, and can grow that in a decentralized manner. And so it's, what do we want from decentralized data storage? We want something that's going to empower smart contracts, going to empower DAOs, going to empower communities to actually own their data, recur value from their data, and govern it over time. And so, you want a multi-sig to be able to have access to collectively storing data over time, increasing the value of that data by maybe doing compute over it, running machine learning models over it, governing access to other parties. And so I think having those data storage primitives tied in directly to smart contracts and to our on-chain identities is really, really important to actually make it accessible to all of the builders who want, permanent storage of NFTs on-chain from their NFT minting contracts. And you're not going to have that if you have to pop out into doing a KYC process or have an individual's credit card hooked up. And if that individual's credit card gets turned off, then, oh no, your collective community-governed data set suddenly is offline or no longer being stored. I think you can see this with like the power of Hen, the NFT community that was using IPFS for its data storage. And despite that organization going under, this is now one of the most well-preserved NFT datasets in the world because so many different communities were able to come together and preserve the NFT data that was being stored there. And so now there's, I don't even know how many replications of that NFT community dataset. And so you can actually achieve really great resilience through enabling many decentralized parties to come together for that preservation.
And if I may jump in, by the way, I think you're absolutely spot on, right? And these are just the first use cases, the data DAOs and data dignity that we can see. Imagine all the other use cases that you can build up on top, right? So we all know that the latest 2 or 3 weeks, LLMs and ChatGPT is very much in the news. Imagine DAOs being able to train LLMs based on their own data that they have decentralized, and they can build their own, apps based on the data of the DAO. So, we're just scratching the surface. So many use cases that we cannot even think of right now, right? But I think it goes back to this idea of symbiosis, right? Web 2 companies, Web 3 companies, decentralized technology, AI. When you put all those things in a mix, like magic can happen. So totally with you on that.
Like there actually is literally a stable diffusion smart contract being deployed on FEM at mainnet launch.
I didn't know that.
That's going to allow you
Good.
to do those machine learning applications
So
on
my
top of
theory stands. Okay, good.
So cool.
Okay.
It's happening.
Yeah.
The future is already here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just also suggest, from a business or enterprise perspective, right, where there is much more significant data sovereignty requirements, data confidentiality, obviously for business data and so on. What we're beginning to see is what's really interesting from a regulatory perspective. There are requirements for transparency and traceability and so on. And so the companies that generally would want to protect all of their data, beginning to look at how do they separate the kind of traceability data they need to provide, whether, for example, sustainable sourcing, ethical sourcing, kind of things in electric vehicle supply chains. Batteries use a lot of cobalt that sometimes comes from really bad places with child labor abuses and things like that. So some of that traceability data, or in pharmaceuticals, the requirements by FDA to provide greater and greater levels of traceability for the pharma products, right? Usually at a container level, now it's at an individual pill box level in the next few years. Food, FDA also just promulgated some requirements for, under the Food Safety Modernization Act, to be able to provide traceability for certain food products across the entire chain, right? From, early suppliers, from farming all the way through, processors, distributors, and so on. So some of that traceability data is going to become more of a public data that actually will be, I think, provided through decentralized storage. That's where businesses, I think, are beginning to look.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's already said like the intelligent takeaways on this point, but maybe the last thing I'll say is that this actually decentralization becomes a solution to the problem that regulations are trying to solve, right? So a lot of these regulations around interoperability or data sovereignty and sort of like privacy-related regs, they're trying to get at this concern around who has control over the data, whether that resiliency is actually built into the process. And so if you can point to a collective group of actors, all who have perhaps competing interests at times, but are interested in at least preserving this data set, I think you do create a little bit of a solution that the laws are trying to solve, but may not be able to do so in practice. So I think that's the other unique opportunities, not just new business models, but also new ways at creating market efficiencies around how data gets stored over a period of time amongst a distributed group of actors.
Yeah, to Mark and Rich's point, there's also the visibility and creating that transparency also allows us to start optimizing for things that users really do care about, like how green is the energy that's powering our large-scale storage solutions. Like in stuff like Filecoin, you can have the visibility into the energy that's flowing into your data storage, and you can have all of that transparency of how green is this particular storage provider, how green is the Filecoin network, and so you have that kind of like that proof transparently through the entire system, and I love that that to become like a standard that we have across all of our data storage solutions, whether they're Web 3 or Web 2, so that we can be really optimizing for a greener future for everyone.
We do the exact same thing, and we were industry leaders in that regard. But that's one of the areas where you have to kind of, I think, Vasily, I agree with you in some ways, but in other ways I disagree, which is it's not just about seeing where people are now. It's also about like kind of cutting ahead and sort of creating a path that's well lit for developers to sort of see that opportunity. If you don't create that environment for them to incubate and build in this with respect to this problem, you're going to have to wait for real big trailblazers to come through, and that doesn't always happen. So I think there's an opportunity there for sure.
And I think that's critical because we have to be there as providers ahead of where the customers are, right? So the customers might need something 6 months, a year from now. They can't say, okay, let's start building it and deliver it yet, another year or 2 years ahead. So we're actually doing a lot of work in our blockchain program, in our ecosystem with ISV partners that are leading some of those capabilities. There is one project right now we're working on, in fact, on the transparency of the green energy with a company that provides a platform for solar installers and homeowners who actually install solar panels to manage the projects and actually look at the generated data and so on. They want to take it to the next step and create solar RECs, basically, right? Renewable energy certificates that can be put in the market, but they want to be able to show exactly, if I'm saying, let's say, have a solar REC for 1 million kilowatt hours, where does it come from, right? And, while it comes from this neighborhood, and there's, maybe 100, properties, 100 individual homeowners that have solar panels on their roof with these addresses where the actual generation comes from, and that's what feeds in the solar RECs. That end-to-end transparency and visibility is becoming really important because right now, green energy is not very transparent. Right? People, enterprises, companies that are buying those RECs can't necessarily always go and easily prove that what's supposed to happen in the back end actually happens. And I think that needs to change.
That's exactly where Filecoin Green is buying those RECs for an individual storage provider in a specific location, so you can show that the solar panels in your deployment go and fund the storage provider next door to have actual green energy flowing into that system. So it's really awesome to connect it end to end.
There's a lot of ability to prove things through the Filecoin network, like your data is still stored, like your data is green. So all of that transparency, I think that Filecoin is really leading the way in that. So we're out of time, but anything that all of you want to leave with the audience before you go about data storage or they should come find you?
No, I think we can all agree that it's time to build, right? And that's why we're here. That's why you're all here. And hopefully next year, when we will all be back in Denver, the whole industry will be much more mature. But I'm very excited about the future.
Microsoft will just send all their AIs to.
That's exactly the case. Yes.
Perfect.
That's right.
Okay, if nothing else, thank you so much, everyone, and find us and talk to us after.
Sure.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Thanks.
All right, everybody, thanks. And that was a fun panel. I actually think storage is like the most fun topic. So it's going to be a break for lunch back here at 1:30. 1:30? Yeah, back here at 1:30. And for the afternoon, we're going to have the Ethereum block of content, a bunch of panels focused on the Ethereum ecosystem and Ethereum-related technology. So back right here at the Gateway stage or over at the Hacker stage, we'll see you there. Thanks so much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start in about 6 minutes. So if you would, just work your way to your seats, please. Thank you.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Welcome to the stage, our MC, Kate Stapleton.
All right. Hello. Hey, everyone. Welcome to day 2, the final afternoon of programming for Axelar's first ever Interop Summit during Biddle Week here at ethdenver. Super excited to see so many people here, some friendly faces, some new faces. I'm Kate Stapleton. I'm the community lead here at Axelar. So usually I'm on the Discord, but very cool to see everyone IRL. And thank you, team, for letting me off the Discord and up on stage. So let's get into our first panel of the final afternoon here at Interop. So what are we going to be talking about? Well, we're going to be talking about what happens when Ethereum and Cosmos merge. On the panel, we have Yorgos Vlachos from Axelar. We have Nick White from Celestia. We have Lane Haber from Connext. We have John Cole from Hyperlane, Philip Zentner from Li-Fi, and last but not least, our moderator, Zion Thomas from TCG.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Woo. Good. I'm Zion Thomas. I'm head of research at TCG Crypto, which is an early stage investment fund. And I'm here today with a bunch of smart people on stage. We're going to be talking about what happens when the Ethereum and the Cosmos ecosystems merge. So before we start talking about that, I'm going to let these beautiful people give short intros. So can you talk a little bit about your background in crypto and what you guys are building?
Sure. So I'm Nick White. I'm COO at Celestia Labs. And at Celestia, we're building the first modular blockchain network. So we're building a pure data availability layer that enables other people to launch their own blockchains as roll-ups on top of it. And it provides lots of benefits to builders, but we should get into.
Hey everyone, I'm Yorgos, co-founder of Axelar Network, and we're building decentralized interoperability infrastructure to connect all chains.
Hi, I'm Lane. I'm one of the co-founders at Connext, and we are building an interoperability network as well, focusing mostly on the execution layer, so the integration point for developers.
Hey, I'm John, co-founder at Hyperlane, where we're building a permissionless interoperability layer.
Hey, I'm Philip. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Li-Fi. We are building a multi-chain DeFi middleware abstracting away networks.
Awesome. So first question I have for Philip. I know Li-Fi has done a great job recently with handling MetaMask bridge volume. I know you guys are, what, like 90% of all their transaction volume. Could you talk a little bit about how you've had so much success there as an aggregator and what it looks like competing with other aggregators in 2023?
Yeah, I think in general, the bridging space is very fragmented and very competitive. And especially in the beginning, many projects were very fast in going to market and very immature in that way. So aggregation was a good way to solve for that. And these bridges supporting different sources and destinations, not always having enough liquidity. So aggregation was also solving for that. So we provide reliability in a sense that we have a smart routing algorithm that finds the best way across available liquidity. And yeah, all in all, I would say we are the most dedicated team. Most other aggregators do things on the side, like building their own bridge, a typical marketplace strategy, or they simply, focus on different things. We are just 40 people dedicated to provide the best aggregation product, and just focusing on performance, reliability, monitoring, data analytics around this. And I think MetaMask was quite happy in that sense. And yeah, by now we are handling above 93% of MetaMask bridging volume.
Awesome. And would you say you have like a symbiotic relationship with a lot of these generalized messaging protocols? I know we have a ton.
Oh, absolutely. There are around like 5-6 different types of bridges, AMBs like Axelar, like on Hyperlane on the lowest level. Then we have liquidity networks on top. We have zero knowledge bridges. We have ecosystem bridges. The stablecoins releasing their own bridges. So there is a case for aggregation just in that sense, that there are so many types. And for anyone coming from top for traditional finance, building on top of that multi-chain environment it's so hard to assess these different solutions, getting an idea that there are so many different bridges, what are the trust assumptions, the attack vectors, and we do a lot of research, specifically with consensus, for example, here. And yeah, AMBs are just one of the parts we aggregate. And the way we work is like with AMBs, like the aggregation part is different than with liquidity. So we see us in a very B2B enterprisey way, whereby we consult our clients in what do they need, what is important to them, what's their target group in the end, and so on. And then we give them access to all these different solutions within one API and tell them, hey, maybe you want to put this on your allow list, this on your deny list, and you have a fully enterprise customized experience in the end.
So you guys benefit from all the competition, like the bridge wars that have been going on. I know in the past year or so, that's been a very competitive space, and it's kind of been an argument on what trade-offs these bridges have to make. I know Connext has defined the bridging trilemma as the trade-offs between trustlessness, extensibility, and generalizability. Could you talk a little bit about that and like what that means?
Yeah, sure. So basically, you know, we love a trilemma. So the one we've defined is trustlessness. So is it permissionless? Do you have to add? And really, it's not trustless. There's no interoperability system going between two blockchains can be fully trustless. So is it trust minimized? Meaning, do you have a separate group of actors who are verifying the bridge transaction? Or then there's a second property, extensibility, which really means, like, can you take your same bridging protocol and put it on all these different chains? And then there's generalizability, which is, like, can you pass messaging, any arbitrary data through your bridge and do it securely? You can generally really only have 2 out of 3 of those properties. So, and then we kind of break it down by different bridge types. Liquidity networks generally can't be, which is something like an atomic swap. It generally can't be generalizable, but it is trust minimized and it is extensible. You usually only need a signature recovery and a hashing function. So you can put it pretty much on any blockchain. It's trustless because or trust minimized because you're matching 2 people. So, and the value is fully collateralized. However, because you require the value to be fully collateralized on an atomic swap, you're not going to be able to pass through generalized messages, because how do you collateralize a governance message when you can't necessarily estimate the value that that's going to have on the other side? Then you have things like Axelar. Axelar, you can pass through anything, like any governance message, awesome, super generalizable. You can also take it to any chain, which is super great. The difference is now you're adding in the Axelar's group POS system, which I'm sure Georgios can talk about more eloquently than I can, which, depending on the different chains you're transferring between, could have an added element of trust. Like it's going to be really difficult to have Axelar's network compete with Ethereum's validator set, but it could be really easy to have Axelar's network compete with like a smaller chain's validator set. So there's some nuance there. And then with other things, like you have the opposite trade-off where you are trust minimized and generalized, but not extensible, and this could be something like a roll-up bridge. You can't take a roll-up bridge and put it anywhere, but you can pass anything through a roll-up bridge. So that's kind of how we think about it, and you know, you solve the trilemma by attacking it at different points in the stack so that you can make different trade-offs. So that's kind of the more modular approach, which I think Celestia did a lot of the pioneering work for doing that for the scalability trilemma.
Yep. John and Georgios, as far as being a generalized messaging protocol, I know you guys focus on more than just bridging these native assets. So when thinking through this trilemma, how do you guys want to, like, what is your go-to-market for in that space? Like, what is your go-to-market there?
Yeah, happy to go first. So Axelar, and I guess the same for Hyperlane, we're not a bridging solution, right? We're a generalizable message passing layer. So Axelar is a platform, right? And on top of that platform, you can build all kinds of applications. So one analogy we can make here is that the same way that on a layer 1 platform, you know, you have to build all kinds of primitives like a DEX, a lending protocol like NFTs, naming services. That's what Axelar is enabling for the cross-chain. And now we're seeing applications like Squid that are launching a cross-chain DEX. We have Prime protocol, cross-chain lending, cross-chain NFTs, omni-chain naming services. So all those things are going to be launching on interoperability platforms like Axelar, right? And the go-to-market is very similar to a layer 1, but it's much more powerful because we can really work with applications that launch on any specific chain, right? So we're not limited to any particular ecosystem, and I think this is going to start becoming more and more obvious as more of these applications launch in the coming year.
Say for us, everything Giorgio said is like, this is the case for these layers, for these platforms. When you think about going to market, for us in particular, we focused on, so if there are 3 parts to this trilemma, extensibility is the one that we really wanted to focus on, because the magic of crypto is when it's truly permissionless, when you don't have to ask someone, how do I get in through the door? How do I get access to your service? And particularly for us, it's this idea that you're going to spin up your own roll-up. You're going to spin up your own chain, right? Like now we have a multitude of these new chain deployer toolkits, whether it's Optimism's new OP stack with Bedrock, or the amazing work that Celestia is doing with Rollkit. You spin up one of those, but like, what happens next? Right? You've created this new island that's out in the ocean, and it's great. And if it's an Ethereum rollup, it has one path to the mainland. But there's other islands. Where's the roads between those islands? So Hyperlane, we're focusing on the extensibility and being able to be the road between those islands, right? And Giorgio started off talking about how they're not bridges. For us, we think of this as they're all these blockchain networks, but they're disparate. And so we want to be the most extensible network between the networks that, now develops these economic trade routes between, if we're right about the modular thesis, we're not going to have 10 islands. We're going to have 1,000 fucking islands. It's going to look like Hawaii. Sorry for my language. It's going to look like Hawaii. It's going to look like the Japanese archipelago, right? You're going to have a lot of these islands, and how do they move things around? And so that's particularly what we're focusing on.
Definitely agree with that. I can say that the more I've been in crypto, I keep seeing all these different L1s and L2s pop up. I feel like it's almost insane how much we've seen growth in that space over the past year or so. Specifically to Cosmos, I think the lack of liquidity in the ecosystem compared to other larger ecosystems like Ethereum has been a major inhibitor for builders. How do you guys feel like you're solving that problem and bringing liquidity into the Cosmos ecosystem? And also for cross-chain applications that aren't just bridging native assets, what are some unique use cases you see there that'll be able to access this liquidity that's in other places, but still be within Cosmos or other ecosystems?
Yeah, so when it comes to liquidity within Cosmos, I guess with Axelar we've been bringing liquidity for the past year now, and I feel like Cosmos actually has been doing quite well, right? When you think about a new ecosystem, there's really 2 components we have to think about. First of all, what does the user experience feel like to bridge to that new ecosystem, right? And with Axelar, we have this one-click user experience. You can go from any EVM chain to any Cosmos chain with 1 click. And the second part is, once the users get there, what is there to do with that liquidity, right? And I feel like within Cosmos, we have a ton of amazing teams, like Celestia is launching their infrastructure in the coming months. There is DYDX that is going to bring a massive amount of liquidity. Bera Chain is going to bring all of the Ethereum DeFi community, Sui Network. So with all those amazing teams launching, there will be interesting things to do. There will be incentives for people to bridge over to Cosmos, right? So I feel like Cosmos is at a very good place already, and we're going to get there in the coming months. All the core pieces are in place right now.
The Orgus is very humble. They actually, the main reason Cosmos is doing very well now is thanks to the Axelar team.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, being that main path between ETH and Osmosis was huge difference maker. You really want to think of, so everyone talks about ETH has this massive network effect. ETH doesn't have a network effect. ETH has a capital effect, right? Starting from 2017 and onwards, you have this capital base in ETH, and then you have the ICO boom, and more dollars come in. And the first type of bridges were the exchanges, where they let fiat dollars come into our on-chain ecosystem. And so ETH is the main benefactor of that, and you get a larger and larger capital base building from the ICOs. Then more capital comes in, and now ETH is the largest, in this economic world. It's the largest country. It has the highest GDP. It has the highest amount of economic activity. And we need to create these trade routes. And so that first trade route into Cosmos probably was the gravity bridge. But the real main trade route became when Axelar opened up that path to Osmosis. And so how do you open up more of these paths? And those are the things that are really going to bring liquidity to the Cosmos ecosystem and really bolster it from where it is now. So we can get very technical when we think about this category, but it doesn't need to be that technical. The concepts are all very simple. there is capital and economic activity in one place. And in the same way where like if you started a new country tomorrow, like how do you bring money over? How do you convince people that they should have commerce there? Like what are the roads? What are the paths to do that? And this is what our category is really about, is facilitating the best, most accessible, the safest roads, facilitating good terms of commerce, and you do that in conjunction with like the ecosystem itself. And so, you know, it's on a good path, but.
I definitely agree. I also don't think people realize how new a lot of this stuff is. Like IBC wasn't really fully live until what, 2021?
Yeah.
I would say, 2021. So yeah, definitely a lot of growth there to happen. My next question for Nick. So Cosmos is really big on the modularity thesis. I know for building your own app chain, you have access to IBC, you have access to the Cosmos SDK, you have access to Tendermint. But Celestia brands itself as the first modular blockchain. So can you talk a little bit about the difference between the modular tech stack in Cosmos and modularity at Celestia's level?
Yeah, sure. First, shout out to Ethan. Comet BFT, formerly known as Tendermint. Yeah, I think like Celestia is kind of like the natural extension of the modular design paradigm that Cosmos came up with way back, maybe like even starting in 2014, whenever Jay and Ethan got together. And the difference is that in Cosmos, the software components are modular. So you have a consensus algorithm that is its own like piece of software, and it has an interface on which you can put your application. And there's lots of modules and that allow you to build your application very, very quickly. In Celestia, we're kind of extending that to the protocols themselves. So rather than having a consensus piece of software that you use, where you still have to spin up your own chain, you actually have a plug-and-play consensus chain, which would be Celestia, and you can build an application that runs as its own blockchain as a rollup that uses Celestia for consensus. So you don't, people didn't ask Jimi Hendrix to build his own guitar to write his music, to write his best albums. And that's how we feel for blockchain developers. So they shouldn't have to know everything about the protocol. They shouldn't have to have all that depth of engineering expertise. They should just focus on their application and the user experience and have a solution like Celestia that solves all of that for you.
Awesome. I know that Celestia will enable these rollups built on top to utilize Celestia as a data availability layer, and then they can also use Ethereum or something else as a settlement layer. Can you talk a little bit about how you focus on those rollups and how they're different from rollups built on Ethereum? So what's the advantage of using Celestia for data availability versus using Ethereum for data availability and settlement?
Good question. So for now, I think Celestia will be the first network to actually support data availability sampling, and that means that we can actually increase the block size with the number of nodes in the network. So every monolithic chain has a fixed block size, which when you reach it, the fees increase, and all of a sudden users get driven away. Applications are no longer usable. And in Celestia's case, we can actually increase the block size to meet more demand. So that's one of the big selling points. Obviously, Ethereum will move towards dank sharding and have data availability sampling eventually. And at that point, I think the main difference is really kind of the emphasis of Ethereum having this built-in and enshrined settlement layer. It's more about, like, their vision for rollups is that they're scaling Ethereum, versus Celestia's vision is like rollups are sovereign chains, and people should just have agnostic, credibly neutral infrastructure to run their blockchain on. And Celestia's trying to scale your application and your chain, not that your rollup is supposed to scale Ethereum. Does that make sense?
Makes a ton of sense. And also for app chains versus sovereign rollups, can you talk a little bit about what the difference is there for app chains that are built in the Cosmos ecosystem versus application-specific rollups built on top of Celestia? Some of the trade-offs there.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually do most things as an application-specific rollup, but you do give up the customization of like the consensus itself, because you are outsourcing that to Celestia. So if you wanted to do, I don't know, some kind of like faster type of consensus, you can still have fast finality on Celestia with other mechanisms, but that's kind of the main thing that you give up. But you still have all the flexibility of customizing your VM and your application. So I think there's not that big of a difference in the end.
I thought, John, you talked a little bit earlier about how these rollups are going to communicate with each other. So we have IBC as like the default cross-chain comms for app chains in the Cosmos ecosystem. Can you talk a little bit about what the limitations are, like with existing IBC, and how Hyperlane builds on top, like expands that?
Definitely, and I'll say I'm woefully like underqualified to answer this because IBC was designed by very smart people, and I'm not that smart. But generally, IBC is something that we think about internally as a sort of like defined rule set interoperability. And you can very much extend it, but at the moment, certain trade-offs have to be taken. So an IBC compatible chain today needs to look like something that has light client verification and has fast finality. And so think about Ethereum, that immediately excludes it. So we're excluding the largest, the largest continent, the largest country in this world from participation. And so when you stick to the IBC trade-offs, when you stick to something that has light client verification, has fast finality, you're getting near exceptional security guarantees. So back to the trilemma that Lane talked about, this is where you don't have to worry about trust so much, right? Because you have those very strong guarantees from the light client verification. If you want to extend this to other places, trade-offs, right? You got to give something up. And so you can at best transition to something that looks like more trust minimized, where maybe you're trusting some economic security module through like proof of stake, or you're trusting some multi-sig, or you're using an optimistic security module, sort of like what the Optics protocol was designed to do. And so with Hyperlane, we're introducing optionality for the deployer, like, hey, what should I use? Do I want to leverage economic security? Do I want to use a more trusted setup through a multi-sig? Do I want to use an optimistic module? I can mix and match those. But like the important takeaway, right, I'd be a liar if I didn't say this, is you are sacrificing something that you don't have to within the defined confines of IBC, right? You are moving from something that is genuinely trustless to, Phil's got a great shirt on. It says, I'm on a trust spectrum. And so you're moving further on that spectrum.
George, do you have any comments on that as well?
Yeah, I'm actually quite optimistic about the future of IBC across all chains. And when I talk about IBC, IBC is a full stack, like complex solution, but the core idea is the trustless transport layer, right? How can we pass a message from one chain to another in a trustless way? And of course, this is very hard, as John explained, like this is very hard today. But I'm very optimistic that in the next 5 years, we will have light client proofs based on ZK technology for all major chains, right? And the way we're thinking about it for Axelar is that we want to make the development of cross-chain applications future-proof, so that you build on Axelar today, you get to leverage decentralized security, which is the best you can do today. But as more advanced technologies become available in the future, we want developers to be able to leverage those without having to make any big changes to their applications, right? And this is a similar concept to what we see on Ethereum today, right? If you built an application on Ethereum 5 years ago, now with the recent upgrade to proof of stake with Ethereum, the application still runs. You did not have to make any upgrades to your smart contract. And it's a very similar concept that we're trying to apply with Axelar, so that the developer that builds on Axelar today can leverage the benefits of all the ZK technology, like IBC advancements across ecosystem and everything else that becomes available in the future.
Definitely. I think the work you guys are doing is amazing. It's going to be very important for expanding IBC to other ecosystems in crypto. I know the past year we've seen a ton of like bridge hacks. Users have lost a lot of money in those different situations. So what precautions are all of you guys taking kind of to guard against those scenarios? I know there's like two main differences, like at the smart contract level security there, and then also in like the design of how your bridge is designed. So how are you thinking through those situations?
Yeah, I think if we look at the recent hacks from last year, they either happened due to centralization or implementation bugs, right? So centralization, I think we're all working on solving by, depending on more trustless solutions or decentralized validator sets. And the implementation bugs, honestly, the situation is not that different from the early days of DeFi, right? Like everything was getting hacked at. I guess it works both ways. So everything was getting hacked at at the time, right? But as more and more, more auditing happened, like, people realized what are the common patterns. Now we have like very robust primitives in DeFi, right? That everyone uses, and I feel like we also have very strong contingency mechanisms, like rate limits that we're baking into like the wrapped assets that we're building and everything else. So we're getting there, right? It's gonna be much more secure in the long term.
Yeah, I think in interoperability, best practice, and in general, best practices are really hard won, and usually they come from a really difficult lesson. And I'd like to say that we've learned all of them, but that would be just silly. I think right now we're still super early. There's a lot of unanswered questions, but there's also just a lot of tools that aren't necessarily available. I'm sure that everybody up here has spent a lot of time setting up some type of test framework to test across multiple chains. And it's really difficult to do. And that's, as long as that is as difficult as it is, you're going to be fighting an uphill battle in terms of practical security. Because, when everybody gets up here and talks about security, especially in interoperability, we talk about it at a high level. Like, the interoperability trade-off is a great example. Like, that talks about security and how to think about the trade-offs at a really high level. But that's not going to mean anything when in the majority of bridge hacks. I think the only bridge hack that you can say really was due to a problem with their fundamental model was the Ronin hack. And even then, it was also a problem with practical security.
Maybe also a thought here, like last year we had such a huge demand for bridging, right? Like we saw all these ecosystems popping up, Polygon, Phantom, and so on. So people needed to bridge and they were forming out and everyone was rushing to the market. Now we have a bear market, bearish, right? So we have time to build things right. Also, the whole DevOps set up around these things, right? Like the human factor is still like the most vulnerable one here. So that we need a proper process to deploy contracts and everything around that. And I like what we have seen also. So we were lucky. We were early on in the aggregation space. We saw these bridges evolving, and they were evolving in such a fast pace. And we were often sitting there, we're like, you could have done it that way right away, right? And we still today see some people, they are so messy with their APIs, like no backwards, no forward compatibility, like breaking, just breaking changes all the time. So you can also tell some teams are very immature and are taking on this huge task of building core financial infrastructure. I bet that in a year from now, so we still see around 70 bridging projects out there. Like it's huge, it's a huge space. And we still see new ones popping up, but I still would say half of that will be gone in a year from now because they won't get any business. Also, with all these bridges going down on the messaging layer, like more and more supporting these messaging cases, the narrative changes from, hey, we are a bridge, we have a B2C interface, to we have to do actually business development. And it's changing from B2C to B2B because bridging interfaces, I don't foresee a future for that in 5 years from now. We won't send people into the space. This is a DEX interface. This is a bridge interface. This is a DEX aggregator. This is a bridge aggregator. They all look the same, but it's slightly different. Like you won't explain that to your friends. These things are going to be abstracted away, and we're going to find account abstraction along the way, and we're going to find network abstraction along the way. And so the game for bridges is also changing.
Yeah, and one last thing, I thought Georgios made the best point on this. The implementation is the hardest part, and the thing that, like, especially if you've come from any other position in the technology sector outside of crypto, is you're not used to how brutal and unforgiving crypto is, right? Like, bigger mistakes happen at much larger companies, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, every day. But when the person at Amazon makes that mistake, like the checkout button doesn't work, it's like, it's annoying. And when the person at Google makes it, like, that YouTube video, it's taking so long to load. And then you do that same level of implementation mistake in crypto, and 1,000 people are out 9 figures. And like you're spinning and you don't know what to do, but the actual process that led you to make that mistake, it's the same. And so when you think of like safety in crypto, it cannot inherit from like, the best software principles that we employed at Facebook or at Google. No, it's aerospace. right? Because like when you make the mistake, the plane falls from the sky. Right? That's what happens. It's not like, well, you know, they'll live with it and we'll A/B test it out. Like, no, the plane crashes and everybody dies.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the greatest way to end it, but I think those are great answers. I think we're close to time. If anybody has any questions, we might have like time for one or two. No?
The cheery ending.
The cheery ending.
You know, it's the, you know, if you were in one of these hacks, you're probably feeling the same way.
Who got wrecked on bridges last year?
Okay, good. Okay. Yep.
I think that in the space where you're not trying to scale Ethereum, you have like a lot more flexibility, right? Like you have the full stack to play around with. You're not like choosing Ethereum as your settlement layer. And it's just also philosophically different. It's kind of like, it's a more of like a Cosmos vision of like everyone should have their own sovereign chain and like their community should be sovereign over that state. And whereas like if you're scaling Ethereum and you're settling to Ethereum, Ethereum is sort of like the God community or like the big one that really kind of has sovereignty over everyone else almost. So I mean you could still use Ethereum in that way if you want to, but I think that's the big difference to me, sovereignty.
Awesome. Oh, I think we're at time. Thanks everybody. Thank you guys for speaking on the panel. Cool.
Thank you.
Good job. Yeah. Good job. Awesome. All right. Thanks for that. I mean, you know, for me, one of the most exciting things here at Interop is seeing the two communities, right? The Ethereum and the Cosmos community coming together. And, you know, as the world of Web3 goes interchain, hope to see a lot more of this in the future. So, guys, I don't know if you've heard, Ethereum rollups, they're here. But how do we connect them? So glad you guys asked. To answer just that, we have Sergey Gorbanov, a familiar face from Axelar. We have Alex Glukowski from Matter Labs. We have Stephen Goldfeder from Arbitrum, Ben Jones from Optimism, Jordi Bailina from Polygon, and another familiar face, Galen Moore from Axelar. Welcome, guys.
Great, thanks, and welcome everybody here on the panel. All right. So to start off, I think as we go through the panel here, if you have questions, just raise your hand. I'm going to try to acknowledge you. We got mics in the room, and somebody will bring one by so you can ask the question. I'll keep my eye on you all. Don't be shy. Raise your hand if you have a question. Welcome to the panelists. I want just each of you to go quickly down the line and introduce yourselves, introduce your project, please.
What's up, y'all? I'm Ben, project called Optimism. Coinbase uses the stack as of last week. Let's go. And I like music.
Awesome. Sergey, co-founder of Axelar, working on interoperability.
Hey everyone, I'm Stephen Goldfeder, co-founder and CEO of Offchain Labs, which is the company that's building Arbitrum, the leading roll-up on Ethereum.
Hello, my name is Alex Glukowski. I'm co-founder and CEO of Matter Labs, which is a company behind ZK Sync. We're building a ZK VM rollup.
I'm Jordi Bailina. I'm the technical lead at Polygon ZKVM, and yeah, we're launching next week. So next month.
Great. So
if everything goes okay.
So let's start out with just kind of a general question. Why don't we start with you, Ben? What are rollups? What are the different approaches involved in rollups? Kind of outline the space if you can.
Oh man, that is an interesting question because honestly, our intuitions I think have continued to improve over time. So what I think fundamentally, most importantly, what a rollup is describing a chain which we build by putting some data somewhere. And usually when we're talking about this, we're talking about L1 Ethereum. And we use the data being put somewhere to derive the inputs to a chain. I think what you're alluding to, which is actually a thing that we're trying to avoid with the OP stack in terms of introducing more modularity, is that also you have different proof systems that you can build on top of these rollups, be it like a simple multi-sig, be it a ZK proof, be it an optimistic or fault proof. And so obviously there's some different designs you can make there in terms of proofs. Fundamentally, what's a rollup? It's just throwing some data on chain.
Got it. Okay, so Jordi, I see you smiling. Thoughts on this? Like what, the different approaches can be avoided? Is this a problem?
What's clear is that rollups, so for many, let me tell you one thing. For many years, scaling blockchains has been a huge topic and has been difficult. And nobody knew, there were ideas, state channels and the ideas on how to do these things, but there were really not really solution. People didn't see how to do it. And it was with this introduction of this idea, of this concept of rollups, that actually we see the light and we see how the scale. And when we start working in rollups, there were a different approach. It was something new. There were no rollups at some point. So here, all the projects here, we just started with different approaches and comes from different sides, different architectures, different technical things, different balances. We learn a lot and we have different paths. And that's why it's good, because having many projects, having different approach, different ways to understand. At the end, the users, the market, will see what are the best ones, what are the worst ones. But that's fine. That's okay. The good thing is that we are trying, that we are moving, that we are learning one each other, and this is what makes this space great. That having all these projects, just trying different approaches.
Sort of the innovation of rollups in general as a baseline has been an improvement on the scaling discussion, and we have a lot of different approaches now that we can discuss, right?
Yeah.
I guess let's get into it a little bit then. Stephen, Arbitrum, kind of your approach on the rollup with rollups as a baseline. How does Arbitrum differentiate?
Yeah, so Arbitrum differentiates itself by we take security first. So modularity is nice, but you have to actually have an implementation of your security and of the security stack. And so Arbitrum from day one of our testnet, security has always been first, and EVM compatibility has always been up there with it. So we are building a secure scaling solution for Ethereum, which is fully compatible with all of your tooling and everything you've done previously. But we're also saying, hey, how can we innovate in the rollup as well, right? So one thing we've announced recently is adding C and C++ and Rust to rollup, because we don't have to be limited by that environment. We can actually innovate in rollups faster as well. So for us, security is key, and we have a thriving ecosystem, but also we say, how can we attract more people to this ecosystem and give them more tools and more resources to really bring more and more users and developers into the fold?
I guess not to sort of last but not least, but Alex, on the ZK Sync front, what does zero knowledge proofs have to bring into this discussion? What's new there? This is kind of, I think, right, emerging technology. A lot of people are very excited about where it can go, not just in this discussion, but in others as well. Where do you see that contributing to the ecosystem here in ZK Sync?
So zero knowledge proofs are actually the only technology which allows us to completely break out of the blockchain trilemma, at least with some aspects of computational aspects of scalability. And we don't really use zero knowledge, the ZK part of these protocols in what we're doing. We're using the computational integrity part, the validity proofs. But zero knowledge can be used to add privacy. So that's one obvious huge advantage. But the other one is you can just, it gives you much better usability properties. Much faster finality, hard finality, and you can get many chains running together and make them smoothly interoperable by using zero knowledge proofs, recursive zero knowledge proofs specifically.
Are there advantages to using zero knowledge proofs or rollups in general beyond scalability?
So the interoperability is a great use case, because when you have two different systems talking to each other, you need to provide, one system has to trust the other one based on some objective criteria. With people, you can observe some behavior and say, okay, I trust this system. Maybe there is a set of validators who I trust, or maybe there was like, I see some transactions, as in case of optimistic rollups, if it's you put transaction on chain, you know it's final as a human, but not as a system, not as a machine. So zero knowledge proofs give you the hard guarantee that something is valid and is final and is verified, that machines can use to check. So you can build a network of trust rather than relying on some human game theoretical measures to guarantee this trust.
I'm curious about sort of generally in the Ethereum ecosystem, maybe Sergey, this is a good question for you. We think of it as a very interoperable ecosystem within which to work, right? Different dApps, different tokens can interact. But maybe that's changed a little bit as Ethereum has gone more into an L2, sort of multi-chain, if you will, type of approach. What is the state of interoperability in Ethereum today?
Yeah, so I think if you take actually a step back and look from a different lens of what a different layer 2 is, right? From my perspective, like we're trying to connect all the different ecosystems. So if you abstract that away, you can think of a layer 2 as its own chain that has a bridge to Ethereum that uses that bridge for certain properties, right? Maybe it's security, maybe it's like data transmission, and so on and so forth. And then we have, I guess, like different ways that bridge is instantiated to Ethereum, right? But on the high level, you're creating sort of another system that needs to talk with other systems in a probably asynchronous way, right? So you kind of send in messages from one layer 2 to another layer 2, or you're trying to compose applications across them. So usually the same problems that we see across different layer 1s when it comes to fragmentation, liquidity, and kind of composability of them. Very, very similar problems are arising across layer 2s. You can do a little bit better because you have some shared state on Ethereum itself. But when it comes to, I would say, application build-outs, right? How the applications interact with multiple ecosystems at the same time, we're still in very, very early phases, and we're still trying to figure it out via various primitives like account abstractions and so on and so forth.
So we've started to solve the scalability problem, but we may be making some sacrifices on the interoperability front in order to do that.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable, right, that we started with a world where everything was synchronous, everything was done in the same execution environment, right? To scale, we do need all these different technologies, right? We do need to have different resource isolation between applications. We do need to have different properties that developers can rely on, but that introduces asynchronous that you have to deal with across all of these different stacks. And so we're trying to kind of figure out how do you deal with these then systems that have to communicate in an asynchronous way.
Ben, do you think that's a problem for Ethereum's narrative? Like, does that kind of ruin the story?
For the narrative, no, because I'm optimistic. It always happens.
In a zero knowledge way?
I mean, look. Yeah, exactly. No, it's succinct actually. Yeah, common misnomer. So I don't know. I don't want to just like do the shill thing, but like there's an obvious opportunity here for me to say that the second OP stack chain Base was announced last week, being created by Base, and our goal with that is the super chain, optimism.io/superchain. Go check it out. So what our general philosophy on this is that it is absolutely not a failure of the Ethereum vision or going to be some collapsing moment. But it's also true that we're at a moment in time, I think like Sergey said, where we are fracturing and we haven't built out the tooling and the interoperability that we need if we're going to make all of this work. So I think we will have failed the vision if in 10 years, you're still thinking about like the chain ID or the network RPC, or realistically, even something as fundamental as what chain you're on. It's like saying that the internet, I'm going to think about what tier 3 provider am I on? What tier 2 internet service provider? What is my tier 1? And how, right?
Think about that.
It all needs to go away into the background. So I don't think it's a failure of Ethereum unless we go and fix it. Optimism.io/superchain.
What's the superchain?
Superchain is a set of L2s building together, not apart, using a shared standard, the OP stack, to try to maximize your interoperability.
I'm curious, actually, to think about just in general, kind of the state of Ethereum today. And maybe, Stephen, you can answer this question because you were just talking about sort of making things easier for developers, right? What is it like building inside? I mean, I could say I think I've had a lot of conversations with Cosmos developers. It's not, it's not all wine and roses. What is it like building in Ethereum today in this environment?
Yeah, so from a developer perspective, EVM has become essentially, the standard, and there's for good reason. It's nothing bad to say about the EVM. And in fact, we are and will always be, based fundamentally on the EVM. But there is a question of those are the developers that are here today. Sometimes you don't realize how small there are a lot of people here, but the community is still very, very small. And there are companies out there, there are people out there, and there's just a lot of knowledge and libraries and other languages. So the question is, how can we expand that to them? And that's our vision with that. And when it comes to the other big thing, which you hit on before, is the interoperability part is hard for developers, which is like, hey, I want to launch my DeFi project on Arbitrum, but I also want to be able to go back to Ethereum. I also want to bridge to some layer 2. So I actually believe that we do need standards of interoperability. I disagree with the approach that one company should develop something called a super chain and define it as the standard that connects OP chains. I think we have just on stage here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 rollup providers, and this should be a community collaborative effort to say, how do we build something that's interoperable with all of our technologies, not how does one project come and define that this is the standard, and by the way, this is the standard for OP chains. If you want to be the standard, you should build an OP chain. So I think there's a massive opportunity, but it has to be one that follows the Ethereum ethos of collaboration. And I'm in awe to be in the presence of other amazing builders. And right now, none of our technologies talk to each other. And I wouldn't go out there, even as the market leader, and say, Arbitrum is the standard. I think that's the wrong approach. We have to have a collaborative, open doors approach that doesn't require you to build on someone else's stack in order to be interoperable. That's not going to win.
But to add to this, I fully agree with the general open approach that has to be done ecosystem-wide. Unfortunately, there are technological nuances that does not allow us to interact between different rollups as seamlessly as you could interact within, say, superchain ecosystem of op chains, because what superchains are doing is basically the same idea as we introduced with ZK Sync for called hyperchains. You take several chains and you put them on a single bridge, and this allows you to not move the underlying assets between the contracts on layer 1, because if you have like 2 different bridges on layer 1 and you want to and you have like some chains based on those bridges, you want to transact between those chains, you ultimately end up transacting on layer 1. And then it defeats the entire scalability purpose, because every single transaction has to happen on layer 1. But if you have multiple rollups based on a single bridge, then you can transact between them. Like, they have some trust assumptions to each other. They can verify state of each other. They can decide why they want to trust. Is it because the optimistic timeout is out, or because they can verify zero knowledge proofs? And then you don't have to pass any message on layer 1. All you do is you update the root hashes of both of the chains. You only change the commitment for as many transactions as you want. So like this is why we have to innovate and we have to try things out, like with super chains, with hyper chains, with other approaches. And then eventually the approach that is most mature, and we will be all learning from each other, whatever is most mature will have to be adopted as the standard for the ecosystem, like maybe uprooted to Ethereum itself.
Too early to be talking about standards, kind of.
Probably.
I think we think it's the right time to start talking about them. I think to Steven's point, it's not the right time to start throwing them out and saying, hey guys, we've got it all figured out. But I totally agree with that, Alex. Like, we do need to start talking about it, because the reality is that there are going to be protocol choices that we end up making that influence how bridging and interoperability can work. And
but meanwhile, those choices need to be sort of compatible in some way, right? They have to bridge, they have to communicate.
100%, 100%. Yeah. But when you're at the point where you're making a choice between the level of compatibility and a protocol change, at some point as a community, we'll have to make a decision. And I tend to agree with Alex that that will be a decision we'll make.
Jordy, you had something to say, I think.
Yeah, it's here. I would like to mention, for example, in 2015, when Vitalik was when Ethereum was about execution environments and connecting things. There were a lot of talks about asynchronous communications between. It was not rollups; it was called execution environments. But a lot of the ideas that happened during those dates can directly be applicable today in today's rollup. So I would just try to get to these old papers, maybe old Vitalik's talk and all this, because there is a lot of information and there is a lot of thoughts that are in there. In this approach, that's very much what Alex was talking about, this centralized bridge, or this unique bridge, if you want, where you put all these assets and so on, which I think this is the way, clearly this is the way to go. Here there are some challenges that needs to be solved on that. I would say, I'm going to say about two important challenges in there. One is the security model. The problem of putting one breach is what happens if one chain goes wrong. Okay, maybe the full breach is bad. Okay, and this is something that there are some solutions, but that's a challenge that we need to think about that. So this approach is a way to go. So I fully buy this approach. But again, it's like which rollups are going to be there. The user choose which rollups, and then you have like different tokens running there that with different security conditions in there. So I think it's an important topic, and it's a topic to discuss, and this is a way to go. And the other topic I think Alex also mentioned before, and is this is the problem of the optimistic rollups here. Because optimistic rollups, by definition, you cannot remove funds of the rollup. After this challenging period happens, and this may take a while. You probably can do some optimistic ways to removing these funds, and you can do these complex things, but this makes the things much more difficult to interact. At least if you want to have real, I don't care, if you want to have like real interaction, and you want to maybe send one token now and do some exchange or do some operation there and come back to your original chain. This is the kind of composability that I'm thinking about. Not thinking in, I put this token and then in 2 weeks, this is going to move to another chain and then it will come back. So I think this is one of the problems that the optimistic rollups have for this interoperability.
It certainly creates a sort of fundamental interoperability problem, right, between an optimistic approach and...
Yeah, but that's why I think that ZK rollups have better options to be interoperable between them if there is collaboration on there. Again, I mentioned some difficulties on there, but I think it's easier that they collaborate and they become a unique system.
Yeah.
That when you put optimistic in there, not because I don't like optimistic, just because this timing. Maybe you can explain what you think about.
Sergey, I'm curious if you have thoughts on like kind of when you have these different, for example, with Axelar, you have different kinds of chains with different finality setups connected. How do you handle that?
Yeah. So for us, I think when we talk about interoperability, we're actually trying to decouple the different layers, right, to enable innovation to happen on all fronts of the stack. So I think a lot of the talk here is about like what is the best sort of validity method, right? And we should continue innovating on those, right? Like there's a path, and then but I think more importantly for us, the question is how do we allow developers to think in a uniform and consistent way across all of these ecosystems? And so while I don't think maybe we're ready to kind of standardize some of this kind of validity stuff, the work should innovate. For developers, I think like standardizing very like semantics for how to send messages, right, or communicate across different stacks is not that hard. It's an interface where you can specify I want to send a message from to, and this is my message, and maybe some arbitrary payload. You can think of it as a TCP/IP type of a packet. How it gets instantiated on the back end through various validity mechanisms like transport layer mechanics, routing mechanics. It's all should be hidden from developers anyways, right? So I think when I think about different layer twos and different applications, I do think it's potentially is time to standardize sort of the message semantics so the developers don't have to think about all this complexity underneath the hood, allow kind of layer ones, layer twos to continue innovating, build their approaches. But at this point, I think developers are really kind of struggling to figure out, right? Like all these mechanics, like they don't want to have to think about different mechanisms under the hood. And so, I think if we decouple interop into the layers, I think we can actually progress as an industry.
Want to pause for a second. Any questions from the audience? Anybody that sort of want to raise a hand, jump in? Don't be shy, Call any, bring a mic over your way. This is like, everybody's like, I am still processing this. I have no idea. Okay, all right. I actually have a question specifically about Coinbase Base.
Cool.
I've been learning about it a little bit, and I'm like reading about it. Okay. Why use Ethereum as a gas token? That doesn't seem to make any sense. Why use Ether as a gas token?
Bro, you're asking me to put some real big words in Coinbase's mouth. I'll tell you why Optimism uses Ethereum as a gas token, because it's the logical one. And Ethereum, not compatibility, but equivalence to us is super, super,
really,
super.
Why not use a stablecoin or something?
What's that?
Why not use a stablecoin? Like, why not use,
Because Ethereum is good, not because we don't like stability, but because we have a standard built around what Ethereum does and how it functions. And to us, keeping the not just compatibility, but equivalence, staying in as close to the Ethereum's execution environment as possible, is the valid starting point for the community from our perspective. Yeah. And obviously, things like account abstraction will begin to remove the barriers from how you have to pay for gas, right? So, but we have to do that not as our own crazy thing, but in tandem with Ethereum itself.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I don't know. I still sort of feel like, I mean, in a way, it's like you have two different approaches, like a dApp chain kind of approach, which is like very much Cosmos, and I think Polygon has like begun to work in this area, right, of like different chains on the network that have their own tokens, right, versus this, more, shared token, shared security type of approach.
We started this, but in the ZKVM, for example, it's going to be Ethereum based too. So the ZKVM is going to be the base, the native token is going to be Ethereum too. So it's a matter of usability. So here we want to reduce friction for the user. Right. So for a user having a different token, this is always problematic.
It's huge. Yeah, it's a huge problem.
So it's like, okay, let's skip Matic for the coordination of the network and for the things that are more specific for the infrastructure. But for the end user, it makes a lot of sense to use the token that already have. If you are in layer 2, means that you probably be in layer 1, so you have Ethereum. You are developing with Ethereum, so it makes a lot of sense. So here is a decision we took, and I think it's the right decision because at the end, what you want is the people to use the system. So we are trying to reduce the frictions for the end user as much as we can.
So I guess, I mean, maybe kind of lightning round here, like in a world of, 10 years from now, adoption, how many tokens are relevant?
Tokens?
Yeah, how many tokens? Like how many like chain tokens? How many security tokens? Huh.
Or you want to pay with an X?
Yeah. All right, let's start on that end.
Okay. All right. Jordy?
As many as necessary, It's just
tens, hundreds.
Yeah, well, there is people that think that every individual should have their own token. So
thousands.
Why not?
Chain layer tokens. How many blockchains with a token?
I expect that it's going to be a reduced set in 3, 4, 5, 10 years should be a handful of tokens.
A handful.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot more chains than that, though.
But but that's what I'm asking, right? Like not necessarily chains, but like chain tokens,
handful
security,
of tokens, yeah.
Security
tokens. Yeah, but you can use tokens for a lot of things, not just for paying the fees.
Exactly.
Like you can if you think about things 5 years from now, you have to reimagine the whole stack completely. Like the user experience is going to be completely seamless. You will not think about seed phrases, paying fees, and any special token, whatever. Like you can do it now in zk Sync. zk Sync era implements account abstraction. We did it based on EAP 4337. We made some deviations from it to we're a bit on the forefront. We're doing things in experimental ways, and we're in touch with the Ethereum Foundation to bring these experiences back to the original standard. But you can't really have the final standard until you start experimenting and start doing something. Mm-hmm. But you can pay with any token. With if you only have USDC, you can just pay in the fraction of that.
So how many blockchains? How many tokens providing security to a network in that time?
The security is provided by layer 1 and math.
Uh-huh.
The tokens are not part of security.
One token?
There will be the token is something that can be used for coordination of decentralized activities.
Uh-huh.
So for us, we plan to decentralize the sequencer and have a proof of stake mechanism with consensus to decide on what's coming in the blocks, and not having a sequencer run by a single company with a single API. For that, you will need a token, but not to bother users.
I think there's a technical reason also why Ethereum is a token for rollups, which is our costs are denominated in ETH, right? Remember, rollups post data on Ethereum. So you can introduce another token as the fee token, but you're going to have to do a quick conversion because today the majority of our costs are actually these layer 1 costs. That might change over time, but that's the reality today. So I can say, hey, let's create a rollup and pay in some other token, but then I have to actually go out on layer 1 and pay an ETH, and that's why it just makes sense for rollups to use ETH from a technical perspective.
To use ETH for fees.
Yeah.
So then I guess, Stephen, from your perspective, how many tokens to stake and provide security on a network?
I think I totally agree with Alex and Jordy, which is the there will be a lot of tokens. There will be application level tokens, but fundamentally, I believe
excluding those.
Yeah, our security is provided by ETH, right? That's all that we'll need. So if the Ethereum network and the token that powers it is all that we'll need to provide our security. There are lots of other reasons why others will introduce tokens, as we've said, and I don't want to regurgitate. But yeah, I think ETH is primarily, if you're a roll-up on Ethereum, I should say ETH is the primary token. I'm sure there will be other layer ones, but I think Ethereum will dominate over time. At least that's my thesis, and I think probably the thesis of most of us here on the
Sounds that way, yeah. I think so. I think
it'd be hard to be an L2 without having that thesis.
I guess that's right. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Sergey? I think Sergey's answer might be different.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think it's not a question of how many tokens. I think it's a question of what is the user experience at the end of the day, like everybody else said here, right? And I think, even today, like actually we're talking about like ETH, but the reality is like people actually have to like bridge their ETH to each one of these L2s, right? Like figure out how to move it back and forth and all of that. So I'm looking forward to more like account abstraction types of paradigms where like whatever token you want to use, you actually use it for utility, right? Like I want to use this token for security. I want to use this token to decentralize a sequence. I want to use this token to I don't know, do another function on the network, but like that should just be sort of abstracted away from the user experience.
So at the like proof of stake layer, tokens you could stake, right? Tokens that you could use to provide security on a network. How many do you think there would be in that long-term time horizon?
In ETH ecosystem or
No.
across? All abroad. Good question. I would say dozens, maybe 100 plus.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes.
Oh, now we got questions.
But yeah, now we got some questions. Kind of right there in the middle, in the back row there. We really probably only have time for one. Here comes the mic. Wait for the mic, please.
You mentioned decentralizing the sequencer, and so would love to hear any updates on that, as well as upgradability, and like how that factors into decentralization, specifically on L2s.
Can start? Yeah. Decentralized sequencer. Well, we will start with a centralized sequencer. I think this is because mainly what we are having a CK rollup, but the idea is to decentralize this sequencer. At the end, you can understand the sequencer as a consensus. It's a consensus system where you have the trilemma properties and even some more like finality and so on. But this is a temporary assumptions. So if you have a centralized sequencer, actually you have a consensus system. It's called the dictatorship consensus. It's whatever says the dictator is whatever happens. This is but it's a consensus system. But you can replace, quite easily, this consensus with a decentralized, with a consensus layer, just for this temporary moment. In Polygon, we have a lot of experience in building this. I would say intermediary, not perfect consensus, but if you want consensus systems that are in different regions, with different balances in the trilemma, and here one of the reasons why it's going to be many rollups is because especially the user may choose different sequencers, different kinds of sequencers. For some applications, maybe they just prioritize just of high finality. They don't care about security.
And user, you mean the developer, right?
Yeah. I'm talking users, developer. Yeah. Users of the rollup. Yeah. So developers, but then the applications that they are building, which makes sense.
Right.
It's everything, all the chain that goes in behind. But it's going to be applications that they will prioritize high finality, less security, or more centralization, and it's going to be some applications that will prioritize maybe high security and things. And here should be, for me, one of the other challenges is if we can have a single system with a multi-sequencer, or with a sequencer that the user can choose what priorities they want to use. I think this is an open challenge on that, because right now it's like you choose which sequencing you have, or you either have different chains and so on. So this is, but at the end, user will choose. So at the end, the user, the developer, the users will choose which decentralized sequencer we'll use. And we started with a centralized sequencer, which is the easiest one, but we will extend that.
Good. I think that's all we have time for. So I apologize. We just got kind of spicy and lit at the end there. So, maybe we can continue the conversation in the crowd here. Thanks very much to the panelists. Everybody, please give a round of applause.
Pleasure. That was nice. I worked at...
All right, so continuing along on the Ethereum train, next up we're going to be talking Ethereum governance, which is actually a process that involves both cat herders and magicians. So you learn something new every day. So next up we have how decisions get made on Ethereum. We have Dano Farin. We have Light Client from Ethereum. We have Annette from Ethereum Magicians, as well as Hyperlane. And we have Puya Ranjan, who probably has my favorite title that I've ever heard, the Herder-in-Chief at the Ethereum Cat Herders. So welcome, guys.
Thank you. Cool. Hi, everyone. I'm Annette. I work at Ethereum Magicians as well as Hyperlane. And today we are going to talk about Ethereum governance and how decisions are made on Ethereum and like how people can get involved with the Ethereum governance and how decision making on protocol layer are influencing users and applications. So first off, let's start with introducing our panelists. So feel free to Pooja start and introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Pooja Ranjan. I'm the Herder-in-Chief at Ethereum Cat Herders. Yeah, nice to be here to talk about Ethereum governance and what Ethereum Cat Herders does for Ethereum protocol.
Hey, I'm Matt. I go by Light Client on the internet. I work on the Go Ethereum team at the Ethereum Foundation, doing core development. I'm also an EIP editor, so I spend a lot of time reviewing different standards for the Ethereum protocol.
My name is Dano Farin. I wear two hats. One of them is I'm a maintainer for Hyperledger Besu. I'm also a principal software engineer at Swirlds Labs, where we also run an EVM-compatible chain, and the way we do that is we run Besu's EVM, and that's basically all I work on between those two worlds.
Very cool. Okay, first question. Can we start with Pooja? So can you just give us an overview of the Ethereum governance, like how it works and like how...
Thank you. I think that is one of the most interesting questions when it comes to decentralized Ethereum governance. So governance in my mind is a process that is designed to help in making decision. When it comes to Ethereum, it is a combination of technical specs, technical rules, and community-driven decision-making process. People can better understand it with the components. Those are involved in Ethereum governance. It starts with EIP, which is called Ethereum Improvement Proposal. So if anyone wants to suggest any change to Ethereum protocol, the proposal has to be documented. So it starts right there. And when a proposal is documented, it needs to be discussed. The discussion earlier used to happen at multiple different places, like having at issue, maybe at Reddit, Twitter thread. But recently we have tried to make it sure that every discussion gets centralized to Fellowship of Ethereum Magician. We did this because we wanted for people to know where they can go and share their thoughts. Let them know that whether we like this proposal or we don't like it, what is the plus and minus point they see. If there is any app that is breaking because this proposal is being accepted or considered for future upgrades. So that's another important thing. And because it is for protocol, so obviously it is being discussed by the client development team. So Ethereum currently has two different set of client developers here, execution client and consensus client. So we do have a meeting every Thursday at 1400 UTC, 1 week is for ACDE, All Core Dev Execution, and the other week is for ACDC, All Core Dev Consensus. So these are the three main components. However, just to help out with the network upgrade process, there are two more components added recently. One is called tag, which is when a proposal is proposed, the tag is added at Fellowship of Ethereum Magician called candidate, network candidate tag. So if you are proposing it for, say, for example, Cancun, then you will add it for Cancun upgrade. And when you are proposing it for the further upgrade, then you can name it accordingly. And there is another important thing that has been added recently is called meta thread for any upgrade. Other than discussing at individual Fellowship of Ethereum Magician link, people can now come and share their thoughts. So all in all, we can say that Ethereum governance is a collective decision-making process considering specs and community's thought process in mind.
That was a great introduction. Ethereum is very complex and the governance is very decentralized. I'm pretty sure that Matt can tell us more how, from you as core contributor to the Ethereum core protocol, how the Ethereum decision making is affecting users.
I mean, this is a good question. There's certain proposals that affect users a lot, and then there's other proposals that users don't ever really end up seeing, or they don't really have the context. So I think something like EIP 1559, this is something that affected all users substantially. Now, the way that you interact with your wallet has totally changed. Then you have these other EIPs, something that maybe changes the cost of some opcode. This is something that users don't see at all. And so it really depends on where in the stack are we changing things. And I think that's where we have the community dialogue. We have much more dialogue about these changes that are more about the philosophy about Ethereum. Should we be burning ETH whenever we have transactions? What should the issuance of Ethereum be? These are types of things we have a lot of community interaction. There's a lot of discourse across many different groups of people, and there's a lot less discourse about the really technical aspects of how should this opcode interact with this opcode and these types of things, because it's not something that's very visible, even to developers most of the time. As long as it's hidden behind how Solidity abstracts that opcode, it's something that they just don't ever interact with.
Right. Dana, I'm curious, what's your perspective on this topic, Ethereum governance from client teams, what it's like to.
So I'd say that the governance has grown a lot in the past 5 or so years that I've been involved in Ethereum. Back when I started, it was a much smaller EIPs. They just barely crossed 1,000, and we're crossing into 2,000. Now we're up to 5,000. And the scope of what was involved in Ethereum was much, much smaller. So it's much more reasonable to expect a core developer to know the ins and outs of a simple token standard like ERC20 with complexities of, the most complex thing is probably the allowance approval process. There's not too much complexity in that. You update fields, and those were really critical to make sure that we supported that in the core EVM, which was, is just abstraction on top of it. It helped guide our testing in the way that we used it. But over the years, more and more complex features have grown into the EVM, along with more and more complex features into the development client. I mean, in the past few years, we've had the growth of DeFi, which does some amazing things on the EVM that really, as an EVM person implementing the EVM, I don't have that much exposure to, because whether or not flash loans work or not really just depends on whether or not the opcodes operate as they're specified. And similarly, there's some things going on in the way that, outside of 1559, there have been smaller changes inside the client that have no exposure to the users that have been specified and cleared up inside of ACD. For example, we introduced a fork ID, which is a networking thing. So when you have two clients getting on there saying, hey, I think you're Ethereum, no, actually I'm Ethereum Classic, they can get information on there much, much sooner than trying to trade blocks and finding out that they disagree on a different block later on. And those are the sort of communication things that somebody developing a flash loan client, the only thing they care about is, am I talking on the correct network? They don't need to figure out the details of how it works. So my experience with it has been that it's been growing, and it's starting to segment appropriately into more focused areas. ACD has recently split into ACDE and ACDC, which are two fairly divergent issues going on with what's going on there. And I think another thing that we're seeing happening with the EIPs and the ERCs is there's been some movement to try and separate these two specs. If we need a flash loan standard, we need a place to standardize that and talk about it, but does it necessarily have to go through the same sort of editors that are going to try and figure out how we're going to set up the KZG ceremony for sharing the blocks in proto-dank sharding? Those are some fairly divergent and with very little overlap of skill sets on a lot of those things. And that's just a good sign of the natural growth of Ethereum that's growing into all these unique areas that specialization is actually valuable in this regard.
Okay. Matt, I'm wondering what's your experience on like Ethereum governance from like the Geth team perspective? Like,
yeah, so I don't know if you've seen these Twitch streams of people who will put like Pokemon on the Twitch stream, and in the chat you type like the direction you want the character to go. That's kind of how I feel all the core devs like trying to send their direction that they want the Ethereum protocol to go. And eventually we end up with something that is like what we have today for Ethereum, but it's a lot of like tugging in different directions. People have different ideas of what the protocol is and what the protocol should be. And so like my experience on the Geth team has just been, trying to, share the values that I think like the Geth team has. The Geth team is, most of the core devs generally are very afraid to do much to the protocol. Every time we introduce a change to the protocol, this is introducing risk. And so we need to introduce features and changes to the protocol with a lot of thought and care. And the Geth team is probably like on the other, the most extreme end of being afraid of these things. So that's kind of like my experience of the protocol. Generally, no is the most common word said on these types of calls. No, this is a bad idea. No, we don't have enough developer time. No, we don't have enough testing. This is like the most common way. And then occasionally, every once in a while, we find a feature that really aligns with the philosophy of Ethereum, and it's something that we end up like really pushing through. I think that Tim Bako has a really good analogy for how upgrades in Ethereum kind of work today. And the analogy is that you sort of have like one EIP that's sort of the like headliner band of an upgrade, and everything sort of like fills in. You find some like auxiliary bands, some auxiliary EIPs to sort of come in and play the initial parts. But it's really about that big one change in an upgrade.
So do you think that there is like a coordination issue in like core protocol?
I mean, we were talking about this a few minutes ago, and I think it's funny. It's a lot quieter now about people saying Ethereum governance doesn't work. Ethereum moves too slowly. I think before the merge, there was a lot of frustration. And then, in this like pre-merge era, there was a time, maybe like 2017 to 2020, where very little was happening at the core protocol, and there's a lot of frustration. But I think now that we've done proof of stake, we have merged these two things together. A lot of people are like, okay, these are really difficult systems. I think, at the end of the bridge panel, they said this is like writing airplane code. If there's a problem in the protocol falls out of the air and crashes into the ground. And I think people are just starting to realize that it's not something, you can't treat this like a startup project. You can't turn your ship around in a couple of weeks. It's something that just takes, oftentimes years. And so we're sort of, getting better at governance, but also understanding more like what is governance? How do you govern a project that's worth multiple hundreds of billions of dollars, where you have like disparate groups trying to, create the protocol?
Yeah. I'm curious, Pooja, to hear your ideas. Like you're like one of the core coordinators of the Ethereum governance. Like, what do you think about like how it's like to be from your perspective to like trying to coordinate core devs and trying to like herd those cats, as we refer usually to core devs as like cats?
Do we herd easily?
It's not that easy. You guys are not that easy, but not like very difficult as well. I think it comes naturally when any proposal is under discussion on any core dev call. People try to share their honest opinion over there, like, okay, we want to have this in for these reasons, and if there are some downside of that, then we start discussing about the trade-offs that we are going to make, whether to get this in or not. So it's eventually like a decision that is not completely based on technical trade-offs, or either on the social trade-offs that we are going to make there. But we try to keep a good mix and balance of what we want to add at which point of time. Say, for example, a proposal is good, but may not be good at this point to be considered for an upgrade, because of many other reasons. There could be so many other proposals, big proposal and then upgrade, and we cannot have that small proposal in. Then we push that for the future upgrade. It's not that we just say, no, you do not have a room here. We do have a room. Maybe we can try it in the next upgrade. So I would say that it's not very difficult. It's a community-driven process, and governance is generally difficult but good when it comes to Ethereum, because everyone is doing their best here.
Well, everybody's trying to like do their best. Anyway, Dana, so what was your experience to like attend the all core devs calls and like trying to like, when you guys try to like improve something on Ethereum core governance, like do you think that there is a place for teams or like for clients or protocols to like get involved in the core governance, or is it just like impossible?
So I think it's critical for them to be involved in the core governance. Sometimes, waiting until the all core devs call to raise an issue might be a little late, because I think that's one of the core issues we're starting to experience in some of the coordinations of these multiple layers. For example, I've been working on the EVM object format with the Epsilon team from the Ethereum Foundation. And some of the things that we're changing, people like implementing Solidity are like all for us, like, yeah, let's get rid of jump desks. That'll save us 20% of our code. And then we spring on them another thing is just like, oh yeah, by the way, your data size and your contract can't change. And they're like, well, wait a minute. We have constructors that use arrays with variable lengths, and we need to be able to, when we deploy our contracts, have multiple links on it to save it. And it's these sort of things that when you're deep in the code, you don't always realize how other people are using it. So my experience with all core devs is that's usually the time where we learn about these interactions between the different layers. And where we learn about, how moving the cheese is going to ruin someone's day, or how it's going to be the best thing in the world for them if we move that cheese. And so if there's one thing I would improve about this experience as I've been in there, is if we can figure out new ways to get people to pay attention to these earlier than the moment before they show up on an ACD agenda. If we could get people joining into the various boards in the Ethereum Magicians board and read up on the data, if we could figure out who the people in these various groups are that we could outreach to. So like when we're changing a feature in a way a transaction is built, if we had a list of wallet people, we could go and say, we're going to be changing everything in the wallet to SSV. How much is this going to make it difficult for you, and how long do you need to do it? If we can get those coordination things solved before we get it on a call, I think that would make things move a lot quicker. But if they wait until the call, as long as they come on the call and get the issues, it's better than nothing. So what we got working now is working, but it can be improved like anything.
Do you have an idea how this can be improved?
We could.
Any panelists can jump on to this question if you.
So I think we are already trying to help out with the process in terms of like what Dano is referring here is like kind of doing some of the things in the background before it is brought to the core dev discussion. We did some kind of something similar when it was for 1559. 1559 was something like, kind of a split opinion there. Miners were against it, devs were in for there. So we try to bring all of these people, all these invested parties on a close call and discuss things together. So that is one thing that could be done in advance. And I think Tim has recently started this very interesting thing to have this discussion on Discord channel beforehand. So if we have this discussion in the Discord channel, we know who is thinking what, and everybody gets enough time to come up with like a concrete support for whatever they are going to say in there. So yep.
Go ahead.
So one thing I did think of on my brain freeze, if we had a list of like wallet developers, people building compilers, people, we know who all the client developers are. But if we had a similar list and we have these issues, we could proactively reach out to them a little easier.
Okay. So it was like similar issue as when the EIPs started becoming like split into like EIPs and ERCs, and then there was like another group that became like a EIP IP working group, which actually Hudson started, who was on board on Ethereum Cat Hellers, and actually Lane is in here with us as well, who was one of the core members or like one of the people that started Ethereum catalyst as well. So this has started like this whole new movement of like how Ethereum, like how standards can be improved, and like how pretty much like the standardization of smart contracts can get like sort of new life, or like how we can improve the standardization itself, and how more projects can get involved, which is great way how.
Right. I mean, I would say that this EIP meeting that we organize with the help of EIP editors like here Matt and many others, that has helped us a lot in improving the process. So earlier there were a lot of confusion around like where to go, what to do when it comes to different types and categories of EIPs. So we tried to come up with a standard process for every EIP. However, core EIPs may have a little bit different things than the ERC category proposals, but we are trying to help out everyone who is interested in making contribution by suggesting a proposal to Ethereum repository. And this EIP meeting is especially about defining the process of a standardization, what all stages a proposal has to go, what would be reviewed, and how it can be finalized there. So yeah, that's been so helpful.
So it's all about like mainly people, like from the Ethereum governance perspective, it's like a little bit different, but from the practical perspective, like, do you guys think that there is still a place for people to bring up new standards and new IPs, or it has to be like literally like a movement of like, you know, as we had ProcPow like a couple of years ago or months or whatever, when people started like literally like, hey, here's a ProcPow, let's talk about it, and like start bringing up memes. And all kind of like, it was mainly around DEF CON in Osaka, when the ProcPow became pretty much like the whole topic of the DEF CON itself. So do you guys think that there is like still a place for people to bring up like better standards, or they should like, or the community itself has to like form like new group and like make memes themselves in order to like sort of like pioneer the standards? Anybody can join.
So I think that's kind of an example of how the nature of Ethereum governance works, is it worked in that ProcPow situation. There was no token voting, there was no voting by clients, there was no interest, no community board, no board meeting where we had a vote. The community, when they saw a problem, they rose up and they discussed it, and it was ugly, to be honest, at times. But they came to a conclusion. You know, the issues wasn't just for ProcPow, it was to an extent the viability of the merge coming up and making sure that we could still do the merge. And what came out from that was the firm commitment to do the merge and to do what is necessary to happen. And you know, there was memes that came to try and stop ProcPow, and they were ultimately successful. But that's just the example that Ethereum governance is ultimately about the people and the users. You know, it's the software developers write the software, and the people running the network decide which network they're going to run. And that is the two core pillars of Ethereum governance.
Matt, do you think that the bridges can have like its own like AIP?
The bridges?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I was listening to this bridge panel, and I was like, this is so incredible. I barely have any idea what's happening on this bridge panel, and I'm working on, on the core protocol. Like, there's so much being built on top of all of these things that I'm like kind of lost in all this application world. I think, in general, things are good to standardize where it makes sense, but I don't even know if I have enough context on all the different nuances between the bridges to know, like, does it make sense for there to be an EIP for bridges? I think these things like IBC are the sort of a standard for how to bridge across different protocols, and should there be an IBC EIP, I think that would, might make some people unhappy.
Does core devs talk to like other blockchains, or like are you guys like on the like Ethereum focused, or like are you guys like looking, like I'm wondering from like the Ethereum governance perspective, like are you guys looking into like governance, like how other L1s or even L2s are being governed, and like are you guys like talking to these people, or like it's specifically just, oh, like, I'm Ethereum, and like we are just doing like Ethereum governance ourselves and we don't care about others, or like it's more of like, oh, actually Ethereum Foundation is talking to, like, let's say other L1s or L2s?
I don't know. I feel like maybe not as much about, I don't think we look to as many different protocols in terms of governance, because I think, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I think Ethereum is like one of the most decentralized governance protocols, whereas like many other protocols, there's like still pretty central core of people who are proposing changes and making it happen, and that's just because they're earlier on their arc of like building a decentralized platform. So I don't think we look as much about, you know, how is X chain doing governance, but we absolutely are looking to see how other chains are scaling themselves, or, you know, what types of features they're adding, how people are using those chains. That's absolutely something that like core developers are looking at. I know for the Go Ethereum team, we often get people who have either forked our client for their chain, or they're adding new features for a product, and they try to, you know, propose these things like, hey, I found a way to make the Geth database a lot faster. And those are things that we review. And if they make sense, then we try and like use those ideas or like work with that person. But at the end of the day, like, I think a lot of chains are really just focused on building momentum and building market share. And there's, you know, a lot of like, bless you. There's a lot of rebranding of ideas, you know? So it's hard to know, like, is this a true innovation, or is this something that's already been discussed and discarded, or something that's been discussed and something that we're trying to do in the future?
So from your perspective, you don't think so that other like protocols or other L1s and L2s care about the governance, but more of like the liquidity of the protocols itself?
I mean, I don't know enough about how a lot of these chains do governance. Like, I'm not sure how Celestia or Solana does governance. My guess is that there's just such a small group of people still involved with those chains. I don't know, could you follow their governance?
If I may add, like, I agree with Matt here. Like, Ethereum in itself is a very good example of decentralized governance. I think it's kind of role model, but it's not that we are not interacting with any other chain. Like, many other chains are dependent on the EVM that is basically a core component provided by the Ethereum chain. So teams are trying to approach. In fact, today itself, someone from Polygon approached us. They have some suggestion in mind. They want to propose a proposal for future upgrade. So they wanted to know what is our process, how they can propose their proposal. So if EVM is improved, it's not for Ethereum, it's for many other people who are trying to like get influenced and follow it in their particular blockchain. So we are trying to interact. So as far as governance is concerned, I think we are kind of role model because we are one of the biggest chain, and we are trying to make it as decentralized as possible. But at the same time, we are also considering other chains, L2 chains, to be a part of it.
Is there any particular chain that you guys would love to collaborate with or partner with?
I think we are open to everyone, whoever, like not only chain, any project, decentralized project, if there is any improvement feature which can help these projects. It's not about helping one project, it's about helping million users of those projects. So we are open to it. We just have a set of process in place. We will try to, like as a cat herder, we try to explain the process, what it is, and if it fits, like if it checks every boxes, so that can eventually become a part of Ethereum protocol.
So what you guys do to help?
So for helping out, again, I would say that EIP IP meeting is one of the things. Then we are trying to have EIP editing office hour where we provide information about how to document the proposal. Then we try to talk to people time to time, explaining the process if someone is not directly from the Ethereum ecosystem. And we, as a cat herder, try to have our representative opens everywhere. Like we try to interact with every project. Not every, I mean like whoever wants to talk to us, they can obviously come and join us and share their thoughts. So that's the idea of like, we don't want Ethereum to be centralized for Ethereum people only. It's kind of something that can be given to every other blockchain which is existing here.
Where people can find more information how Ethereum governance works, or like how people can get involved?
So how people can get involved, I think the best starting point would be EIP1. You start documenting your proposal. When a proposal is documented, I think EIP1 provides you quite a few references how to move forward. And after that, again, Ethereum cat herders are there. So at Eat Cat Herders Discord, we are trying to help out with any specific question or query that comes around.
Perfect. Anything else you guys would like to add to it?
I would like to give a hand to Elaine, who is one of the founders of Ethereum cat herders here. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay.
Where does the name come from?
Okay, yeah, that is very interesting story. I think it's a kind of like a Super Bowl ad that was very popular at the time. It was like a group of cowboys herding a lot of cat around. So people thought that Ethereum is like that. It would be like kind of herding a lot of cats, putting them together for decision making on at the time of upgrade. Sometimes it is very important to have coordination, perfect coordination. So to coordinate all these things, people thought that having a group of Ethereum cat herders might be helpful.
That's a great way how to end this panel. I'm wondering, does anybody have a question for panelists? Yeah, go ahead.
So using something like using the asset to vote on decisions, I view as a huge centralization risk. And the reason it's a centralization risk is because there is one place where you can go to gather your tokens to influence the vote. And it's obvious, and the rewards are obvious there. Using the social consensus, really the only way to game the system is to convince everyone that you have the right idea, which I think is the correct way to go about getting changes in the system, is to get everyone on board with you. And that's not centralization if it's coming from one person, if everyone agrees that it's the right idea. But when you buy a token and you say, well, we own 66% of the token, so this passes, that's centralization, and the remaining 33% are going to move and go elsewhere. So I think not having a centralized mechanism is an essential value of the Ethereum governance process.
Cool. Thank you. Oh, okay, Lane, go ahead.
I want to ask about the cadence of network upgrades, right? So historically, there were like major upgrades every kind of 12 to 18 months, and a lot of that was dictated by the Ice Age, the difficulty bomb. But Matt, to your point, there's a new model now where you have like a single key EIP and then like a supporting cast around it. Especially so in light of that, and in light of the merge, like do you foresee it still being a similar cadence going forward, or more often with like more frequent smaller upgrades?
Yeah, I mean, I'm extremely curious to see how it goes without having an Ice Age. I think like the Ice Age was an incredible invention, even though it created a lot of pain at certain times. But right now there's so many things that are on the roadmap, and there's so much pressure to ship a lot of this stuff. I think withdrawals, this Shanghai upgrade, this is like kind of a gimme for the core developers, because it was, obviously this is the next thing we have to do, and we have to do it as fast as we can. The next thing that we do, hopefully it's 4844. That's something, again, that the community is like begging for more scalability. And so it's like we have to ship this as fast as we can. It just feels like there's like at least another 3 or 4 things that are extremely in demand, and we have to ship them as soon as we can. And so it's most likely that those will still follow that 12 to 18 month range. I think, we've looked at how fast is it possible to do an upgrade, and between Berlin and London, that might be the fastest upgrade we'll ever see. I think it was 4.5 months or so. I don't know if we'll ever do another upgrade in less than 6 months, especially given that we want to do 4844, vertical trees, a lot of other stuff like that.
Excluding Ice Age bumps.
Excluding Ice Age bumps, yeah.
We got to wrap. Okay, thank you so much to panelists for great discussion, and I hope that you guys enjoy it as well. The time is over, so we have to run, but feel free to catch us later after a panel for any additional questions. Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a super short break, and I will see everyone back here at 3:15.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage, Kate Stapleton.
All right, and just like that, we're back, and we're going to be talking DEXs. So our next talk, if cross-chain works, I don't know, but if cross-chain works, one DEX will rule them all, right? So to discuss this, we have Sunny, another day, another cool sweater from Osmosis. We have Steven Novenstern from Pangolin. We have our moderator, Jim Chang from Catalyst. And we have Danning Sui from 0x Labs, as well as Mark Toda from Uniswap Labs. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks for all the panelists for being here today. Thanks to all the people attending. I'm sure it's late on a Tuesday, so last day of Interop Summit, so folks are interested to see some action, so we'll try to provide some entertainment with the folks up here. But yeah, quickly, why don't we just do a round table if you guys want to quickly introduce yourselves. 1 minute max, so please know how did I get into crypto. It's been X years since I get into crypto, but let's start with you, Mark.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Toda. I'm a protocol engineer at Uniswap Labs. I'll keep it short. That's it.
Hi everyone, my name is Danning Sui. I'm a lead data scientist at 0x Labs, and I want to add one extra. So we're technically a DEX aggregator, slightly different from everyone as a DEX. Yeah.
Hey guys, my name is Sunny. I'm one of the co-founders of Osmosis, and have been building in Cosmos for about 5 or 6 years now.
Hey everyone, I'm Steven. I'm head of strategy at the Pangolin DEX team, and I help lead a lot of partnerships and product.
Cool. And then just quickly, so you guys know who I am, I'm Jim. I am the moderator for this panel, and I'm working on a cross-chain project called Catalyst. Cool. So let's address kind of the elephant in the room. If cross-chain works, one DEX from all, right? Curious if you guys have any thoughts on if that's the case, and if not, kind of what the future looks like. Maybe I'll start with you, Sunny.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if one DEX will rule them all, but I think no matter what, in any system, there's always power laws. And so I think that, yeah, I mean, a few DEXs will control the lion's share of volume, and then there'll be like, power laws, and like some DEXs will, I think, achieve like more like application-specific niches, right? Like I don't think one DEX architecture necessarily works for every possible use cases. Even in the real world, you have so many different types of market structures. The types of market structures, even in like TradFi, you use for commodities versus bond trading versus securities trading. Like people think like, oh, CLOBs are what's used everywhere. Like no, that's not actually how like most bond trading works, for example, right? And so I think you'll have different DEXs with different market structures for different niches.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense. Steven, curious to get your thoughts on that at Pangolin. Kind of, do you agree with that kind of vision of the future? And if so, how does kind of Pangolin fit into that?
Yeah, for sure. I agree with what Sunny said. High level, I think there's building products and operating them, right? So we're all proponents of DAOs here, and I think we're actually the stewards or like part of the community really bringing these protocols forward together. Competition's good. I think that there's always going to be high volume flows through certain DEXs, and it's always going to sort of be a cool competition.
Totally. Mark, what are your thoughts, or your employer's thoughts on kind of the future state of DEXs?
Yeah, I think I generally agree with what everyone here is saying. I think different chains have different sort of qualities that may sort of tend towards different designs over other designs, as well as like different asset classes and so on might require different AMM designs. I think especially as we move towards like a more scalable universe, there's a lot more like interesting sort of design space for DEXs. And so I don't know, I definitely see this sort of like multi-DEX system. Although power laws and brand power and ease of use when there's sort of one-stop shop as well is definitely a powerful thing. But I don't know, I think there's a chance for a mixture as well in the future.
Yeah, and Danning, I know your kind of project is thinking about this in a different way. Curious to get your thoughts on the future and where kind of 0x plays into that.
Yeah, actually, I think we have an interesting perspective as a DEX aggregator because we actually like basically check on each DEX and see how their pricing look at. like for different token pairs. And so as like Mark said, like different design actually have advantage across different token pairs. Like for example, like Curve, they will be much more dominant in stablecoin pair. And like actually Uniswap, it released the whole potential of like all the long tail pairs. And like also like Clipper recently, they become like a very good liquidity for like small trades. And I think in the future, it's definitely going to be all kinds of DEX that's, you know, how to say, have a dominance in their area. And also, I think not only also the mechanism design, but also the product design also cater to different user base. For example, like we see like a lot of like Asia DEX, they have like really strong liquidity on USDT because user preference. So
interesting. And I guess like for the builders in the space that are you know, focus on like specific DEX implementations. Is that something that you guys feel comfortable with? Like, you know, you're carving out your own niche, and other projects have their own niche, or maybe is there a deviation in kind of that thinking?
For me, question.
Oh, it's for anyone. Yeah, really.
I think like from our perspective, it's like what we do is basically just aggregate the best pricing for users. So like no preference, just fairing comparison, and just trying to get the best liquidity. But curious, other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely moving much more towards an order book style system on chain. I think one of the nice benefits of having your own app chain is you have a lot more scalability to be able to like do fully on-chain order books and like implement cool things like batching and parallelism and all sorts of things that you can't necessarily do on an EVM today. And so yeah, I think that like this new, so we're building something called loot books, we're calling them. It's like kind of like a cross between Uniswap v3 style contrary liquidity with limit orders as well. So it stands for limit orders on tick boundaries, hence loot books.
Cool. Yeah, that's really fascinating. I know you guys are thinking a lot about what a CLOB style would look like. And I know there's other kind of new mechanisms like duality, also thinking about recreating the benefits of a CLOB in kind of an AMM structure. When I kind of think about DEXs, right, I mean, I personally know there's a lot to be innovated on, but I think a lot of folks in the space think, you know, AMMs, like, they're all the same. They all kind of have the same mechanisms. But I know you guys are working really hard in kind of advancing the innovations in that space. Mark, curious to get your thoughts on how your project and your company is thinking about what the advancements look like.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, the design space for AMMs is huge. They're definitely not all the same, and I think it's there's a ton of really interesting innovation happening there, and especially in some of the, kind of like I was saying before, in some of the more niche token pairs or like on different chains, there's like even more design space than just you know, sort of what you generally think of on mainnet with a, you know, sort of average like, you know, high volume pairs and so on. So I think, yeah, I don't know. It's great to see tons of innovation all across the space. Yeah, and in regards to that innovation, could you give us maybe a line of sight into what you guys are thinking about in innovation? I don't know if I can if I can give too much information there, but we're definitely working on some stuff. Yeah. Okay, so capital efficiency or cross-chain, I imagine, is kind of in the books. I'd say so. Okay, cool. And then Stephen, what about your project?
Yeah, I think one of the really unique contributions that we're trying to lead in the space is with one of our solution sets called Honeycomb. It's really a like front-end SDK. What that really means is that builders can kind of add swaps, pool, and farm to their site with kind of like one copy-paste by leveraging kind of like, it started as this expedition in decentralizing our front end and just kind of making it easier for people to show their pools, not just on Pangolin, but also natively in their own dApps. So we're kind of doing some really cool work just to help with distribution of these products. Cool. Yeah, and you know, I think there's a pretty broad design space that everyone's kind of looking into as it pertains to the future of AMMs and DEXs in the space. One of the things that I haven't heard from you guys is, and I think the nature of this conversation and this conference is actually cross-chain. And I know that that's something that a lot of projects are thinking about expanding into. Curious if you know, open question for anyone who wants to take it, what your cross-chain vision looks like for your project.
Yeah, so for us, I mean, cross-chain is not something that like we are evolving into. We had to deal with that from day one because being an app chain, there was one token on our chain technically two, but there's one token on our chain, and there's not much you can trade with only one token on a chain. So we had to start with like cross-chain from the get-go, right? And so, by being a Cosmos SDK-based chain, we were able to automatically plug into the IBC stack and like connect to the today 50 plus blockchains that are running IBC. And then by integrating with things like Axelar, we're now able to plug into many more EVM chains as well. And so, our goal has always been like, rather than being the DEX for one ecosystem, we want to just be the DEX where cross-ecosystem trading happens. And if you look at centralized exchanges, that's actually where most of the volume happens, right? And today, if you want to trade AVAX for, Phantom, right? Really, the easiest way to do that is a centralized exchange. That's like not okay, right? And so we're trying to be the DEX for cross-ecosystem trading.
That's a really cool comment. I think like the way we're also thinking about that is really similar. Basically, we want to recreate the experience of a centralized exchange, like what Sunny's saying, and like give that to anyone so we can have it, as like, Penguin's front end, and you can also kind of quickly add those kind of components to your dApp as well. The like one of the things we've been doing lately is kind of like aggregating aggregators for creating this experience we call bridge swap. It's one of the components in Honeycomb, which is this like kind of collection of widgets you can add to your site, right? It's basically like we're the biggest user of Honeycomb, and the idea is like bridge swap just kind of aggregates all these different routes, like something like 0x or like Squid and Li-Fi, like different solutions there. And like we're just collecting them all together so you can find the best route, and I think that's like kind of a cool play for us to push out.
Yeah, I think we're definitely bullish on cross-chain future. But I think one thing you need to believe before cross-chain is multi-chain theory. And I think our team is definitely, aligned on that. We're on 8 chains right now. But then the next step is like how you want to cross. And there are a lot of options. Like, for example, you can maybe use hop protocol, which also potentially also involve bridging, but also swap together. And there are some solutions like Hashflow. They basically have like assets staked in another place. But it sounds to me maybe not the most capital efficient way. There are also some theory. People say actually the best UX of cross-chain right now is actually centralized exchange. So I think our team is like evaluating the risks there, all the bridge hacks right now, and just see how it matures right now.
Yeah, I definitely resonate with a lot of what Danning just said there. Like I think Uniswap is definitely embracing the multi-chain future right now. We're on many different chains, and evaluating the different chains through the governance process is definitely something that we are doing and will continue to do. But I think the big problem, I guess, sort of blocking this sort of like, cross-chain interoperability is just like the bespoke nature of each of these different chains and each of these different bridge implementations, which makes it really hard to create kind of a, unified experience and a unified developer kit that allows for building that kind of stuff. And I think that's an interesting area of advancement that we can do to sort of like, unify the process, maybe even like an ERC for like, standardizing bridge interfaces or something like that. I don't know. That would make it a little bit easier to create some kind of maybe application layer thing that just automatically works cross-chain, which definitely doesn't exist right now with kind of the bespoke nature of the systems.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to kind of echo that, every kind of interoperability protocol is using different specifications, whether on the interface level or the routers level, and so definitely. I think there's a task group that I saw being formed on Twitter, and I'm kind of lurking in their Telegram group that's thinking about an EIP to kind of solve that and alleviate kind of the struggles of that. And I know that Axelar is also building their own Turing complete execution layer in order to enable that as well. And so I think it's interesting because there's 4 folks up here working on kind of DEXs in the interop space, but 4 very different implementations, right? We have Penguin that's building Honeycomb, that's kind of aggregating the aggregators. We have Osmosis that's kind of its own sovereign chain and connecting to others using Axelar and other kind of outpost mechanisms that I've kind of read Osmosis doing. Sunny, Danny, you guys are a DEX aggregator first and foremost, but still kind of multi-chain. And then Uniswap, of course, is still bullish, multi-chain, still wait and see it on the cross-chain. Curious why you guys are picking those kind of solutions for each of your solutions, and why is it so challenging to kind of align on one global vision of what a cross-chain DEX could be? maybe Mark, you want to start first?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I think kind of the ethos at Uniswap is to be sort of maximally agnostic and like any decisions we make want to be like, future proof and sort of, I guess, a little bit conservative in general. And so, I don't know. I think this sort of, I wouldn't say wait and see approach, but more so, build the best things we can in the places that we know they work. And then in terms of interoperability and stuff, sort of like wait and like basically at this point, it doesn't feel as though it's totally ready yet, kind of waiting and seeing. I think that sort of aligns with that general ethos of Uniswap Labs and so on.
Yeah, I think similar for us as a navigator, like there has to be liquidity, like big enough liquidity before we get on to the chain. So our general approach whenever we look at a new chain is like we want to size the opportunity of the liquidity, total locked value there, and also how big the user demand actual there is. And from what we see right now, it's like probably some major L1 like Polygon and BSC are actually having some, like I guess, retail user demand, but some other chains are still, I guess, not big enough for us to invest like the whole team and engineering effort to really like,
Yeah, for us, I mean, our take has always been like we should have one place where our DEX experience lays, and like instead of fragmenting our liquidity, fragmenting our user experience, like I know like SushiSwap had like, it's on like a bunch of different chains, but it's like, it's not a cohesive experience across all of them. You have to like, you have assets on one chain, and so you go to a different interface that you don't see it there. Our goal is like, okay, let's provide one good experience that encompasses everything, especially if you want to expand beyond just EVM chains, right? Which is what we intend to do. Like we already support Cosmos SDK chains and EVM chains. We'll be doing more soon. But it's like instead of having to re-implement our DEX in a bunch of different places, we implement it on like the stack that is, in our opinion, the best to build DEXs on, and then just import assets from everywhere else into one place where we can build all the cool advanced functionality that we want.
That's really interesting. So we've kind of taken an approach where we're trying to help a lot of different chains grow their liquidity, and we've kind of done something very different than most DEXs. What we'll actually do when we show up to new ecosystems is we have a new token specifically for that ecosystem, rather than kind of like going in and sort of like being like Vikings or whatever. What we're really doing is like kind of deploying the DEX with a new local franchise of Pangolin almost. In the future, that could be like a sub-DAO kind of in rainbows, and basically it's a little bit of a solve for the like loyalty of liquidity problem, where we're basically trying to we basically divert or optimize rewards towards loyal LPs by factoring in the time that you've been in the pool. And kind of like if you're like a constructive long-term liquidity provider, you're going to get the lion's share of the rewards.
One thing that another part of our like interchain approach is, like Jim mentioned, our outpost system. So this is sort of how we solve the meet users where they are problem, where like let's say users don't have assets on Osmosis chain already. They have assets on another chain, let's say something like Juno or Sei or something, right? Well, we can basically make it so we have a contract on Sei that will, you just execute a swap there, and what it does is it automatically like, normally you'd have to do like 5 different transactions. You'd have to set, let's say you want to swap Atom to USDC. You'd have to first send the Atom to the Cosmos Hub, then to Osmosis, swap it, send it to Axelar, then send it back to Sei, right? And we can encode that entire process in a single like IBC metadata transaction, and then it just executes it. And to the user, it feels like they're executing against a native DEX on the chain, but it's executing against the much deeper liquidity that exists on Osmosis. So this is how we like provide the multi-chain experience, but by using a single aggregated source of liquidity.
That's a lot of taxable events saved.
No, it's only a single taxable event.
Okay.
Which is the swap itself. Like I think, not a tax lawyer, but I don't think IBCing should be a taxable event.
Yeah, it's trust minimized, but yeah. I mean, maybe if it's connected to like a really low TVL chain, that can be kind of exploited. But yeah, it's trust minimized in the sense you're inheriting security from 2 interacting chains. Cool. I know we have a minute left. Sadly, didn't have time for questions from the audience, so that's my fault. I apologize as a moderator. But maybe if we run on the list, just share one thing that you guys are really excited about in the space right now. Could be about cross-chain, could be about DEXs, could be anything. and then we can leave it with the rest of the audience.
OP Superchain.
Meta transaction and MEV.
Privacy and like MEV mitigation strategies, anti-front running stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the things they said, I agree with that.
And probably just add for me, I would say rollups as a service and servicing the modular interoperability thesis in a world of a million app-specific rollups and app chains. Cool. Thank you guys so much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. So for our next talk, we're going to take a look ahead a whole year, which I know in crypto is pretty crazy. We're going to talk investments. So we've got a super exciting group of panelists, investors, and founders that are going to be talking the long view, institutions, macro, and the interchain. So we have Akshat Vaidya from Maelstrom. We have our moderator, Joyce Yang from GCR. We have James Perillo from Figment. And we have Steve McKean from Collab Currency. Welcome, guys.
Hello, everyone. We only have 20 minutes to cover basically everything investments related, which is kind of impossible, but let's get started as soon as possible. So, hi, folks. We have an awesome group of panelists today talking about macro investments and more. So first, I have Akshat, who is the head of investments at Arthur Hayes' forthcoming family office fund, Maelstrom. And next, we have Steve. Steve McKean is the managing partner at Collab Currency, an early-stage venture fund that focuses on the consumer vertical in Web3. And last, we have Jim Perillo, is the managing partner at Figment Capital. Figment Capital is an early-stage VC fund that focuses on investing in blockchain infrastructure. My name is Joyce Yang, and I'm the founder of Global Coin Research. We are a research and investment DAO. So let's get the conversation started. So let's start off from very high level. Help us make sense of this crypto market. Why don't we start off with Akshat?
I think for Maelstrom, we're private market deals only, so we're not really looking at liquid token investments. We look backwards from the ideal scenario, which is in about a year and a half, we got a Fed pivot coinciding with Bitcoin halving, coinciding with a lot of the upgrades and infrastructure kind of build out that's happening over the next year or two in the Ethereum space, and also, space on top of that, and working backwards from there. So I'd say things are going to get worse as Fed kind of rates increase and kind of keep going until something breaks, and then from there we'll start to see an improvement as things go the other way.
Steve, you're nodding agreement.
Yeah, I think just like on the comment on the Fed. So obviously everyone's watching what the Fed does. It affects all asset classes. It affects crypto. We're also interested in like the degree to which crypto sort of decouples from some of the other asset classes. Like a simple but crude measure is like a 1-year beta. Like just take BTC against like the S&P 500. That measure tends to like rise in bear markets and fall in bull markets. So like the all-time high was kind of like all the way through 2018. It rose up a lot again in 2022, but actually has been falling. So it started falling sort of like starting in Q3 of 2022, which 2022 was the second highest it sort of had ever been, other than 2018. So that feels like a bullish sign to some degree to us, like the fact that it is slightly decoupling from the broader economy again. That said, like we're venture investors, we have a 10-year horizon, so like we don't really pay attention kind of like day to day to the prices. We just keep deploying capital into great builders that are building interesting stuff, and that seems to have been working so far.
Yeah, if you've made sense of it in 2022, like let me know. It was pretty crazy, I think. We think about a couple different things. U.S. regulation by enforcement over the last couple months has been, last couple weeks, last couple of days, has been pretty interesting and worth looking at. We're also seeing, whether it's like China and Hong Kong opening up and kind of embracing crypto, as well as the UK coming in, embracing crypto a little bit by trying to figure out regulations for once. The Middle East embracing crypto. And so we're also seeing sort of like, we're investing in decentralized networks, and we're seeing the fact that like there is still interest here. There's a lot of interest right now in the space. And maybe, one country or like area trying to regulate by enforcement creates opportunities in other areas of the world and creates opportunities for people building in the space.
Yeah, following up on that thought, Jim, there's been obviously a lot of regulatory announcements and news coming from the SEC looking at BUSD or any of the other just projects in the space, right? What are you guys' thoughts on this in terms of what are you looking at that may be concerning for you? What's interesting on an opportunistic point of view for investing or geographically arbitraging in that sense? If anyone wants to start.
Is that targeted me? Yeah.
No, anyone.
I mean, just the quick reaction to that is all things decentralization, right? And that's when there's single points of failure in any system, it's a little bit easier for regulators to go after that party or entity, and that's part of our investment thesis. Is in every part of the stack, from the top to the bottom, anything that contributes to decentralization will decrease the likelihood that regulators will be able to go after a particular entity or group. Not to say that's going to eradicate censorship, but it's a mitigating factor.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the issues, as we've seen over the last year, have predominantly been centralized actors. So then when you think about the SEC going after decentralized systems and declaring things securities, like that's obviously really problematic. I'm somewhat hopeful that like in the longer run, Congress steps in, because the truth is that if you look at who is hurt, who's the largest loser when a protocol restricts U.S. citizens from accessing an airdrop? It's the IRS. The IRS would take 30% of that in tax revenue. Take DEX. It's like $1 billion airdrop, right? Now, not all of that would have been to U.S. citizens, but that was probably $100 million or more in lost U.S. tax revenue. When you add that up over an ecosystem that's growing, you're going to start talking about billions of dollars of lost tax revenue. So I'm from Oregon. We have a Senator, Ron Wyden, who's been an advocate for the industry. The truth is, I don't think Ron cares that much about crypto. What I do think he cares about is tax revenue. And I think that's going to be like an increasing theme that we see on the political side, which hopefully reins in kind of some of the madness around the SEC.
So like citizenship arbitrage?
Something like that.
We have look at the community, look at the people around you. Everybody is like young. Everybody is like, there's a lot of young people here. There's a lot of people of all different ages and groups. But I guess the thing is that's important to kind of understand about the U.S. is like in this context is that there are a ton of very talented builders and teams building in the United States right now. From an infrastructure perspective, I think it's one of the most exciting places to be building right now. I live in New York City. It's very interesting to see all the people who have moved into the city post-COVID. But like, let's be honest here. Like, young people can move around the world. They don't have to come to the United States. They can go somewhere else. And if we start to see other jurisdictions and countries and areas of the world like embrace crypto and embrace the people who are building this future of the internet, then like they're going to go there. And especially if they're getting like, there's a carrot and there's a stick, and if you go to the United States, you get hit with a stick, and if you go somewhere else, you get a carrot. People will start going. Eventually, they'll start hating getting hit, and they'll start going for the carrots. So it's like it's fluid. Like I think to your point, over time we'll see them come to their senses.
Yeah, and when you're seeing projects now who are building in the U.S., do they ask you guys about kind of the regulatory concerns or anything, the type of advice that you give them on that front?
Well, we hope that they're thinking about it, and they should be. We're kind of over that period of time where it's like, complete who cares? We have to be thinking about it. We have to be thinking about the fact that Circle and USDC is a regulated company. We have to think about the fact that Base is being launched by a publicly traded company in the U.S. and so it falls under SEC guidance. I work at Figment Capital. It's a spin out of Figment Inc., which is a proof of stake infrastructure provider. And so, as many of you have probably paid attention to, the Kraken notice was something that we got a lot of conversations about staking, the risks of staking. The implications of the Kraken notice and the fine, or I guess it wasn't a fine, it was a settlement, right? But we had a lot of questions about staking. We're still answering those questions. And everyone that's not talking, it's one of the questions that I've been talking to a lot of people in this space about this week. And I plan to continue to have those conversations. And if anybody wants to talk about it, especially on the staking side, happy to engage, because it's an interesting moving target.
Yeah, for sure. And staking is our next topic. Specifically, want to talk about kind of trends and kind of narratives that you're seeing in the space, right? Staking has been one of the most popular kind of narratives that folks have been talking about with Ethereum Shanghai coming up. And just curious what you guys are seeing on the ground and anything that folks are looking at or missing out on. Steve?
Yeah, I'll start.
Steve's always the one nodding the most enthusiastically, so I'd love to hear you first.
Look, I mean, I think ETH, once Shanghai goes live, it's withdrawable in terms of staking. People are worried about, a big withdrawal that leads to some sell pressure. I actually think there's going to be a substantial number of entities that are holding ETH that were not willing to be locked up for an indefinite amount of time, and you're going to actually see a massive increase in the amount staked. And that's going to become effectively a very large fixed income instrument, one that I don't think people are fully appreciating yet. Mm-hmm. So we're excited about that. I mean, I think the other thing we're just seeing on the ground broadly is we're excited about things like the AVM that was announced yesterday, and the idea of people building directly on the bridges and sort of what dynamics that leads to. And again, just because we're a consumer fund, this increased focus on apps, we've been building infrastructure for a long time. Right. There's still a lot more infrastructure to be built, especially around things like privacy and identity and key management, many other things. But we have a lot of infrastructure now and enough to start unlocking some of these consumer use cases. And we're excited to kind of see that start to unfold.
Yeah, specifically on the staking side, it's front and center right now. Infrastructure is sexy again. Finally. What we've been, liquid staking derivatives have been out for a while. People are really starting to pay attention to them more. I think to Steve's point, if there is withdrawals, they will likely be moved into a liquid staking derivative, and so they will just be restaked. Speaking of restaking, that's also on the top of mind for a lot of people with EigenLayer, with mesh security, which is something Sunny is building. And then also with replicated security, for those of you not familiar with the Cosmos ecosystem, but some sort of shared security model for the Cosmos ecosystem, also known as interchain security more broadly. So we were very excited about shared security and how that's going to be moving forward. There's a lot of conversations that need to be had. There's a lot of ideation, I think, that still needs to be done in that space, but it's interesting. And then the other one that's actually kind of flying under the radar a little bit is DVT. Distributed validator technology. Obal Network, for those of you who are familiar or aren't familiar with it, has launched their first cluster of distributed validator technology for Ethereum. They actually have been running it since December, and it's got 99% liveness by using a group of 5 validators to act as one. And so if one validator goes down, you are still active and you're not going to be slashed for liveness. So very interesting, very exciting stuff in the world of staking, and I think it's going to heat up, and hopefully all 3 of those work together in some way in the near future.
Akshat?
Yeah, I'd echo the same sentiment. Actually, Obal was our first deal. We're a relatively new fund. We're long DVT. We're also excited about delegated non-custodial staking. That's an interesting space that's going to keep evolving, and we're seeing some of the incumbents make some moves in that space, but also some newcomers. It's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, I saw you guys just had an announcement of supporting EtherFi.
EtherFi, yeah.
That was on the CoinDesk article.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And what else besides staking? Anything else that you guys are looking at? Interesting narratives, interesting trends?
For us, one kind of cycle agnostic strategy that we're interested in is, I guess, theme that we're focusing on is novel tech that isn't inherently blockchain or crypto, but that tech that leverages crypto as an incentive network to distribute labor, resources, and the tech itself. So that's an example of that is like we recently closed an investment in a company it's an AR company. They're trying to solve the asynchronous joining problem in shared AR experiences, but they're using crypto as a tool to distribute the compute power to actually enable that. So that's a space that we're kind of focusing on as a theme.
Gotcha. Steve, anything that you guys are looking at interesting?
I mean, just so many different consumer verticals that are interesting to us. Have always been interested in gaming, interested in like networked physical products, which like has a lot of different potential use cases that I think is pretty much unexplored.
Can you elaborate a little bit more and give some examples for the audience?
Yeah, so like a good example would be like G Money's drop that he did at Art Basel. So it's 9 DCC. And the idea was like to drop apparel that had a chip in it. That chip then was networked. The network was run by another company called IYK. We had several of our portfolio companies that were like contributing to this drop in various ways. Once you have the chip in the apparel, you've got all kinds of interesting things you can do where when people enter, like it can be access. That could be anything to like a club, do a gym, to like when they enter a certain store, they get some sort of discount or, I think, sort of like where this is going to go is somewhat undetermined, but we are pretty sure that like, these things are going to go in everything. They're going to go in furniture. They're going to go in traditional art. There's like somebody was talking about like, can I put one of these inside the mural on my street art so that when people come by the mural, they can take home like a digital collectible from it. So I think it's just like a general theme that we think is sort of like fascinating and we're trying to deploy capital into.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, so we come from an infrastructure-heavy background, and so when we look at things, we kind of have 2 or 3 lenses. One is the investor, but the other one is like from the operator's perspective. And so we think about things that are like, how is this going? Like, we're more practical, I think, sometimes about like, how is this actually going to work? Like, what are the nuts and bolts? Like, we're thinking about I don't know if you saw the L2 panel. I asked a question about it. Like, we're thinking about how does one decentralize the sequencer set? Because right now the sequencer set is 1. Doesn't sound great for decentralization. And so that's like one thing that we've been thinking a lot about. We're keeping an eye on Celestia specifically because they're likely going to be, there's sovereign rollups that are going to be launching. We're excited to see how they do that. We think a lot about MEV, what Flashbots is doing, very cool. We're also thinking about Skip and what PrimeEv is doing, which is pretty cool. And then I guess with a little bit of account abstraction is kind of starting to become more of a topic. We're excited to see what kind of solutions come out there, maybe ahead and post the EIP, and then anything else? Roll-ups versus roll-apps versus app chains. And that's something that we've been thinking a lot about, both from the investor perspective, both from like the user experience perspective, but also from the operator perspective and the profitability or unprofitability of running large decentralized validator sets.
Jim, you always give me really good topics to follow up on, and right now it's I'm just curious to hear all of your thoughts on valuation because it was reported that Flashbots is raising at $1 billion valuation. Right? How do you guys make sense of this? Does valuation make sense in this market right now? What do you guys think about that? Actually, I'm smiling. I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I mean, in this space, we're focused on seed kind of seed or pre-seed kind of deals. Even in that space, we're finding valuations are still relatively high relative to other industries, down, of course, from 6 months ago. But yeah, in that particular segment of the market, it hasn't quite come down the same way that we were expecting. But that in part could be a function of the fact that there's just a lot of dry powder in the space. There's, I think, I forgot who released this report, but it's something like $100 billion of dry powder in crypto-focused funds alone as of January. So there's just a lot of money around, a lot of liquidity.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
We also focus on sort of seed and pre-seed. I mean, we've seen valuations come down pretty substantially since 2021.
Yep.
Probably still high relative to other parts of tech and other industries, but just marking against where crypto valuations were in 2021, like deals they used to close at 40, like everybody wanted to do like 4 on 40. It was like the standard round. Those are clearing at like 20 to 25 now.
Yeah.
And like seed deals, like really early stuff that was clearing at like 20 is now clearing at like 10.
Yep.
So we've seen about a 50% drop, I would say, in terms of early stage valuations. More emphasis on like seeing some evidence of traction to get rounds are taking longer to close. So definitely has changed a bit, but deals are still getting done. Teams building interesting stuff are still getting funded. So things are still chugging along for sure.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of like quality has actually improved, I think, a little bit, and like the opportunities, there's maybe fewer of them. I think teams that don't have to raise, like you don't have to raise right now, like some people are saying don't, and maybe wait a little while. I think having runway is also super important. So like people are having to do that trade-off, right? Like, do I raise right now in this market? The most important thing is to build and make sure that you're going to be able to support your team and that you're going to get your product to market. That is the most important thing. Not going to touch on like the valuation of Flashbots, but I will say that like what Flashbots has done for this ecosystem and for the Ethereum community is probably one of the most important things that's ever been built, and they built it twice. They built it for proof of work Ethereum, and then they went ahead and built it, the relay for proof of stake Ethereum. And it sounds like they're about to build it for all of the L2s and L3s and L4s that eventually will inevitably exist on Ethereum. So that team is incredible. They're thinking about things way in advance of everybody else. They're thinking about latency right now. And it's an incredible team that I'm like privileged to, like, anytime I can spend any time with them at all, I feel very honored to be in their presence.
Thank you, panelists. We have run out of time, unfortunately. I'd love to hear more about how we can follow you or find you online. If you guys could share your Twitter accounts or Telegram, maybe Akshat, start.
Yeah, so Maelstrom is Arthur Hayes' family office. We're doing an unveil in about 2 weeks. But you can find us at Maelstrom Fund. That's our Twitter handle.
Steve?
Yeah, Collab Currency. Just Google it. You'll find all the stuff. It's collabcurrency.com, Twitter, Medium. Yep.
Figmentcapital.io, at figmentcapital.io. And if you just spend a little bit of time on Twitter, you'll find me. It's a semi-anon.
Well, thank you, panelists, for your time. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thanks, guys. We got some hot takes, some alpha, and of course, all things decentralization. Gotta love that. So just a few things to keep in mind. We are having an Interop Summit closing party. So if you head over to the website on the agenda and scroll all the way down, once you register, the secret location will be revealed. And we also have the Satellite Lounge right across the street at the Luster Pearl. If you want to grab a bite to eat, a drink, it's 4 o'clock. Go ahead. So I am very excited to introduce our next speaker, Electric Capital Deep Dive, Maria Shen, on the 2023 Developer Report. So welcome, Maria.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to be here. My name is Maria. I'm one of the investment partners at Electric. And I'm here to talk about developers and developer activity in crypto. I got very ambitious and put together a presentation with like 70 slides, so I'm going to talk very quickly. What is Electric Capital? Electric Capital is an early stage VC firm. We invest in seed and Series A. 70% of our investment of our team in general are engineers or former founders. And so it's our thesis that looking at developer activity is the most valuable signal in understanding where value accrual happens in crypto. And so that's part of the reason why we do put together this report every single year. So why do we measure, again, why do we measure developer activity? Crypto is unlike any other industry in that it is uniquely open source. This is, at its height, a $3 trillion industry where some of the most important projects are open source. And so we have a unique ability to look into not only the code, what it looks like, but who's building on it and how many people are building on it. And that is, again, not something that you can really claim for any other industry. And of course, the other thing that's very important about developers is that they create the applications that bring in users. And they bring in, and they create the developer tools that also bring in more developers. So the way that we look at developer activity is it all starts from the code commit. We basically crawl almost the entirety of GitHub, GitLab, and other sources to understand the number of, to understand all of the open source code commits that are related to crypto. We map it in 3 different ways. One is through code searches, where we look for unique signatures in the code to understand when something is related to crypto. The second way is we work with foundations and teams who will submit open source repos to us. And the third is we actually have an open source taxonomy, is on GitHub right now. It's just called Crypto Ecosystems with Electric Capital. If you look it up, this is the biggest taxonomy of that maps open source crypto repositories to different ecosystems in crypto. So these are all the ways that we source and try to understand which repositories are crypto repositories. And from there, we built a bunch of infrastructure internally to basically roll it up into developers. The biggest caveat before I get into the charts is that this is going to be a massive undercounting. All the numbers you're going to see from here on out is going to be a massive undercounting of the number of developers in crypto. And the reason for that is we're, again, only looking at open source developers. So who's a closed source developer? Coinbase developers are closed source. Anyone working at any of the big NFT marketplaces, OpenSea, Magic Eden, Blur, they're all working on closed source code. A lot of gaming developers are working, most games are closed source. And so if you think about the number of closed source developers out there, the way to understand these numbers is to look at it as as a trend line, but B, as a health of open source code, which again is part of the core ethos of crypto. Bitcoin started as open source code, Ethereum is open source, etc. Okay, so without further ado, we're 14 years now into the creation of open source crypto. This is the message that Satoshi sent in 2009, where he actually points to the open source C++ code and asks everyone to take a look and to compile it and run a node. And in the first 7 years of crypto, from 2009 to roughly the launch of Ethereum in 2015, we got up to 1,000 monthly active developers. Pretty slow growth. In the next 7 years, crypto gained 22,000 more active developers. These are monthly active developer numbers. In order for you to be a monthly active developer, you need to have committed code in a 28-day period. And as of December of last year, there are 23,343 monthly active developers in crypto, which is a 5% increase year over year from December of 2021 to December of 2022. If we map active developers alongside prices, then we see some really interesting things. First of all, developers grow when prices grow. As you can see, the gray line here is network values in crypto, and the blue line is the number of developers. And so you can, again, see as prices grow, developers also grow. In the last cycle, as prices were growing, developers grew. We gained 8,000 monthly active developers. In the 2022 cycle, we gained 15,000 monthly active developers as prices grew. And and then we hit an all-time high in June of 2022 at 26,323 monthly active developers. And so from the market peak in 2017, 2018 to last market cycle peak monthly active developers actually grew by 141%. And as of December 2022, the market actually fell more than 70%. Developers only fell by 11%. And I think I'm going to pause here for a second because I think this is a really interesting takeaway, which is that, yes, developers grow when prices grow, but developers don't leave when prices fall, or they don't leave at the same magnitude. And that's how crypto has been able to grow its developer activity in the last 14 years. Here's another way to look at it. By the end of December 2022, prices actually fell back to January 2018 numbers, but developers actually increased by close to 300%. So how many new developers entered crypto? In 2022, over 60,000 new developers touched open source code for the very first time. And in the last 2021 to 2022 market upswing, we actually saw more than 100,000 new developers touch open source code. Again, that's remarkable because this is not just some team working on their closed source project. This is actually actively contributing to something in open source. It's a very, very high bar. And if you compare that to the 2017-2018 cycle, we only had 44,000 new developers commit something in open source crypto. I will just fly through a lot of this stuff. How active are developers? We can look at them by frequency of activity and also the volume of commits. So this is mapping the number of days that a developer is active in a 28-day period. The takeaway here is that 20% of developers commit code 10 days or more. 50% of developers commit code 2 to 9 days, and then 30% of developers commit code 1 day of the week, or 1 day of the month. And this can roughly be mapped to one-time, part-time, and full-time developers. So who's a part-time developer? A part-time developer is a hackathon participant. It's someone who maybe codes nights and weekends on a project. A full-time developer is someone who is generally maybe paid by the DAO. They work full-time on a team. And a one-time developer is someone who is updating documentation, maybe adding their validator profile into some file. If we look at the number of monthly commits in crypto, we're looking at almost 500,000 monthly commits. This is by the end of 2022. 356,000 of those commits are by full-time developers. So this tells us how important full-time developers are. They contribute most of the code. So 76% of all commits are actually by full-time developers. And part-time developers contribute more commits during bull markets. Again, that intuitively makes sense. Part-time developers are generally hackathon participants. And so if you think about the number of hackathon participants growing in a bull market, that's kind of what we're observing through this chart. And so if we apply this frequency-based segmentation to the developers in 2022, we can start to contextualize what it means when we say developers grew by 5%. We can break that, so we can break down this line into part-time, full-time, and one-time developers. And if we were to do that, we can see that the biggest driver, the biggest percent increase of developers in 2022 actually came from full-time developers. And the next biggest increase came from part-time developers, which is that orange line. And one-time developers actually decreased. So again, the way to kind of understand that is full-time, paid people who commit code 10 or more days increased by 8%. Hackathon participants, people who are doing this nights and weekends, increased by 7% over 2022. And developers reached an all-time high, June of 2022. This is almost the peak happened just a little bit after the Terra collapse. And from June to the end of 2022, monthly active developers fell by 11%. We can, again, contextualize that 11% by breaking this down into part-time, full-time, and one-time developers. And we can see that the biggest decrease comes from part-time developers at 13% and one-time developers at 14%. OK, so how do we reconcile the 61,000 new developers that contributed to open source crypto with the 23,000 monthly active developers? One way to look at that is through retention in monthly cohorts. the graph on the left basically shows that full-time developers are much, much more retentive than total developers overall. And then if we look at, so the other natural question is, who are the developers who leave? And if we were to break down the developers who left, we can see that 95% of all developers who churned out, so they once contributed to open source crypto and then we kind of don't see them again. If they churned out, then 95% of them are one-time and part-time developers. Only 5% of all developers who churn are full-time developers. Okay, so because this is Interop, I'm going to go through a few slides that talk about cross-chain developers and how that's going. The EVM ecosystem has obviously emerged as a really powerful core technology. And one of the really interesting things we've seen, this is our 4th year doing the developer report. And so one of the things that we're seeing over the years is the growth of the EVM ecosystem overall. Across EVM chains, you saw, again, 5% increase year over year. And Ethereum grew by 5% year over year, where you have EVM compatible layer 1s and 2s outside of Ethereum grew by 2%. If we were to look at contract deployments on chain, we can see that again, this is only in the EVM ecosystem, we can see that overwhelmingly people still only deploy to one chain. But it's also undeniable that the average number of chains that a deployer has deployed on has increased over time. So what this chart is saying to us is we're seeing this march towards developers being more multi-chain over time. So how do we kind of think about developers working across multiple chains? I'm going to show a few graphs in terms of layer 1 and layer 2 ecosystems and how their own core developers compare to multi-chain developers. So here's an example. So if we were to talk about Sushi, then Sushi's primary ecosystem, if we were to talk about Optimism, then Velodrome, Lyra, Perpetual are all Optimism native developers, and then anyone working on Uniswap, Sushi, or Aave would be considered a multi-chain developer because Uniswap is not only available on Optimism, it's also available on other chains. So how does that compare? If we were to look at Polygon, we can see that Polygon's primary developers, so developers who are only working on Polygon, increased 29% over 2022. And their multi-chain developers increased by 1%. But what's interesting, of course, is that multi-chain developers vastly outpace, or there's vastly more multi-chain developers than there are primary developers. And we see this in Avalanche as well. So generally, this is a trend, which makes sense. If you're an EVM-compatible chain, you will have more multi-chain developers, so developers who are not only developing on you, but developing on other chains as well, then you have primary developers. Avalanche lost 28% primary developers, but their multi-chain developers actually grew by 8%. BNB has seen steady multi-chain developers despite a 23% decrease in primary developers. So again, this is really interesting where you can be in a situation where you're losing primary developers, but you can remain extremely healthy in your multi-chain developer ecosystem simply by the fact that you're compatible with other ecosystems and developers want to support your chain. Celo similarly lost 19% in their primary developers year over year, gained 7% in multi-chain developers. Arbitrum has way more multi-chain developers than they do primary developers, but they did see a very healthy 38% growth in primary developers. And Optimism has 5 times more multi-chain developers than they do primary. Their multi-chain developers fell by 8%, but their primary developers grew by 73% over 2022. The other section I'm going to cover is DeFi, and we're just going to briefly look at which chains DeFi protocols are building on, because DeFi tends to be very multi-chain right now. I think eventually we'll probably see that with NFTs as well, but right now I think the focus is the more common case that you see is DeFi protocols being available across different chains. So if we were to map, this is a mapping of DeFi protocols on different layer ones. If we were to map these DeFi protocols across different layer ones, then it's very clear that Ethereum outpaces other layer ones in terms of the number of developers that they have. The biggest layer ones with the biggest DeFi developer ecosystems are Ethereum, Cosmos, Solana, Polkadot, BNB, Kusama, Polygon, Avalanche. And then other layer one DeFi is the gray line over here. So again, this is kind of what this is saying is that Ethereum has the greatest share of DeFi developers, followed by Cosmos and then Solana. This is, repeat what I said. So Ethereum began with 4 times more DeFi developers than any other layer one during DeFi summer. So during DeFi summer, which is that gray line, you can see that most DeFi developers worked on Ethereum, and almost none of them worked on other layer ones. But that has drastically actually shifted. Today, 50% of DeFi developers actually contribute to ecosystems outside of Ethereum, versus 30% during DeFi summer. Hopefully this makes sense. And that's it. So you can see a lot of these charts and the entire report. So again, this was a small sample of the actual report. The actual report has 185 slides of charts. So if you like charts, go to developerreport.com. This is the site that we launched this year, which has all of these developer numbers. And we, again, as a VC firm, we basically put this out as a public good. This is not how we make money. This is developerreport.com. You'll be able to see not only numbers from December 2022, but as the year progresses, we plan on creating more updates and more different types of charts. Charts are interactive, so you can play with them and also look at how developers differ across different ecosystems as well. So thank you very much. If you are working on open source code in crypto, please do put it into this taxonomy. So again, this is an open source taxonomy. A lot of people use it, and so you're not only helping us, you're really helping the entire crypto ecosystem. It is, to say the least, it is a non-trivial task to identify all open source repositories in crypto, and so if you are working in open source, please do make sure that your repository is included. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm at Maria Shen on Twitter. My DMs are open. Feel free to send me a message. Thank you so much.
We good? All right. 100,000 devs committing something to open source projects is an incredibly exciting number. So thank you again for that developer report. And in 2023, let's smash those June Ackley month of dev numbers. I think we can do it. So speaking of developers, Axelar actually has a developer Discord. You can hop in there, come say hi to me. Also get your technical questions answered, connect with our core engineering team, and also keep up with all things Axelar. So, devs, how do we attract them? What are they looking for? Everyone wants them. How do we build communities that, attract them and that they're excited to be a part of? Our next panel is going to address just that, which is a playbook for building your dev community. We've got Alex Shevchenko from Aurora, Derek Yu from Moonbeam, our moderator, Tom Shaughnessy from Delphi Digital, Dean Tribble from Adoric, and Eric Chen from Injective. Welcome, guys.
I guess I'm supposed to be in front of you.
Yeah.
Testing. Cool. Thanks, everyone, for coming. So we have an exciting panel. We have Alex from Aurora Labs. We have Dean Tribble from Agoric, Derek Yu from PureStake, and Eric Chen from Injective. And our panel is about building your dev community. So building a developer community is really hard. I'm an investor at Delphi Ventures and one of the co-founders, and we look for active developer communities, and they're really hard to find, right? We've seen L1s with billions of dollars in capital, yet very few developers because you just can't pay good developers to come over. You need to have a real thesis. I'm curious everybody's take here. I guess we could start and move down, but attracting developers begins with having a real foundational first principles thesis on the project you're building to attract the right class of developers. How have you thought through this question, and what is your approach or what is your sell to a developer from that standpoint?
Sure. So for Moonbeam, Moonbeam is an L1, EVM compatible, but focused on cross-chain use cases. So I think that's part of the differentiation angle, that helps attract a lot of use cases to Moonbeam. And it's uniquely situated. Being a parachain on Polkadot means that you kind of have unique access to substrate like functionality, other parachains, assets like Dot, and so that's like some other uniqueness that Moonbeam provides.
Nice, Alex.
Yeah, for Aurora, it's pretty similar to Moonbeam. We're EVM compatible. That's why we have an instant tap into the Ethereum ecosystem, and anyone who is knowing Solidity stack or the stack of different infrastructure projects on top of Ethereum, they're instantly able to work with Aurora. For us, the differentiation point is the better user experience. So we are focused a lot on simplifying things. So, for example, on Aurora, there is an ability for dApps to have zero transaction costs and actually not exposing any per transaction payments to the users. And this is something for us. So we're looking forward the companies that are really taking care of the use case instead of the business model of the protocol.
Eric, what about you? It's hard to see.
Yeah, so for Injective's case, it's certainly about focus on, first of all, contributing to the core stack of the Injective blockchain, which is a lightning fast, highly interoperable layer 1 blockchain that has a lot of the out-of-the-box modules for specifically DeFi developers and DeFi applications. So this the kind of goalpost for Injective Labs' effort in terms of onboarding developers and supporting developers is very, very clear compared to a lot of the monolithic environments, because you know exactly which subset of developer to look for, what type of value prop or pain points they're dealing with, and more importantly, what is the best possible environment that you can build as a base layer infrastructure and as kind of like this ecosystem to help them best succeed. So I would say for Injective's case, it's somewhat of an easier task compared to a lot of the generalized environments, for sure.
Dean, how about you?
So Agoric is a blockchain for building smart contracts in hardened JavaScript. So our target is very much mainstream developers. And we start with crypto developers, but it's mainstream developers. So it's sort of quite a different target from most of the other chains out there. And there's 15 million JavaScript developers, and that's sort of the biggest sort of hook is that, with JavaScript plus frameworks that in the style they're familiar with, React.js kinds of frameworks for doing DeFi, for doing governance, for doing NFTs, and that's been compelling to at least to several developers that we approach, and they respond to oh my gosh, something that's actually a tool for me.
So a lot of the times on the venture side, I'm not a developer, but looking at founders, CEOs, people that come from Web 2. A lot of these founders fail at crypto because they don't fully embrace the ethos of the space. They use crypto as a small tool, something to make money on, something to bootstrap, but they're never fully embraced. Do you guys see an issue bringing Web 2 devs into Web 3, and how do you get them to fully embrace the languages and the ethos of crypto? Maybe we'll go in the reverse because, Dean, this is up your alley.
So when you think about the current ecosystems we have of a few thousand developers or a few hundred developers around these things, that a few thousand is great. That's a really big number. It can be really active. You can have people fully immersed. You get tribes out of that. When you talk about 10,000, 100,000, 10 million developers, 5 million for React and 3 million for Vue, I think it is. It's different. The ecosystems are different. And so for those people, the value you're bringing is you help them solve their problem. Right, so if they've got a ticketing system, they've got a new thing they want to do there, they don't need to embrace it in order to embrace the benefits that solve their problem and go forward and integrate into their part of a larger ecosystem, right? When you're looking at a mission and an ecosystem, there you want embrace, you want everyone supporting each other and so forth. But to grow past that, we've got to just solve their problem and help them achieve the greatness that they want to achieve.
Yeah, I'm guessing for like applications on top of Injective, it's a lot more about expanding the possibility and the limitations that they were previously facing within like a monolithic environment. When you're building on Ethereum, when you're building on top of like Solana or any type of generalized environment, you're always going to be faced with limitations, especially when it comes to DeFi, as we all know, related to MEV, et cetera. You're always going to be like having issue or like butting head against like other type of verticals where they might have different types of computational demand or storage demand or data availability demand, et cetera. And by kind of building this entire infrastructure that's specifically tailored to this suite of application and this stack of it, a lot of things that was not possible before now becomes possible. Like for example, currently Helix, Dexterium, Dojo, et cetera, they're basically powering a highly efficient and fully on-chain, composable, and highly dynamic kind of like order book-based exchange application, all within basically 5 hours of work at most to like get started. And I would say that by basically kind of like narrowing down the scope of the infrastructure and specifically targeting like a subset of developer that are kind of like already like kind of taking the crypto, I guess like red pill, or basically those who are kind of like turned away, be like, hey, like I'm like a HFT guy, or like I'm like a like a Rust guy, or I'm just trying to build like infrastructures that truly leverage the value props of crypto, solve certain problems within the Web2 space, or the I guess like the non-digital world. But Ethereum was not, like sensible for me. It was, or like something else was too difficult, or I have to build my own layer 2 solution, et cetera. Because that's kind of like how I personally started. Like now there's an environment for that, and I think there's going to be more and more ecosystems like that really kind of ensures that this is a really great environment for this specific vertical, and you're not kind of like sacrificing composability, you're not really sacrificing access to liquidity, you're not really sacrificing user experience thanks to Cosmos interoperability and a lot of the bridging infrastructure integrations to basically make it so that you outcompete by the merits of your application.
The biggest challenge that I have seen across my 7 or almost 8 years in crypto, in blockchain mainly, less in crypto, is that crypto scene developed a pretty allergic reaction for ordinary developers. And many people are seeing that this is all about scam, and unfortunately, the most recent news from the whole vertical are supporting this narrative. So we kind of need to figure out how we are going to overcome this, especially in the light of the regulations tightening and the questions that regulators have to us. And we need to have a clear way forward for the Web2 developers to be able to onboard without carrying these risks of the bad image and potentially inability to operate in some short period of time from now because of the uncertainty, the regulatory uncertainty. So, but if we are talking about the maturity of the tech, the maturity of the programming languages and tools around it, they are pretty okay. In comparison to many other verticals, blockchain tech is in a better position. So learning it is not that hard. The thing that is hard is to make a good business.
Yeah, I think on our end, Moonbeam definitely focused on more crypto native like developers. If you look at the activity on there, it's DeFi, NFT use cases, gaming, and so I think we've been studying this kind of question quite a bit internally to say, well, how can we get more kind of real world developers in? And while we don't have all the answers yet, we have learned some things that if you look at kind of the documentation, the other kinds of materials that are around a typical crypto project, they're pretty inappropriate for mainstream developers, right? They already assume quite a bit of knowledge about how blockchains work, how crypto works, wallets, like cryptographic schemes. And so I think that what we've realized is that you really do need, like, especially if you're using your dev portal as kind of the intake point, like the first touch point for the developers, it needs to look quite a bit different when you're targeting normie like devs versus like crypto devs. And so I think that's, or it's already a lot of effort to put together like a documentation site and a dev portal. Yeah, I think that, there's definitely like a different kind of like content and tutorials are needed to like help explain a lot of concepts, to folks that are coming in for the first time. That's our realization.
Who sticks around more, the Web 2 devs you guys bring in, or the Web 3 devs? I mean, people that come in and leave your community. Which are stickier for anyone?
Well, for us, and I believe for Derek too, as he said, mainly right now for EVM compatible chains, it's already existing developers that are able to work with these tools. It's just super simple, and I believe it's also super important to give an opportunity for businesses to not to have a vendor lock-in, right? And not to stick with one ecosystem that potentially may be doomed to fail because of other participants misbehaving. And yeah, EVM here is in fact a de facto standard that works almost everywhere. So from that standpoint, that's at the moment that's the case. Though I really value the approach of getting JavaScript developers. Actually, I thought that there are 20 million, not 15. Actually, 20 million.
Even better.
It probably depends on who's counting.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's great that Agoric has this thing. Aurora is built on top of Near protocol, and Near also launched the support of the JavaScript. So there are more and more projects that are using all of this educated talent out there, to bring them in the Web3 family.
Dean, do you have anything to add there? I know you're.
I mean, not on your original question. I don't have enough numbers as to who, because most people are pretty much sticking around. So.
No, that's good to hear. Just switching gears a little bit, business development is a massively underrated skill in crypto. Not financial advice, but Polygon Matic has seriously crushed BizDev. I think they're like the poster child for getting out there and really convincing people to come over. How do you guys spend your time between building the tech and BizDev? Because you can have the best tech in the world, but I think in crypto we've generally overrated the fact that the best tech will attract people.
I'd like to jump in there. So we have a great BizDev team, and it's really valuable. There's kind of two modes of which we're bringing devs in. So if you talk about what's that strategy, it's a few partners that are that you do BizDev with, that they're working on things that demonstrate some key element of the infrastructure. They're great developers, so we want their feedback early, and they're going to be titans in the community as it grows out going forward, right? And that's something where we will keep doing that as BizDev to bring in these partners that enhance and enrich the ecosystem and fill out key ecosystem roles and application functions. But after that, when you go for an actual DevRel's funnel, that number goes up to where you cannot integrate with or work with individuals there. So these two things are quite complementary to each other, where large organization come in and they can go, you've got 100 developers, here's the docs, and they've got to be awesome docs, and they've you've got to have code that works and test environments that works and best development environments on the planet and all those things, and then they go, okay, this is pretty much what I expect. I can use this stuff, right? And but the BizDev lays the groundwork, and then you still need this thing that really is not BizDev. It really is this DevRel thing to get many, many more developers that come in than you can talk to.
I'd agree with that. That DevRel for sure. That you need the working product. That's a given. But I'd say that I see a lot of underinvestment in DevRel. I'd say, right. And this basically, it's like if in a regular business, it's like your support, or your customer service, if you want to think of it that way. And I still meet teams sometimes that have 1, 2 of these folks. I mean, that's not a lot of customer service to go around to some hundreds of developers. So I think that's definitely an area that we've invested in a bunch, and it pays off. There is a point though around scalability. So I see them all as kind of lead sources, right? So there's a whole bunch of things you do to generate leads and interest. You have the support function, but ultimately it resembles. I think it's the right way to think of it is like a B2B business motion, right? So you need basic things. You need a CRM. You need a way to track these leads. You need you need a process basically, right? And you need to make sure that then any resources you do have get applied into like the most interesting opportunities.
Injective Labs is like notorious for having, never really grown the BD team, or basically never exceeding, I guess, like 3 or 4 people, including myself. Okay, like 2 or 3 people, and I think like proper business development, it's really a quality over quantity type of work. At least that's a thesis at like Injective Labs, and it's very, very critical for the 0 to 1 process, where you're starting off with the ecosystem, you're starting off with the infrastructure, you're starting off with the environment, and you want to be on the face level, from like a BD perspective, to interface with these developers, to interface with existing projects, to understand, what is the shortcoming of the existing infrastructure, what can you do to improve, what do people truly want. And then once you get through that 0 to 1 phase, where you show some initial success, some projects are building really, really cool applications on top of you. It also informs how your product should change, and how everything that you build from an infrastructure level, from like a kind of core level, should kind of evolve to fit around those needs. And basically, integrations, partnerships, stuff like that. In the long run, it doesn't really matter. It gets you, like incremental value in the short term. Certainly, it's very useful from a strategic perspective. But at the end of the day, it's about evolving with the user base, with the developer base, and having the best environment where there can be thousands, if not billions. Well, billions a stretch, if not millions of developers that can just come on to the platform, to the ecosystem, build the stuff that they're looking for, never having to talk to a single person ever, and like truly demonstrate their value prop. Now that is a very, very idealistic environment, but that's what everyone should strive for, because that's what Ethereum's like.
I would like to continue on what Eric was saying. So. Yeah, Polygon was doing an absolutely epic job in terms of securing the partnerships, but then and like just put in my head off for Sandeep and the team. So that was an exceptional BD effort. But now we are able to take a look at what was happening because of this, right? So if we are able to take a look at the metrics that they were striving for with this all the announcements, and these are the token metrics actually, because in many of the partnerships that are there are no actual transactions created. They're just yet to be there in the future. So and from that standpoint, we see that the way how the tokens are influenced is that yes, there is a spike, but then things are coming back to normal. And yeah, continuing on what Eric was saying, the important thing is more as a product market fit, because the marketing announcements are very short lived, and it is really, really important to find good sustainable use cases that are actually creating value. And that's why I feel that there is, in this particular bear market, there is a shift towards the actual value that is created, and an ability to transfer this value, or like for once to kind of get a little bit of this value, but not too much, not to kill the ecosystem that evolves. And it is more important to distribute this value in between the projects inside of the ecosystem to get the network effect and the flywheel going. So that's a delicate balance there, yeah, product market fit. That's I believe the thing that everyone has in the blockchain have struggles, except for maybe some specific verticals like DeFi.
So product market fit is a really good, I guess, next topic. So you guys are all founders yourselves. You've created your own projects. There's no one better that knows what needs to be built on your projects than you guys, right? But it seems like you're all building for the inbounds. Do you guys ever turn the table and say, this is what I want built. I've located a couple of developers I think can really crush this. They're potentially building something else. Maybe I'll swap them out. When do you turn the table on that, or do you not?
I can jump in. I mean, I know that is a practice that has happened in like other L1 ecosystems. We have not. I think that it's tempting, but it probably messes with like the vibe in the ecosystem, right? So, there's nothing more discouraging to a set of developers that are trying to build something and make a go of an ecosystem than to know that they're competing with the state, right? The state's going to come in and kind of, oh, well, do you have a DEX? Well, guess what?
I don't like what you're building. Redo it.
This DEX is going to be the one that like wins and gets liquidity incentives and what, so that will have a chilling effect across like the whole ecosystem. So, I mean, at least I think it can be done. If you're going to do it, then you got to like do it all the way. I think the other approach is just to be more like hands off, right, and then kind of let what happens.
We have a bounty program, part of that biz dev element of get a few, but it's more about planting seeds rather than funding a big effort. It sort of gets something started, or it gets a component built, because we're very much component style approach. And so getting a few devs interested in a particular topic with a bounty, so now you've got a discussion about it and you've planted that seed and something grows of it. We've got for our permission phase, which is coming up later this year, six groups lined up, of which 4 of them started from some bounty. And so it wasn't, there's this concern of you don't want to be like blessing winners unless it's some core part of the ecosystem. But planting seeds is really valuable. And that's something that a lot of teams do. It needs to very much not be funding big development from my perspective, because again, when you're in small communities, you can do that. Money runs out and everyone runs away. You're getting the wrong people. You're not getting people that really realize the value of what you're bringing to them, and they need that value. And if you're going to get 1,000 applications, 10,000 applications, millions of developers, you can't pay them all. It's got to be that you brought them value. And it's back to, you brought them real use cases, you brought them something they could do. We still have a few things that we know we want that are complementary, that are part of building out what the foundation is that everyone else will lay on, and funding those and seeding those so people can pick them up and run with it is certainly very viable for that part.
So like money, right? Like runs the world. There's projects out there that are just throwing money. I mean, it was easy to get 5, 10, 20 million in the bull market from a project, from an L1, to build something that might not even be viable, right? But the problem is when you're offering projects your token, they're basically market selling as they vest to pay OPEX. The goal is that their contributions are worth more in value to your token than what the value is that they're selling to pay their expenses. It seems like that's a crazy death cycle in a sense, because that's basically venture investing on steroids with new money. How do you guys handle, I mean, Dean, you kind of answered this, so maybe we'll go in the reverse, but how do you guys handle allocation sizing on ecosystem grants of any kind to projects building in your ecosystems?
You want to start from someone else? Yeah.
Anybody? Yeah. Whoever's first.
Because I'll answer.
For Injective's case, like Open DeFi Foundation certainly handles most of the grant process. I would say like the general culture of a lot of the folks involved in the Injective ecosystem is that it's very much merit based and like value based. We generally go through the thinking exercise of if labs were to do it themselves, which labs have built a lot of products themselves, unfortunately. And what would the cost be? What would basically the overall like development lifecycle be? How much would it specifically cost if we were to do it ourselves? And we use that as like a thinking exercise in terms of sizing specific grants and specific efforts. So this also means that like unfortunately Open DeFi Foundation and the community spend pool, et cetera, doesn't really give out grants that often. Certainly, I think in the past, a lot of folks wish that the community spend pool was more active, or the foundation was more active in like generally like providing a lot of grants and a lot of funding to a lot of early stage projects. But I would say like in the current market, it's certainly a decent call because it's not necessarily from like a funding or like a value flow perspective, but more importantly, like for projects that are coming to you and asking for like a large sum of grant, there's basically like a mismatch in like incentives. Once they get the grant, once they hit the milestone, they no longer, they kind of skipped over like building thesis, building value prop, building like a market or a sustainable flow of value. They generally just focus on one milestone after the other. That being said, like a lot of projects do need a lot of Kickstarter money, so it's a balance.
So for us, we have been around here for already a couple of years. And we have gathered quite a lot of statistics. We always have been very open with the community about the funding that is allocated to the project. And from that standpoint, we were able to get all of these statistics. And what we see is that the teams who are coming in and asking for a grant, usually they are not delivering, and that they are kind of not interested in delivery, I would say. They're interested in getting money. While instead, the top-notch teams, they're actually coming in and asking, okay, can you please give us introductions to the VCs, to the investors, through much bigger channels that they have. And from that standpoint, these teams are, money is quite secondary for them. With some specific verticals like DeFi, though, they are asking for some allocations in order to bootstrap the liquidity, and that's a critical piece there. But this money is much lower than is required for them to exist and to develop the project. I do believe that grants as a concept was introduced in this unhealthy behavior inside of the vertical, because grants is not something that you expect for just startups, right? If you're from the Silicon Valley, the way how you are getting the first money to be able to build something is you are getting to get in touch with angel investors, right? And angel investors are not giving you money for free, right? So they want something. And this I don't know when it happened. Probably it's just everything is all because of the bull market, that the investment thesis was shifting into grants thesis. And then just it spoiled lots of people. So we now need to get back to normal, I would say. And developers that are just developing, that's good, and then it should be fun. If they would like to step up and think of what they're doing as of a business, then they need to think of the investments and kind of more natural things.
Cool, that's a good answer.
I was just going to comment on that. I mean, the $10 million days are over, right? So on the other hand, like having like enough money to just like pay for like salaries or some like base salary to like work, I mean that's like pretty reasonable. And I think like if I look at where our thinking has evolved is that the grants like for the Moonbeam Foundation puts out are still like a great lead source for developers. But the question these days is sustainability, right? Like what is it that it takes to get a project like you were being described that has product market fit, that generates enough protocol revenues, let's say, to sustain a small like 5-6 person team. You actually need quite a bit of like usage like to get there. And so the pipeline kind of looks like, okay, so you have dev teams coming in for grants. That's a great like lead source. There's obviously some filtering, then there's some milestones put in front of them to see if they can deliver. Then like an accelerator, like there's a Moonbeam accelerator, for example, that can kind of take teams that have demonstrated that. Then there's like some teaching that goes on to teach those teams about things like especially BD and marketing. I'd say is like where a lot of teams with technical founding teams like they just don't know as much. But ultimately, you want to get to a point where those teams can get like funding from a VC. And I think a lot of teams just aren't. And they need to go through some process to get to the point where they can successfully raise like VC funding. And so there's an ecosystem fund on the Moonbeam side. Like so, that's kind of there's like a funnel that starts off quite wide, and then you end up with maybe, if you're lucky, like some small number like out the other end.
So we have 10 seconds left per guest. Dean, let's start with you. Just quick recap of your project for developers.
Smart contracts in JavaScript for the millions of mainstream developers out there. And you all here.
Eric?
Blockchain bill for finance.
Alex?
EVM that has at last good user experience.
Derek?
EVM focused on interoperability use cases.
You guys are wicked smart. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Guys, we have reached a very bittersweet moment. This is the final panel on the Gateway stage here at Axelar's first ever Interop Summit during Biddle Week. at ethdenver. So I just wanted to, again, say a huge thank you to all of our partners, all of our community members, our engineers, our friends, all the speakers, everyone really who came out over these past 2 days to make Interop the incredible success that we've seen so far. So another reminder, we do have the closing party tonight. So if you head on over to the website, scroll down to the agenda, register there, the secret location will be revealed. So for our very last panel, we're going to be discussing something that's pretty top of mind for a lot of people in the industry, certainly for us at Axelar, which is security, right? Bridge security, bridge hacks, what this looks like as we're building the Interchain future. So our final panel to close out the talks here on the gateway stage is the $2 billion question, how to keep cross-chain safe. So we have Sriram Kanan from Eigenlayer, we have Carl Hua from Shima Capital, we have David C. from Babylon, and we have our moderator, Valeria Kolostenko from Albank Labs. Welcome, guys.
Is there any ordering? Is there any ordering here?
Any order.
Wow, this
It's pretty bright.
Quite intense, huh? So why don't we do a round of introductions, starting with you, Sriram?
Hi, everybody. I'm Sriram, founder at Eigenlayer, also at the University of Washington, Seattle, where I run the University of Washington Blockchain Research Lab.
Hi, I'm Carl Hua, CTO investment partner at Shima Capital.
Hi, I'm David Shea, founder of Babylon Chain, and also a professor at Stanford.
And I'm an investor with Albank Labs, a new fund that was launched at the end of last year. So let's get started. The first question is going to be for you, Sriram. So you like to think of yourself as a marketplace for trust, where it can be traded, bought, or sold, rented or supplied to anyone who wants to consume it to be built at an infrastructure layer. Could you talk about the security as a service component of Eigenlayer and the restaking?
Yeah. Eigenlayer is a mechanism to take the root of trust of Ethereum. The root of trust of Ethereum is staking. And we want to supply that root of trust to anybody who's interested in consuming it. So if you think of like all of crypto or blockchains, like the essential ingredient of crypto is decentralized trust. And what we want to do is to create a marketplace for decentralized trust. I know we in this community are all passionate about, for example, decentralization, right? But decentralization is a public good that is not necessarily incentivized. But when you have a marketplace for it, people will pay for the aspects of trust that they actually want to consume. So Eigenlayer restaking platform enables stakers to download, run any other services, chains, modules on the common trust platform. And anybody who wants to build off of it can come and build on it. So it's a two-sided marketplace because it matches stakers who have produced this quantity called decentralized trust and supply it to the builders. So that's the two-sided market.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great intro. Over to you, David. So you are a professor at Stanford as well as the co-founder of Babylon Chain. Can you please give us a use case scenario that is optimal for Babylon Chain's security guarantee, or better yet, how is the security shared from Bitcoin?
Okay, so maybe say a few words about the project first.
Exactly.
Before I go into that specific question.
Yeah.
So Sriram was just talking about sharing the security of Ethereum. Ethereum is only a very important chain. That's why we're here, ethdenver. But there's another very important chain out there, guys. It's called Bitcoin, okay? Bitcoin is kind of an old-fashioned, I know, it's like OG of blockchain. But, you know, it's been around for 14 years. And we're talking about security, the track record is pretty good. So our project is to basically say that, hey, Bitcoin, such a good resource, public resource, we should use it not only for Bitcoin transactions, but for the rest of the world. Hey, for us, the world is the crypto world. And so our project is to fine, we design a bunch of protocols, technologies, to extract the security from Bitcoin and use it to secure many other chains, particularly application-specific chains, which is really focused on their applications, but perhaps would appreciate some additional external form of security. And so that's what we've been working on. We've been integrating with the Cosmos ecosystems. We now have 8 chains, 8 Cosmos chains on our testnet. Now, going back to the use case, so there are many possible use cases of this Bitcoin security. But one use case, just to be concrete, which, for example, Osmosis is very interested in. We just integrated with them, a proposal with them, which is to reduce so staking, you mentioned staking, has one drawback. So when you do mining, when you want to stop mining, you can stop immediately. But staking, there's a very strange phenomenon, which is you cannot unbond immediately. You cannot remove your stake immediately. So in Ethereum right now, you cannot remove your stake at all at this point, at all. So it's infinity, but in many chains, it's a long time, multiple weeks.
Shanghai is coming up. So
Shanghai is coming up, but it's not there yet.
We got to wait.
And God knows how many people are rushing to unstake. Queue will be very long. All right? So we can reduce the unbonding from weeks to a few hours up to 1 day. Everybody can reduce the unbonding, right? You just change a parameter, but we do it in a secure way using Bitcoin security. So that's a use case, one use case.
Okay, great. So over to you, Carl. In relation to this question, how do you evaluate the security of the products you invest in? Can you please share some advice for budding investors out there?
Yeah, so for Shima, we do things a little differently because of the unique background of the tech team, right? So I used to work for JPL NASA. We built flight software, and before that was aerospace. You only get one chance to get it right before people start dying, right, out of the aircraft, wherever. So when we look at the projects, right, we think about it in multiple dimensions. First is what's your best practice, right? GitHub. We look at your GitHub. But that's really the last stage of your entire design. So if you're telling me you don't have design artifacts, go to GitHub, look at your code. It's already a yellow flag, right? Because security is not patched on. Security is designed in, right? So for example, Eigenlayer and so forth, they're thinking about the security at a very fundamental place, which is how do you design the security as part of the protocol? As you can see, a lot of these hacks these days are not system-level hacks. They're very simple hacks, such as exposure of your private key, simple GitHub mistakes, right? So when we look at projects, we want to understand the mindset of the founders. Where do you have the right mindset, right? No offense to Meta or Facebook, if your mindset is move fast, break things, and you're engineering an Eigenlayer type of project, then it's probably not great. So that's how we kind of mechanize the due diligence process.
Yeah, there's a question that's a follow-up to what you just said. So except for code safety, some attacks happen off-chain, as you mentioned. So like private keys getting stolen or team split, which are hard to solve with code. What are your thoughts about those?
Yeah, so it's a completely different vertical, right? So you have system-level design, which will impact the security of the entire chain. As a matter of fact, most white paper in this industry are talking about those type of problems, which is consensus-level problems, validators colluding, and so forth, which are the biggest problems in this field is that we need to think about at a holistic view, right? However, most of the hacks today have yet to compromise the system at that level. Not saying that they will not be compromised. It's just I think really, really sophisticated people or entities or institutions that are enemies of us are not even thinking about doing that because the entire market cap is less than $1 trillion. Imagine tomorrow we have a $100 trillion market cap. You bet these type of actors will present themselves, right? But as of today, the system level security is one thing we need to think about, but also the DevOps side of security, developers, operational security, these are not taken very seriously, right? The biggest hack is really dumb. It's essentially the developers just like got hacked and they have the private keys leaked, right? So there's different verticals of security.
Yeah, it is relevant, however, yeah. So back over to you, David. So what are some of the best practices to ensure security through a high-rigor engineering development process? And then I'll ask the same question of you, Sriram.
Yeah, so I do agree with Alex that security should be done as the first principle and not hack together a bunch of stuff and then try to patch it up when people have attacks on your protocol.
Right.
So that's what we do at in Stanford, is that first you should ask yourself, okay, what is the security model that you want to design your protocol against? Okay. Once you have a security model, then you can try to design protocol to achieve that security. And then once you have that protocol, then you can build it. So that's what we did at Babylon. We have a protocol, which is a peer review in the top security conference. And actually, it's a collaboration with Sriram. Great collaborator. Shout out here. And yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, David. David was my postdoctoral advisor at Stanford, so we go back a long way.
Hey, please don't tell people this, man. Reviewing our age, please.
No ageism here. In crypto, we don't discriminate. I agree with both the viewpoints, but I want to bring a kind of like another viewpoint to this thing. If you look at crypto today, we are looking at immutable code. Okay, we're looking at immutable code. We're all passionate about censorship resistance. Okay, which means everybody's transactions gets in. There's immutable code, censorship resistant, and there is a lot of money. This is a very potent combination for hacks. So I think we cannot minimize the security, the difficulties in actually building a system that is going to be secure in this world. This is a combination that has never existed before. Immutability. You send the money once, you hack the money once, you hold it forever. Censorship resistance. Even if I detect that this transaction is a hack, I have to include it, or somebody else will include it. And a lot of money. So it is a very, very hard security model in which to build. Despite having airtight, theoretical papers, translating them into airtight code is extremely difficult. So, we have to concede that. So the questions that we ask are like, how do we trade off? Why do we want immutability? Why do we want censorship resistance? We want self-organizing emergent systems that, have trust. But, the implementation barrier brings some kind of issues to how these theoretical models are translated in practice. So we have to bring systems in the meanwhile which merge some amount of subjectivity, human subjectivity, and take objective code on the other side and merge them in the right ways. I think this is something that as a community we should debate and understand how the trade-off between objective, censorship-resistant, immutable code and human subjective mechanisms, things like circuit breakers, exist in Wall Street. What is the analogs of them in crypto? How do we build bridges which have internal metering and circuit breakers? What happens when we do detect that there are hacks and money from a hacked bridge has come into your DeFi protocol? What should be your course of action? I think we should spend a lot of time thinking about some of these questions downstream, assuming that an attack does happen, because it will happen, despite our best efforts in preventing it. So that's one view that I want to.
So this is an interaction between the code layer and the social layer.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is not really formalized.
It's not at all formalized, and I think we need to think through how we formalize this.
So that's a really good point. I was chatting with David. So in aerospace, right, no one's scared of flying here, I would presume, right? What if I told you have a 10% chance of the aircraft falling out of the sky? No one would be buying airplane tickets, right? So on an aircraft, you actually have redundancies, and they're actually running consensus among each other, each of the computer, right? That's why it's super reliable. If one computer fails, the rest of the three computers continue, right? So you have redundancy, and the beauty of this is they have an extremely high rigor when it comes to translating what should be happening to what is actually the code is doing, right? Extremely little loss between requirements and what the code is actually doing, and that's not what, the world we live in with blockchain, right? Usually, a lot of times you go see the white paper, it's somewhat sound, but when you go look at the implementation, it's completely doing something else, right? So if we can formalize that connection, which is somewhat a solved problem, but very expensive, that's why it costs billions of dollars to manufacture an aircraft design, then we'll get to a place where the intended implementation is actually doing what the design intends to do, right? And we're not there yet.
So one way of thinking about this is, I think, there are fundamental security risks. Oh, you didn't design a secure protocol. There are smart contract risks, things, or implementation risks. There are issues in implementation. But if you add on any kind of a human subjective layer, you have governance risks. And there are trade-offs between these things. By increasing governance, you can reduce implementation risks. By making zero governance, you may have high implementation risks. So I think we need a very nuanced conversation in the space about how to trade off these risks in the correct manner.
Okay, going back to my questions. Thank you. When users transfer assets across chains, what standards are used to judge its security? And this is kind of an open question for everybody, but standards.
I just want to say one thing, that both David and I, Babylon and EigenLayer, one thing that we've done is, so a lot of interchain and cross-chain communication is about moving data. And I think we are just at the frontier of moving trust and security across chains. So we not only want to transport data, we also want to transport trust. We want to transport security, because that is one of the fundamental ingredients that we produce in this blockchain space. So when we're talking about standards for cross-chain communication, there's also this extension of standards for cross-chain security, so that show up. But in terms of the standards, of course, outside the Ethereum ecosystem, the Cosmos has pioneered this great IBC standard, which is a proof of consensus. You communicate to each other that you've done consensus. But that is only one dimension of security, because the bridge is still only as secure as the weaker of the two chains. And when you have a multi-IBC world where any one of the chains could be bad, then you may have contagion through the system. So we need to think about second-order effects of multi-chain ecosystems where the weakest link may be problematic. David, do you want to?
Yeah, so that's right. So bridges are kind of interesting, because they're designed for token asset transfer. But actually what we discovered in our project is that it can also be used for trust transfer. And when you transfer these trusts, you can also use the trust to secure the bridge. So for example, instead of the minimum of the two chains, you can have perhaps the sum of the secure two chain. Now that's an improvement, and actually that can be achieved. Another thing is you can use also a third party, a third chain, to secure the bridge between two chains. For example, my favorite chain, of course, Bitcoin, but also potentially, EigenLayer cross-staking as well.
Yeah, so imagine you're bridging from Bitcoin to Ethereum, right? I would argue, as of today, the weakest link is actually the bridge itself. And you have this thing called perpetual risk, right? And that's also why institutions don't want to deploy in DeFi today, is when you bridge from one end to the other end, there's the risk of doing the bridging and so forth, but that risk never ends, right? When you go sleep, the risk is still there, because if the bridge is compromised, it's likely that there will be loss to either side based on how you bridged, right? So that's very important to understand, is that as of today, sure, there's new ways coming out, for example, Circle's CCTP, which eventually will reduce the perpetual risk. But as of today, unless we can secure the bridge, for example, EigenLayer would be a great way to do this. You can transfer trust from Ethereum to EigenLayer, and then you can now secure the bridge using the amount of assets that's restaked. However, today, the security of the bridge is not that high because the low market cap, perhaps. of the bridge itself. So that's actually the weakest link today, in my opinion. But we're moving towards the right direction, right? In the future, we'll have much more secure cross-chain messaging mechanism, which will allow us to sleep better at night, and hopefully we'll get more institutional adoption.
Okay, final thoughts. What is the future of cross-chain? Is it an oligopoly or poly-poly, or will each public chain have its own cross-chain method?
What's a poly-poly? What's
Well,
a poly-poly?
I think as long as we're talking about cross-chain, then we're still very early, right? Because no one talks about what ISP you use. Oh, is Verizon better than T-Mobile? Wait a minute, I'm on AT&T, I'm better than you. So I think in the future, I generally think it will be a collaboration because, for example, Axelar is great with Cosmos and Axelar is expanding to different ecosystem, but there are some ecosystem that some of the other brands are working on as well, right? So in my opinion, in the future, you will have a transparent cross-chain capability across all the blockchains, but the parties serving these blockchains will be different projects, and they perhaps one day can intercommunicate with each other without going back to the blockchain. So.
Okay.
So bridges without chains.
Bridges,
Only
talking to bridges without going back to the first layer.
Okay.
For better routing.
All right.
Final thoughts on the question or any other
I
final
think
things?
that thought is already quite deep.
Okay, sure.
I was thinking about it tonight.
I think what we'll see is an emergence of a stack rather than like one standard. I think the more important thing would be what is the modularization of the bridging stack? Is there a relaying? Is there a relaying layer? Is there a validation layer? You know, is there a liquidity layer? Is there an execution and programming layer? And some layers may get standardized earlier than the others, and other layers may get swapped out. You know, this is going to be the interesting thing, is discovering the boundaries of these layers. So instead of thinking about which bridge to standardize or like which particular, we need to think about like what is the modularization of the bridging stack so that we have maximum rate of open innovation. So coming back to my favorite theme at EigenLayer, we want to maximize the rate at which like innovation happens in the space, and that's what all of crypto has been about, like permissionless innovation. So hope to see that in the bridging as well.
Awesome. I think we're out of time, so thank you all for joining this panel.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
This is the end, my only friend, the end. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to Interop Summit 2023. I want to give you all a big round of applause. Myself, thank you very much. You should all give yourselves a big round of applause, please. This was a fantastic event, and you all made it so. Couple things real quick. Shuttle bus is leaving for the after party at 6:15. If you're registered, good. If you're not, there's lots of other great stuff going on tonight. All right? Thanks, everybody, for coming. Really appreciate you all. Love you all. Mwah! Mwah!